Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. The money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
You were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you.
wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
reposition. He finds the fourth. He's going to go for the ace. Demon Stick super low HP. There you go. Scream.
Four mixed well. He dashes mechanically, but it's still wow. What? 80's down.
This crossfire can be deadly.
It's filthy. It's absolute. Oh my god, and so is his aim.
Well, that's just pre-nated. Chihuahua! What is that? Shot after shot connect. This guy's a beast.
It will give them sight at least. Now,
See it going another one of these little hop-ups.
Ryan wants to come through that smoke, and he's gonna straight go for it, dropping down on their heads. It's like watching Mario upgraded for the third as well, tearing them to shreds.
Still watching for the lineup. Oh, this is huge work from Heretics. Maybe this is enough. It is. Maybe not. Look at the problems. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Logan. This one out with his pick towards low, on towards the side. They see it, but see that's one. That's two. The third falls into play. And the man, Zenith, refusing to relent again and again.
Zenith with the 8.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2021 Valorant Champions Tour. It's day 3 and we have the most important day of Valorant coming up here at the Stage 2 Challengers main event. I am your host Yinsu and I'm beyond delighted to welcome back your casters and analysts for today. We have Pansy in the house.
That was quite the introduction. It was like, you know, Watford, Oceana on the dance floor. Nice work there. No, I'm super excited to be back. You know, we had some fun doing the more kind of open bracket side of things, kind of getting the run through, seeing some of the teams earlier than normal. But I'm glad to be back here with, I guess, the premium stream, but still the same memes.
Ooh, yes, still the same memes indeed. And speaking of the dance floor, I mean, there's no better man to get on that dance floor right now than Hypoc. Actually, I've never seen you properly break out a move, Hypoc, but I'm waiting for the day to be able to witness that with my own eyes.
Well, that's great for you. You'll be waiting a while. But yeah, as Lauren said, it's good to be back on the broadcast with you once again. Really important day ahead of us. It's going to be difficult really to switch back up into serious mode.
Well, as I said last night, we will have a special guest on the show today. And chat, get those slugs out now because Team Liquid's Echoes is going to be with us to break down all of the games a little bit later. But for now, as I said, it is qualification day today. The two teams today that go through will be joining Guild and FPX at the EMEA Challengers playoffs. The stakes could not be higher. In fact, we have a quick explainer for you guys so you know exactly what is on the line here.
Every team has this one goal: to join the best teams in the world at the Masters 2, the first big LAN event of the VCT in Reykjavik, Iceland. But how do you get a slot? We'll start with the qualifiers in Week 1, and Week 2, the top 2 from each event directly book their ticket for the EMEA Challengers playoffs. Here, they will face the top 3 teams from TR and the number 1 from CIS. These 8 squads will be fighting in the group stage, where the best 2 teams of each group will make it to the semi-finals, while the 2 grand finalists can already celebrate. Both will be granted the golden tickets to the next stage, VCT Masters Reykjavik. At Masters 2, the top 2 EMEA teams will fight against the other 8 teams from North America, Korea, Brazil, Latin America, Japan, and Southeast Asia for the glory and the title of the first cross-regional VCT competition. This is your time to shine. Are you ready to enter the next stage? Who will be the next VCT superstar?
It's qualification day for us here today, but it is also the semi-finals that will be going on at Turkey and CIS as well. And Pansy, those are setting up to be some absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, they are. I've been trying to keep up with a little bit of the other scenes, hearing what players are kind of making of it. Because I'm sure a lot of the teams we're seeing now, especially in this region, are keeping an eye on what the competition may be like just down the road. So I'm hearing a lot of I guess stubbornness in composition, not trying too many things, but mad amounts of aggression coming through. And I'm quite curious to see how the styles will clash going forward. I would say that they're not too similar, but again, we've seen some very aggressive teams come out and look great, especially in the matches we've seen. So I can't wait to see, how the Turkish fans coming over to watch these teams, are really going to clash. That's going to be the highlight for me, honestly.
Well, we have had a great week of competition here in Europe, and things are about to get even spicier because, like I said earlier, it is qualification on the line today. And with that in mind, let's have a look at the rest of the bracket for this weekend. The two semi-finals matches today will determine which two teams will see in the EMEA Challengers playoffs alongside Guild and FPX. But of course, we will also have a grand finals to tomorrow and crown a winner for this week's main event. And as you guys can also see from the bracket, Hypoc, Team BDS eliminated NIP to get here.
Yeah, BDS taking down NIP was a big surprise in my eyes. We're still kind of in this situation now where we're left waiting to see NIP achieve their full potential. On the flip side, BDS keep on delivering. I think that's down to just how slippery BDS are at anti-stratting. I'm going to highlight something I find myself talking about a lot with NIP, which is these early fact-finding missions, slow early rounds, which are a pinnacle of their game plan. Both split and bind, they end up with such a huge round deficit at the side switch that they weren't really able to win out in that kind of war of attrition.
Yeah, they put a fantastic performance out yesterday for sure. And in the second quarterfinals, we also saw Team Liquid versus CE Calling and Pansy. This was quite comfortable for Liquid.
As it should have been to an extent. I think Liquid have suffered through the hard side of brackets and now had a slightly easier game at this point, but that's how it happens. You have these dream runs from certain smaller teams, but we got to once again check in on the likes of Yampi, Scream, and see how they're faring. Luckily, me and Hypoc did get to see a couple of their earlier series as well, and it was somewhat similar. Yampi, always willing to sacrifice, it feels, for the team. His opening kills are mad, and I'm sure we'll get into that when we get close to the game. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but they're a deadly duo. And, with him being freed from the VAC cage, it looks like he's, if anything, more confident, just kind of, taking the momentum that he has right now and just playing however he wants to, and it's working. The man is very talented, and I'm glad to see Liquid where they are.
Well, we also saw some Astra plays as well yesterday and throughout all of the competition of this week and last week. She's quickly becoming one of the most played and most picked agents in the game here in Europe. And here is why you guys are seeing more and more of Astra in competitive play.
Trust is good, but controllers are better. With Astra, a new controller came into the game and provides even more possibilities. New smokes and stuns are now part of the game, a welcome gift for many pro teams. But what is the best way to use Astra? How does it compare to Omen, Brimstone, and the other controllers? And what do the pros think of the new agent?
Smoke skill'i ve çekim alanı yetenekleri güçlü olduğunu düşünüyorum. Smoke skill'i side'e girerken, çekim alanı ise savunurken bayağı yardımcı oluyor.
You compare her to a Brimstone, for example. When you want to push a site, you can potentially give away a lot of information if you're playing Astra. You're putting down your stars in the middle of the round. If you decide you want to go to the A side, and previously you've been looking at B, for example. As those stars go down, they start to get an idea, okay, they're setting up here, something's going on. If you're a Brimstone, you can pop down 3 smokes quick as you like, you're pushing out, you're blitzing. So it even changes the pace.
Also working together with Skye and Phoenix can be a good option. Pop the ult on a spot to create new angles and give those two agents a chance to utilize their flashes even better. On the other hand, this can also be used against her. A perfectly timed flash and nobody expects your way through her ult.
Астра выполняет разные функции в зависимости, на какой стороне она играет. В защите она больше выполняет роль опорника и отлично себя показывает на всех ретейках, плюс помогает тиммейтам занять важные территории в защите, чтобы не зажиматься в плентах. В атаке она помогает опять же отбить крайние точки и создать спейс для выхода в плент.
I would say learn to use the fake smokes effectively. Since they can be used as a tunnel as well. Remember, you have 2 smokes at the same time, but you can fake with the other ones. So you can literally make like a tunnel out of 5 stars because you fake with 2 or 3 and then smoke with 2 final ones.
Astra has many advantages over the common controllers such as Brimstone and Omen, but which maps is she best utilized on?
Bind ve Askent diyebilirim. Sahile giriş yerleri dar olduğu için çekim alanı skill'i bayağı aktif kullanılabilir.
However, it seems like some teams decide to not only prefer her on these two maps, but also on Split.
That map obviously has a lot of choke points. I think you can use her abilities on pretty much any part of that map on high value areas very efficiently. So it makes sense why she's being chosen so much. And amongst teams that are only playing her on 1 or 2 maps, Split seems to always be a feature.
But it doesn't always need to be the big play for Astra. Sometimes teams find a way to take out their enemy with a small improvisation like Korea did in the game against Guild.
To destroy the trap, or someone has to do that for her, so you don't really want to peek when she still has the rocket in hand. Oh no, what a play! That's...
Astra realizes that Sova can only be around the corner after he lets his drone fly. This is a perfect moment to black hole him and take him out of the game. It seems like Astra is a go-to pick in Challenger Stage 2, but aren't there really any negative sides to her? What about the ultimate?
Çok kullanışlı olduğunu düşünmüyorum ama side'e girildiği zaman bir tarafı kapatarak bakacağımız yere aza indirmek açısından önemli olabiliyor.
I would say it's on the lower tier of ults, really. I don't think it brings as much value as some of the other agents out there. Effectively, it's an extra smoke. So I think that overall, I'm not a big fan of her ultimate, and I think that's why we've even seen some teams use her ulti to block off just like one doorway. So it's just a smoke. I think also when you're playing a Jet, you can ignore a lot of her utility, but for the most part, you're seeing teams just disrespect her Black Hole and Nova Pulse anyways.
Astra seems to be a diverse, flexible agent with some huge advantages, but also a few flaws. She fits perfectly in the agent pool, and one thing is for sure, she's just hit the servers, so new strategies and approaches to the game will be developed for us all to enjoy.
Well, Mitch is a really big fan of Astra, but Pansy, what have you made of this agent and how she's been played in Europe?
Initially, obviously, when we kind of got the first idea of what she could be, we were all very excited about the prospect. You could see how viable her utility kit was going to be. And the first glimpse, I wasn't overwhelmed yet, because a lot of the teams we initially saw it from were doing a lot of deeper runs in tournaments, so I feel like they weren't able to dry run as much, maybe practice it out as much, get as much, as many reps in, potentially. But actually, when we went to the open bracket, we got to see the kind of larger portion of Europe, I was almost 100% on board with it, because you could see so much more work had been, had the time to be put in towards it. The small nuanced plays coming out were fantastic, and I can't wait to see the higher end teams really slowly but surely kind of integrating her into their rosters in the right manner. I think it can be an insta-lock, but I like seeing teams now looking more confident and comfortable and having set pieces with her in mind, now with a little bit more time to actually be able to put that into play. So I'm all aboard the Astra train.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Angel even come out and said that he doesn't feel like anyone's been able to sort of use this agent to her full potential.
Right.
But of course, FPX have had time now. So that's going to be pretty interesting when we see them play again. But the 4 teams we have today are looking to also join FPX at the EMEA playoffs, Challengers playoffs. But I got to remind you guys as well, because today is also elimination day. The teams that lose here will be completely out of contention for Masters 2. And as you guys can see on the schedule, we are going to bring you guys Team Vitality versus FNATIC first, followed by Team BDS versus Team Liquid. These two are very, very spicy matchups. It's definitely going to be a good day. 2 very good best of 3s as well. But first, I spoke to Team BDS's coach, Wallix, earlier. I'm now joined by Team BDS's coach, Wallix. Hi, Wallix. Welcome back to the stream. You guys had quite a long day yesterday, but you had an outstanding performance against NIP, despite losing the first map. How pleased were you with your team's performance?
Well, we just stayed focused on the next 2 maps. We knew that they have a good haven, and we just lost 2 pistols and the first weapon run, so we knew that the score didn't reflect what we did during the game. And we were pretty confident on Bind and Split because we changed some agent, and we knew they had some bad results on it. So we just stayed focused on our own game. We stayed confident, and we were just hungry to take the 2 last maps. So we are really happy to did it.
Well, this is the best you guys have ever looked, you know. You've been very, very consistent. What's the secret behind this form that you guys have managed to find?
Well, we just try to keep focus on our own game. We just try to just grow as a team, and we just try to do better every time we play. We just fix mistake, and we stay together. Like that's 6 months we are playing together now, and I think we are probably the team who played the most of time together. And yeah, we have just a good chemistry together, and we worked a lot. So now we have an organization who follow us and who help us to have a boot camp. That's 2 weeks we are in the office. So now we can work as much time as we want, and we are full focus on the game.
Well, speaking of that chemistry, I think a lot of people have noticed your players are very in sync. You have this kind of synergy. They're always trading for each other and sort of playing off of other people's timings, which is very impressive. Is this something that you guys actively work on, or do you feel like you said, because you've been playing together for 6 months, you're able to grow into that?
I think it's part of the two subjects, because we play a lot, so of course we have some automatism together, and we are working on it too. But one of the things is that players like to play aggressive in the team, so they are not afraid to revenge each other. And of course, it helped a lot when you have pressure in a game. So it's part with the work and with the play style of the players.
And lastly, Team Liquid is going to be your opponent today. What do you think is going to be the biggest challenge for you?
Well, I think they worked a lot this last week, so I think we just need to stay focused on us and don't let Hadil be at his higher level, because he can be just insane. But they are all good players, so we don't underestimate them, and we just stay focused on our own game.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time and for joining me, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, Team BDS have been in this position before. They weren't quite able to overcome FPX at the last Challengers main event, semi-finals Hypoc, but ever since then, they've pretty much beaten every good team in Europe.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they've been one of the most exciting teams for me to watch personally. I think the biggest talking point for these guys still comes back to those kind of individual performances we see across the board. And once again, we find ourselves talking about Akuma and Takas, which is a nice change in terms of the development of this team in my eyes. The Astra switch up in particular has been a big talking point for me. Something I've wanted to see from them is that kind of macro or set play element to their playbook expand a little to take them to the next level. I think if we look at early days of this roster and a few series where it was the Logan show, this step change definitely makes me feel a lot better about sustainable performances going forward and solidifying their consistency.
Well, of course, we've complimented them for their synergy as well, and Pansy, they're looking quite scary coming into this matchup.
They certainly are, and they're one of the teams that probably came in a slightly less expected fashion. I think a couple of names were certainly thrown around, but now they're consistently getting to this point. It's not just like a one-off run or a couple of small results here and there. No, these guys are now pushing through consistently to bare minimum quarters now, pushing towards semis and potentially further. Yes, they don't quite have the big win accolade yet, but it feels like that last hurdle that's eluding them. So they're a fantastic team to keep your eyes on.
They will have a big opportunity today, of course, and Team BDS will be in action a little bit later, but first, Team Vitality will be taking on FNATIC. Now, Pansy, Vitality have been one of the more pleasant surprises we've seen as of late.
Again, for me, it's one of those things where a couple of those names were certainly thrown around initially, right? You had some of the names that kind of came into the scene early and surprised us, but then faded away. But this amalgamation of the team looks quite solid. The recent result, I would say, was a slight overperformance, sure. But, I mean, Brams, had a huge performance. I would argue maybe an upset against Ascend, just because we don't know the consistency yet. That's what we're still waiting for with Vitality. If they can consistently deliver this level of performance, they go drastically up in the rankings. So for me, I'd say they're sitting around top 10, top 15. They have potential to push, but it's that consistency. I wait to see if it comes in again. If it does, then they go into the top 10.
Well, Hypoc, they again have had a question marks over this team a couple times, but there's no better time to peak, right, than now.
No, absolutely. And yes, we could talk about over performances and stuff, but I think Lauren makes a fantastic point. It's around the consistency, right? You can't always rely on somebody stepping up. We talked about actually on the flip side of that with Ascend, right? Is what happens when CNED has a bad game or Keyless has an off game. Starzo falls short. It's one of those things that I guess with time where we can look at them versus a wider variety of teams, we'll probably feel a little better about it.
And speaking of consistency, their opponent probably have also kind of suffered from this. FNATIC, of course, the team that I'm talking about now. They've made some roster changes, Hypoc, and who knew that firepower is what they needed all along?
Yeah, I mean, FNATIC have looked amazing with this roster change. I think it's safe to say, toppling G2 on their way here in very convincing fashion, particularly notable performance actually from Doma alongside the newcomer Durka. I think once these guys kind of find their footing once again and they have an awful lot more to give with this new look. I don't think we've seen the final product yet, not even close. But you're absolutely right. Bringing the firepower in is definitely giving them a little bit of versatility to what they can achieve on a round-by-round basis. But hopefully, they can get back in the lab so we can see some more of that Summon FC magic become a part of their identity once again. This is one of the rosters I'd say I want to see play with Astra the most, because I know they're going to geek out with all of the possibilities.
Well, Pansy, do you feel like maybe this is a honeymoon period for them?
Yeah, I'll 100% say it is, and there's nothing wrong with cruising the honeymoon period. It's just waiting to see what they look like once that subsides a little. Yeah. And honestly, when you bring in firepower like they have, it's so much easier. Changing something, let's say like an IGL, well, that's going to maybe put you in the hole for a little bit. You won't be able to get that same performance. Bringing in an upgrade of firepower is, if anything, going to be able to kind of slot them into good roles, and they seem to be synergizing well. So again, if they can keep the fundamentals in the right place, which I feel Boaster's doing, is just kind of, playing around what they've already got, that great skeleton structure to FNATIC, and then just kind of flesh it out as they go along with a little bit more flair, a little bit more firepower, a little more gusto, which they now bring in. This is a very scary roster now. This should elevate FNATIC substantially, and it's whether or not they qualify now or, push late game, late tournament, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will have to indeed. And Hypoc, you mentioned Doma. He has been on form as always. And I caught up with him earlier and spoke about what his new teammates are bringing to the table. I'm now joined by FNATIC's Doma. Hi, Doma. Welcome to the show. You guys have made a couple of changes now to your team, and that feels like it's relieved a little bit of pressure on you to be the sole kind of impact fragger and carry. What's it been like to play with Durka and Magnum?
Honestly, it's been perfect that I don't play duelist anymore all the time. Derek has taken Jet on Iceball and Ascent, and that means I'm on the Sage, which I really like, in fact. And it just feels nice knowing someone else can really frag out. And for Magnum, he's like a really good anchor on site, really vocal, so it's also really nice playing with him.
Well, a lot of people have theorized that the firepower is kind of what you guys were missing. Would you agree with that?
I kind of do agree, but on the other hand, I don't. It's like 50-50. They did bring a lot of firepower to the team, but that doesn't mean Mo and Shaq did enough. I think the way Durka uses his firepower is really aggressive, and he gets a lot of space, a lot of entries, which maybe we didn't have before. So that's like a big plus to it.
Well, you spoke about the Sage as well. I don't think anyone would have expected you to particularly enjoy this agent. So tell me what you like about playing Sage, especially in comparison to the Rays you usually play with.
It's kind of more of a chill agent. Basically, I just know that Dirk is going to have a really good game. And I'm like, yeah, okay, just go frag out. I'll just stay behind. I'll res you when I need to and heal you. Because when we had the trials, Dirk had dropped like 40 kills, something stupid, like 37. And I was just running behind him on a Sage, just healing him and be like, yeah, I'll just chill, you go res. You just go kill and I'll res you.
Well, I mean, you've done more than just chill as well, because yesterday you had a fantastic performance, a day before yesterday even. But looking ahead today, you have Vitality. What do you make of these guys as an opponent?
I think they're a really tough opponent. I've actually played with their players, Vak, for example, in the past. We actually won it back in like July or something. Yeah, they have a lot of firepower, and from what I've seen, they're really strong, and it's gonna be a good.
It is going to be a good match indeed. Thank you so much, Doma, for joining me, and best of luck with your game.
Thank you.
Well, Hypoc, it was unexpected to see Doma move to that Sage role, but, you know, after everything he said, it's quite a nice surprise to see him sort of step away, knowing the potential Durka has.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just talking about the role dynamic switching up, it's nice to hear the guys build around these newcomers and trusting fully in them to find value, right? This is usually one of the biggest factors for any roster change, particularly in these two roles as the duelist and the sentinel/anchor, right? And considering the step change, it's good to see a level set of stats here across the board. It's not become an immediate crutch, so to say, as you could say, is more prominent with other teams.
Yeah, it's great to see that Doma's almost been kind of boosted a bit more, having Durka by his side. You know, as you guys can see from those average kills, 16.9 and 16.4 are pretty close, Pansy.
Yeah, and I think this also lights a fire under the remaining members of FNATIC.
Absolutely.
They're not above roster changes, right? And it's not like a threat, but it will motivate you when young, hungry players come in and you're like, oh, okay, we gotta grind. All right, fair enough, no worries. So, if anything, this should elevate the rest of FNATIC as well, which is a good thing. And as much as that is a statement to be made on its own, I don't need Boaster to be the fragger in this. That's the thing. You can clearly tell that he's a little bit more macro, a little bit more behind the scenes as well, just kind of, you know, building everything out, the puppet master here. And as long as he is at least on average, he doesn't need to be top fragging, he just needs to be delivering, and he's brought in these young guns around him. That's the perfect synergy. I think that's more than enough. I still don't think you need, you know, top fragging IGLs and all this stuff. Like, yeah, a diamond, you know, maybe it's
Unless
a
you're
super
Angel.
rare. Yeah, of course, right? You get an angel, a 1 in a million, right? Like, not everyone can do that. So, as I said, I think this is the best step for FNATIC, and statistically, looking very good.
And of course, him moving off of that breach as well, I think, has really made a difference in his own individual performance and his teams as well. But now I kind of wanted to quickly look at the map hauls of both of these teams, Pansy, because Vitality have sort of traditionally been taken away the bind, and that is great news for them if that's what they're going to do again today.
Yeah, I mean, it works perfectly, right? You want to take away one of the biggest strongholds for FNATIC, and it's already something within your wheelhouse. It doesn't leave you vulnerable. I think, honestly, looking at both of these semifinals, or these games in front of us, I would say 2-1s across the board, potentially, at this point. I think FNATIC should win it out in this, but the map veto could make it that extended series. If this was just purely, you know, even in a best of 5, maybe they got the right way the veto goes down, it could have been a 2-0. I think Vitality can now push them with this little bit of a gateway being open.
Well, let's have a look at those vetoes now and see what maps they've banned out. Again, just on the side of FNATIC, they like to ban the split. We're not really expecting to see that today. And as you guys can see on your screens, we're going to Haven, Icebox, and Ascent. Now, Hypoc, no bind for FNATIC. Are you concerned at all about the rest of their maps? Because they have looked a little bit shaky on those.
I'm not necessarily concerned, no. I think Haven is a map that leans heavily into kind of what FNATIC want to achieve, right? It's easy to kind of go mad in terms of innovation, be very proactive on the defense, which I think is a really, really strong point for FNATIC in particular. I mean, actually, in the comparison, right, Bind in Haven, you know, statistically, it's 28 wins, 7 losses on both. So I'm definitely not concerned coming into Haven first. I'll be honest, it's more so on Icebox, and that's just in terms of reps, right? So reading into this a little too much. Yes, I think this is a much stronger start for FNATIC, but again, it's whether or not any real prep has been done for Icebox and further into this map veto.
Well, what about Vitality, Pansy? Because they beat Ascend on this map.
Yeah, I'm watching it back. I mean, literally at the start of the day, I was like, I want to refresh my memory on this, because I remember tuning in at the start and it was Ascend leading quite comfortably, and I was like, okay, well, that's going the way I expected, no problem. And then Vitality just do the slow grind back in. They took it into OTs. I think both of the maps that they won on were OT as well. I mean, these guys are kind of slow grinders. So I think FNATIC are going to be tested throughout this, but I do think FNATIC's mid-game adjustments are pretty solid. I don't know enough about this look of Vitality. I don't know their depth. I don't know if they have that ability to kind of have those mid-round adaptations. When you play against the likes of Ascend like they did, your main key point, shut down CNED, deal with the rest, right? Like, that's kind of your key components on this one, and they were able to do that. I think FNATIC's a little bit more of an even spread, so I'm not sure here. This could be a little bit of a different game for them.
And also, of course, Durka versus Brams too on this map. I think I'd be very interested to see how they are going to play around these two players. And of course, Hypoc, you spoke about the Astra as well. We haven't really seen much of that from FNATIC, one of the teams that, you know, you'd assume be a team that can handle this agent. Do you feel like this is the correct place and map perhaps to whip that out?
I definitely think it's a possibility. Like I said earlier, FNATIC are one of the teams I'm most excited to bring Astra into their composition. Haven, I think, is probably the best opportunity to do it. Whether or not we'll see it today, I'm not entirely sure. But that again leans into that kind of homework and kind of the set play and macro element that we expect from FNATIC, right? We want to see them get proactive. And actually, on the flip side of that, a lot of the pressure then leads onto Magnum, right? To allow for this space to be created on the opposite side of the map to achieve these things.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point. Hypoc, we're going to head into Agent Select now and see what they decide to go for. We don't have too much data here on FNATIC, to be honest. On Haven, they like to switch things around a little bit, and they didn't really play this map all that much during the open qualifiers for this event. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Boaster Mini are cooking up over there. But of course, on the side of Vitality Pansy, not that many surprises.
I wouldn't imagine so. Again, I don't know where this roster is on their progression sort of route. Are they looking to already kind of branch out a little further or just drill down the fundamentals here? So for now, maybe just stick to what you know at this point. Maybe don't bring out a curveball. But yeah, eyes on FNATIC if they bring out maybe something a little different, but
there it is.
Sure yet.
I know it's a hover, but more importantly, Hypoc, Durka is not on the Sova. Durka is not on the iconic jet that he plays, but he's on the Sage for this.
Yeah, this is interesting, and again, really the talking point becomes around Sky, right? Is
yeah,
kind of missing that explosive aspect to some of the executions that we're going to see from. So it's actually interesting to see how this works out for them. Again, we've seen a couple of other teams lean towards putting Sage back into the composition, and actually at the cost of a duelist, in particular on Haven. So. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'll be honest, I'm stalling to see if this is a tease or we're going to get Poster locked in.
I mean,
that excites me because that gives me the indication that there's probably going to be some geeking out, which is what we love to see from these boys.
And of course, Mystic on Sky. Yeah, locked in right there. What do you make of that, Pansy? Are you happy?
I am, because I'd say between FPX and FNATIC, they are the geeky teams, right? If you want to be that harsh. I'd say Sliggy's up there too, like theoretically, but then he's brought in Yampy, who's just like, me go kill. So, you know, that gets put to the side for now. But I like the concept of waiting to see what the top tier teams do with Astra, because I wasn't thoroughly blown away when I first saw it by high-end teams, because they didn't get much time to put her into practice. It kind of, you know, came out there already in deep runs in tournaments that weren't actually allowing her to be played yet. So when we went to the open side of things, we're like, oh, these teams really have worked out some nice pieces. This is now a tier 1 team playing with Astra, so I'm really excited to see it.
I am too as well. Well, it is time for us, ladies and gents, to head into this map and this game. And of course, it's a qualification map, a lot on the line here. Pansy and Hypoc take us through Haven.
With absolute pleasure, Yinsu. This is going to be a belter of a game, I feel, Hypoc. I mean, looking at this on paper, you've got to say FNATIC do hold the cards, but then we have to take into account roster changes have come in, and they have been bested in the past by some quite aggressive, fast-paced teams, potentially bringing in high tempo, vitality, and overperformance off the back of someone like Brams. Now that is something to keep in mind. If he has another big boy series, this could be a bit sketchy for FNATIC.
It could, well, and actually notable performance from Loki as well, in particular on this map. So. I mean, for me, it's actually a big positive that we're going to see FNATIC start on defense. That's where we know that they're probably going to get very proactive. We know that they like to go for this early round control. This time around, though, it's one of the few times we've actually seen FNATIC lean away from A on the pistol. So this is a big switch up, actually.
And I wonder how much vitality, if they're prepped for this, they should know more than we do, right? Like that's a simplistic way to kind of look at this. Is it looks like they're considering to take at least top A long control. Or Garner Jet, and you can see Astra coming into play on this. Loki's still going to try and get the information that he can from it, but actually the fall away from Sky. First contact made through mid. Magnum with a bit of a trade out of damage, and Jesmond should be just fine healed up.
Well, the feelers sent out by Vitality initially. You can see Oster still just happy to sit back on flat on C site. Oh, you saw a ping go down there. Whether or not Oster's position was actually noted there, but we'll get contact. Vac gonna flash in now, so the wall actually straight away comes through. And, yeah, Vitality, as soon as they see all that utility, they hit this rotate. I mean, they obviously saw Astra, they saw the Sage Wall and the nade come out, so they know that that's three members of FNATIC noted.
Now, they should be able to get a spike plant uncontested. I don't think you're going to be able to stop that by now. It's more about the kind of play back in off the back. And where's this plant go for? Kind of, okay, bit of long, bit of short, playable from both. Vac still has a little bit of utility to get that scout down towards CT, and FNATIC on the retake now. They've got a fair bit of their utility left. A flash as well. Dirk are going to be going in, and here we go. There's a crossfire. Double stack towards Hell and one towards Graffiti. That's going to be rough to break. I want to see if this new addition of Astra makes a difference. Not so far. Sender just puts him right back to bed, and oh, this crossfire is not breaking.
No, beautiful stuff from Vitality there. And again, the timing on the utility, just absolutely perfect. I'll be honest, the only thing really Vitality had left in the tank was the recon. As soon as it came back off cooldown, like you said, it was actually FNATIC that looked better on the retake in terms of that utility, which is surprising considering what was invested over on C-Long, right? As soon as Vitality showed a little presence, but again, the crossfire just so tough to break, especially on a pistol round, right? Really have that opportunity for somebody to swing around and just pop off and clear a few angles for you.
All right.
Vitality will close that out.
Very nice. And also, chat, look, we had some fun recently. They're on Classic, so I get to talk to you this round. I want to see your most creative spam. I want to see it. It better be good. Gonna have a little bit of a mid cleanup here for Vac. No problem there. This is Classics and not much else. So don't worry too much. If anything exciting does happen, we'll let you know. And I'm glad someone has noticed our double denim coming out. Nice work from Brams, but again, no problems there. All effectively traded, and the spike is going to be making its way safely towards C as well. So I'm glad people noted the double denim.
It is denim day.
It is. I don't know if Yinsu heard. I think she was early.
Yesterday, like a weirdo.
Who does it at the Davids? Get it together, Yinsu.
Spike planted.
All right, spike down. And again, let's see if any guns could be maybe taken away. It doesn't really... It's not that it doesn't matter. It's just... It'd be low impact if they can do it, because I doubt they're going to get enough to force uncomfortable repurchases. So maybe I'm underestimating Mystic and Durka here, but let's see what they can get out of this. First spot towards mid.
I was going to say Durka not spotting Loki initially, but Mystic will deal with him. Again, just looking to do as much damage as possible, and to be honest, utility-wise, Vitality hold on to a lot of it. Other than Jesmond, really, and only for 2 deaths. Brams 2 away from the ultimate, so again, actually, economically, he's not looking too bad. We would usually look to a Jet to maybe play the Blade Storm out if they did fall in this previous round, but I don't think it's going to be a huge issue for them. Yeah, and actually, Bram's actually going to throw a rifle into this. He can afford to purchase down there, and I mean, look at it, he's still better off than some of his teammates, to be honest. Actually,
what, Sound 2.2 after that? Not bad. Have a bit of that. All right, and in we go. This is the, I guess, the bonus for Vitality, but it's got some teeth to it. I mean, you do have the big boy rifle on Bram, so eyes towards what he can achieve in this one. The rest, of course, of FNATIC are gunned up, geared up, no problems there. But you don't want to lose this one. It looks like a B piece from Vitality, just a kind of, not necessarily a slow creep middle, but creep middle, pop flash in. This is FNATIC Counter-Strike era back in the day, so by brand, but the wrong team. But already they've taken over a decent portion of mid. Spike should be planted. I don't think anything can really... Ooh, no, it's down, it's down.
Oh, so unlucky there. You can just see the elbow of the plant. Can't get any damage down. Vitality actually holding pretty close contact. Yeah, Magnum will deal with Jesmond. The rip here.
Look at the wrap. Look at the wrap from Brands. Look, just keep your eyes on Brands. Now this is going to be everything. Now that wall doesn't scare the life out of me yet. Keep your eyes on Brams, because the defuse now is halfway. He needs to get there right here, right now, otherwise this one is over. He gets the first, but it's not the diffuser. He lets Durka get away with it, and that's all done. Brilliant
It's deja
work.
vu. Literally, Brams can't spot the plant from A-Link, just like they couldn't, sorry, the diffuse, just like FNATIC couldn't see the plant from there. Again, the wall actually being placed at this way, inside the Astrosaur is actually perfect, because they're spamming away and they've got all 4 chunks of it to clear. Really nice recovery from FNATIC there.
I'm really impressed. I don't even mind the work from Brams there. The intention was great. It puts him, at least economy now gets to kind of even it out with the Blade Storm. So it happens, right? That was just a nice play from FNATIC rather than I feel a huge mistake from him. He just wasn't able to get to it. So quite like that contact mid though. I think it's a great idea. If you still have those SMGs, you're still working with a little less than, you know, you'd want, bring it to those close quarter sort of angles. It's theoretically a really nice idea. Now, Vitality going to give away the kind of, you know, alarm bell start to ring. Boaster has a little look, but he gets a lot for it, actually. Brown's gone is a big bit of impact. Magnum in support, through by the garage, and now they've lost the 2 points of contact they were working on, potentially for that C split.
Flash goes out on a long... No info going to be gathered off that, but... Mystic will hear the response flash, and again, Vitality not subtle about this approach whatsoever. You give away the audio cue as well. The rotation's already come through as well, so going to be in a good position to meet this. Mystic will find one, but quickly trade it out. FNATIC now considering just backing up and playing numbers on this retake. They've got Boaster on the flank as well, which is creating extra problems for Vitality.
Yeah, he's the eventual safety net right now. Sender actually gets overwhelmed there. I thought he might have been good for a one-for-one trade. This puts it in Loki's hands, and yeah, overwhelmed, too many angles. You know, nice work from FNATIC, kind of good timing, good spacing, and you could see them, even if that player then did go down, there was going to be the trade potentially from Heaven or from Boaster coming up. So, keeping things safe. The fundamentals for FNATIC looking solid. 3 alive, 3 rifles maintained, and they suffer through what could have been probably the scary round from Vitality, but let's roll it back to the start, Hypoc, because I feel like that was the big moment. That first pick on Long, and then the work from Magnum in towards kind of Garage to get that second kill, and suddenly, that's not necessarily the round over and done with, but that's the hard work achieved there for FNATIC.
It is indeed, and actually just building on that as well, the fact that Mystic's got the confidence to dip his toes before, you know, Vitality have really got entry onto the site, and then FNATIC saying, you know what, play numbers here. We want to just take the retake. And Mystic finding the 1 kill. Do you know what? I'm actually fine with, even if he just does damage and dies. The fact that he finds 1 just makes it even easier. Good risk management on the side of FNATIC. They're not actually going to send any damage down. And this is important, actually. Just in these early rounds, Boaster is showing no presence.
Exactly. I wanted to highlight this as well, is I feel like they're letting Vitality have a crack at it. I feel like FNATIC are feeling them out. They're playing very standard. I'm not seeing too much defensive-sided aggression. I'm not seeing any weird and wacky plays yet, which we know FNATIC potentially have. They're playing very standard and just getting a great read on Vitality at this point.
That's actually terrifying for Vitality, because it's at what moment where FNATIC want to make that pace change.
Yep.
I've got your trail.
Okay. Seeker's going down. And now, keep in mind, I was very impressed with Durka on this site last time around. We got to see him in the open route at this point. We first checked in on this new look team of FNATIC. I was very impressed with the synergy he had. Now, Sender, though, really catching him off guard, but Durka's still there keeping this together. Finally, it's Durka again. That's the value he brings. 2 big bailout kills to bring this into a 2v1, where Vac is your last man alive for Vitality. 30 HP. Spike not quite to hand. He's trying to be cautious in retrieving. He does get it. And now looks for the 1v2. They're both stacked up towards CT. If he's praying, desperate for one to make a mistake, give him that first step. He wants to get aggressive on this. Not necessarily a bad choice. If he can get that first pick, now it's game on. Perfect play from Vac. That was the right move to make. He has to try and be the proactive player. Now, let's see what he can do. No, he's got the spike down. Booster! Brilliant usage of Astra just to slow him down. No escaping.
It's just a really good read again, knowing that he's going to stick to the fuse there and the utility going to be most effective. Boaster will clutch it out. And do you know what? I'm actually with you. I like the fact that Vac went aggressive there. He tried to take some control back. Again, Durka holding the line here. Really nice play from him. And again, this is off the back of the wall in response to the Seekers. Gives them a little cubby to play out of.
And that just speaks to Durka. I mean, their 2 kills, they don't seem super flashy, but that situation could be so different if he got overrun initially. He didn't overstep, he wasn't panicked, and oh, is this a set piece? This could be super nice. Is there any damage that comes off that? Not so much, but look at the aggression that goes with it. Loki's gonna be chipped away at. They need some damage now, but no, Vitality, handle them. That's a problem. That's a lot of rifles now ready to be upgraded. Brams, yeah, he's 5 HP, but he's gonna just fly on through. I like the intention. You could see it there with the Astra utility, the pain shell coming on in. It made sense. It didn't quite land though.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and this was a scrappy investment on the side of Vitality. So the fact that they've now got Phantom 2 Vandals and the Spectre, low HP, yes, and Vac has fallen, so no possibility of the heal. Looks like actually Magnum considering investing the lockdown still. And Bosa's in a brilliant position to catch them on long, but Loki going to be the important man to keep your eye on here. He's playing close on sandbags. He does get cleared, actually. And we are going to see the lockdown invested.
They go, okay. They know, maybe they know how much damage they've done across the board, and Boast is feeling himself today. And you can see as to why FNATIC out of nowhere, but Brams left in the 1v1, and time, it's gone. There's nothing more the Boaster can do. A valiant attempt, but Brams may not live through this. Maybe he does, but what it does mean is it's a round back on the board, and the first time FNATIC threw a little bit of aggression, I don't mind it. This is what we're talking about, though. Let's kind of talk bigger picture here. So Vitality can get the purchase coming in. They'll be fine on that. FNATIC a little bit lighter on purchase. We'll see what they do to spread the wealth. But talk big picture here. This was the aggressive maneuver that, well, this was the play back in, but talk about the aggressive move at the start. FNATIC were playing a very standardized game, which I don't mind. You come in, you just set the pace as you want, and then you throw in those kind of off-pace rounds, those kind of off-kilter rounds. And it could have worked. I mean, let's say that grenade down long worked with Astra's utility coming in. They all got stuck in it, loads of damage done. But gotta say it, Vitality are a pretty spicy side. It's not like they're not gonna, give a bit back. So, bit of a reminder for FNATIC to, okay, we can't get away with that sort of play, but let's see what we can work with.
And look at it, it's actually a little bit of conditioning on the side of there. I'm talking about the Astra utility in particular. Yes, we saw that proactive push previously, but star being placed at the start of the round, again, Vitality can see that. They have to anticipate on which round it actually uses. Yeah, FNATIC actually going to shut down this push into Garage very quickly. Brams and Vac will fall. Sender spotted out by the alarm bot. Pretty well not actually going to pull him into harm's way. Oh, Magnum actually nearly catching him with a spam through the dark cover on the way out, but no damage. And FNATIC now 2-man advantage here. Vitality looking to reset, but spread very thin. It's Loki in a weird lurk outside B, maybe to oh, Doma, please.
One of you check,
please.
Joe, I hope Jensen doesn't even.
Oh, my word.
Okay. Jensen's further ahead, but Mystics on the case still. Sender's right there. And now the crunch comes in, and Loki's got him. So safe plant with a little bit of buffer, but a 2v3 to work with. So how do they want to approach this? A little bit of utility on either of the players. Sender's gone a little bit aggressive, and again, aggression in post plants is great because you have to kind of work down the numbers. That's one. He does. Look at the second so close. Boaster is nearby this. Investing heavily again into this round. Boaster wants to clear it, and does. Now down to the 1v1. Boaster called upon again to try and do some work with this. That utility needs to be used. Clears up the site, but he doesn't quite work out. The Loki was holding a deeper off angle.
Fortunately, Boaster just misses Loki
30 seconds left.
passing his line of sight, but this is this was painful to watch. The fact that Sender actually gets here as well, and finally it gets pinged. I think Sender actually spotted him when he popped in to set up his dark cover there. I don't even think it looked like he had his smokes out, right? So he spotted him inside the dark cover setup. That's actually insane.
Okay, 4-3. Nice game so far. Now the money, we already said it was kind of getting in the bin for FNATIC. And we are down to the odds and ends. Sender waiting for this. Good read. Nice little pick there. Perfect angle for it. And now further problems ahead. Magnum actually bails out one of these kills, but at this point, kind of down to 3. Back going for a bit of an invest on this, maybe just to ensure safety and maybe feel out that stacker if there's any problems.
Well, straight away there, Sender reacting off the Seekers. The one Seeker goes towards a lobby in that note. That then is the green light. They know. Actually, Doma going to invest the showstopper here. Only a little bit of damage done onto Vac. Tries to turn the flash, but can't. Oki will land that one out, but investment on both sides to actually Magnum. Wow. Nice headshot there with the Spectre. This stick, unfortunately, a swing and a miss, and now they're going to hit the brakes and rotate away because Loki once again slipped into B site. I love that switch up. It's always good to see teams react off those Seekers. 2 go towards Garage, 1 goes towards A lobby. They know that they can come through and hit A, and Sender actually TPs onto site.
Now Magnum got himself the rifle, no armor, of course.
He's read this perfectly.
He has, but Loki's got the way better angle. Loki's positioning so far in just like small fights has been really nice. Hard to lock down. Let's just kind of talk about Vitality now because they have kind of pushed themselves into a leading position. We're at 5-3 here. And thus far, their post plants have been decent. They've been getting on the sites. When FNATIC were playing a little bit more default on buys, they were kind of keeping them at bay. Once they got a little fruity with it, got a little, you know, try to switch things up, it did seem to catch him out, but maybe going back to kind of the basics might work on this one. Vitality, I'm interested to see what they actually try and do now on a more standard round. It looks like an all-in C piece. You do have a little bit of a split, maybe from Cypher or just kind of late controlling around middle. And this might be the contact play with Brams leading this one.
I see, again, the adjustment, Boaster will find Brams inside the smoke there, but the shock dart uses, they've noted now the Killjoy setup. They deal with that utility immediately before trying to explode, but Boaster well equipped.
You don't hit those?
Not that often, no.
Learn your lineups, Hypoc, jeez.
Yeah. You should really have a lineup for that center side crossing behind the smoke.
I mean, you don't have that.
Once again, though, Vitality are going to react perfectly off this. They know now the res invested. They're going to have a good opportunity.
Hypoc, think about it. Last time they did this, right, they hit the brakes for a second. They went for that initial C hit the brakes, and they went for that A piece. Now they've shown intention. They've shown a little bit of leg. They've left Sova over there a little bit. And this is just it's the double pump, right? A classic coin from Counter-Strike that I will be bringing to Valorant. The double pump fake. Now they've already got in their heads, and this is gonna be a spike plant with 0 contest.
Seekers and the lockdown available for FNATIC if they want to best it here. Boaster's got to be really careful. Look at this. That's a little bit of a crossfire set up from Sender, but he does get dealt with. Seekers invested back. Will actually dip his toes, find another kill as well. Look at the readjustment from Jesmond. The Seekers now, the 2v2, revealed both players.
Player standing.
He's got the ult. That's going to be halfway achieved. Oh, the nade's so good!
Oh, it's
Doma!
perfect.
He's having none of it. Didn't even need the gun. And there's the defuse. FNATIC on the retake. Now, I love the intention from Vitality. Really good just mid-round call, potentially, just off the back of what happened in those previous rounds, or simply just a good read. But the retake from FNATIC, above expectation.
And actually, I feel like initially everything kind of went Vitality's way. They got a lot of value from just playing this so deep.
Player standing.
Thank you, Mr. Doma, I guess.
That'll work.
Brams actually into the operator now. Bladestorm available, Neural Theft and Vac one away from the Seekers. I feel like Sky players just get their ultimate on. Just it's so good as well because you throw the Seekers down and any kills you get, even if you die, right? 2 kills and then a death brings you straight back to 50%. It's actually crazy. Brams will pop Bladestorm. Actually, any damage initially with that. I'm not sure how many knives he's ended up with, but that's it. Creep away and look at this. Vitality are already so deep up sewers.
Like just default playing retake now?
Well, they have the lockdown, so they can give up A.
Yeah.
But it's risky.
it seems like they're very well prepared for a potential mid lurk. I mean, now the timing's gonna be everything. You can see the Jetsman's gonna push up just as the hit comes in, so attention's definitely split between that. And this will kind of isolate the sky that's gonna be towards heaven. And it slows it down because that Cypher's a pain in the ass, honestly. Yesmond is just going to be playing this like quite patiently over by doors. Does get caught by Boaster. Very well done there. That opens up the retake now. That's kind of alleviated the pressure on the 3 by B. So now they can start working through. There is the Killjoy investment. Here comes that utility.
Taking over. Also, Sender once again aggressive in heaven. This time he's going to double down. FNATIC now burst back onto site. 3 detained off the back of this, actually. They have an opportunity to stick the fuse.
No. How far can they get this? Dirk is on it right now. Boaster doing the best he can, but Vac knows what's in front of him. He has to try and stop this defuse. He's got the chance and he gets the kill. Vac's done maybe just enough now. And Boaster flashed up on the spike, swings over. Vac denies. Huge round from Vac.
Oh my word. And just a small thing to note, it's the second time we've seen Magnum go for this kind of off position with the lockdown. And right here, it gives Vitality, again, like I said, the second chance to position accordingly. Yes, they detained 3 as part of that, but it's the fact that somebody's able to stay so close on long, and that's the only reason Vac can really have an opportunity to look back in to deny that. What a fantastic play from Vac, though.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. So, low end buy coming out. Frenzies, Spectres, a little bit of armor behind it from Magnum and Mystic. Going for a little bit of a mid-presence piece, just trying to get up close. Doma being played in off the attention that was drawn towards double doors, but Jesman's having none of that. And this is smooth sailing. They've taken site control. Spike can be ferried across when, you know, the timing's right, which it is. You've even got Sender being up close now. Sender's found some nice room to work in the aggression that he brings out, and it's nothing too fancy about it. It's well placed and it's well timed, and I'm surprised that FNATIC have been caught by it. Not necessarily in this round, but roll your mind back to the last.
Back actually going to go fully aggressive on that one. Can't be closed out,
Last
but
round in the half.
again, that's only the second time the Boaster's really shot, and it's on their lesser buy, so I understand why he wants to get aggressive here. It's the second time he's been shut down. Vitality, in terms of contingency, they just seem really well prepared for any of this kind of FNATIC early round play that we would expect.
They've absolutely shut it down.
I gotta say, it's Sender actually having a hell of a game. Look at it now. Yeah, he's 13-7, just behind Vaku, and we know has been the last man standing in a few post plants. So into this last round of the half, Doma one off the showstopper, Boaster with the Cosmic Divide. The only thing really available for FNATIC on the side of Vitality, 3 ultimates. They look to aggress onto B site.
Gonna be Doma to deal with the initial play. You've got Vac trying to get the attention, but actually he gets the kill. Okay, Brams finds Mystic. Now Doma, overdone. Brams is just on one, just flies on in, and we're already down to just 3 standing for FNATIC here. Durka trying to catch one on the way out, but Vitality already starting to spread through this one, creep their way around. The Seekers go out. Magnum did get Brams in that, though. So back to the 3v3, but none of these kills are coming easily.
The Gravity Well will catch Vac in the open. Loki now, no utility left except for that. Cosmic Divide goes up. That's going to protect the Sage Wall. Nothing at all Loki can do here to get back through that.
Nasty little combo.
Yeah, really nice combo.
Switching sides.
Okay, let's review Hypoc. I mean, 7-5 is a very good scoreline, I'd say, for Vitality coming out of the gates. We were looking to see if there's a big performer from this, potentially. You know, if we have whomever it may be it Brams or whomever. Sender really took the bull by the horns, I feel, in this one. And overall, Vitality's play has been bang on.
It has. And like I said, it's just how prepared they are. They're able to react so well off anything the FNATIC show. And actually talking about it early on in that half, straight away from the utility invested on that C long push. Was it the pistol round or was it round 2? I can't even remember. But as soon as they saw that utility, they're like, cool, hit the brakes. Let's go back A. And they find themselves literally a free site.
Alright, FNATIC. Look at the walk mid as
Look
well,
at
coming
it.
out from Vitality.
This is so quick.
They're
going to be able to wrap
Yeah, they're going to
immediately.
get everything. Now, it depends how much Jesmond moves to get the idea that there's something wrong here. No one's fought him towards that kind of backside. But, you know, he's already got himself so kind of far into this. Again, like, the information between these two teams is going to be super weird. They've got to have a good idea that there is something weird happening around the back of Boaster. Now going to be called upon. He gets one, but the did... You know, Magnum found another as well. Loki there, here we go. Vitality now starting to cause problems for this playback through for FNATIC.
2 members remain. It's Vac and Loki.
Last player
Coming
standing.
up, and Vac will fall at the top along. Loki, last man standing, a 1v3 in this pistol round, and Durka gonna close things out. Big round for FNATIC. Actually, it's not often we see them trailing when they start on defense on Haven. So if they can immediately come back into this with the round 2 conversion, feel much better about this half. But just again, the pace at which just the immediate walk mid gives them so much time to get this retake going early. And actually, I think the fact that they back up so far away, the wall goes down, blocking off towards defensive spawn. You can see here it allows FNATIC to read the situation so well. They can post one person watching Heaven, they retake sewers. It's actually a beautiful round to watch play out.
Well, this is the perfect, you know, build back for FNATIC, and Vitality are not really stopping. They want all the information. They want to go on fact-finding missions, which, as you can see there, they are definitely getting. In this round, though, it is Buckies and some classics, kind of doing the dirty right back to FNATIC. That's absolutely fine by me. If you start this, you know, you live by the Bucky or you die by the Bucky. And right now, Bram's dying by it. Durka, they're going to use that Ghost to perfection. Spike going to be going down, and post-plant begins.
Ball actually going to be really, really awkward here. Durkee will hop up. Find a kill on the back of it. Doma will find another Loki now. Bucky in hand. Trying to find something. Doma actually will get plucked out of the sky. 22 HP remains though. And a 1v4. Matter of time here, or to be honest, whether or not you can do any further damage. The economy of FNATIC and look like, I mean, even in this range, yeah, not going to get much else done. And it's unfortunate that Brams actually switches out to the classic to deal with the boombot, and it almost plays out perfectly for him. He has an opportunity to switch back. He throws down a cloud burst, but actually Durka just bursts all the way through it. The fact he faked out with the classic there and had an opportunity with that Bucky to play really close contact on the door could have done some real damage to FNATIC.
He could have done. Now, Biowise, trying to be the instigators with a Bucky, a couple of Spectres, the rifle for Durka. This should be a lockdown for Vitality, but I'm sure FNATIC have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. But a bit of a stack going out towards A as well for the defending side. They have 3 players here, and actually Bram's going to stick around on this one. Does find Boaster, and Loki did get Doma, so as it stands, advantage does sit with Vitality, but FNATIC are on the site suddenly. And now there's problems aplenty. 3 players alive. Durka, yes, maybe low, but luckily, a couple of healers around.
Just going to stack up and find that. Actually, Durka and Magnum going to get back to 100 HP. Sender might catch one, but oh, the Nano Swarm's perfect.
It's so good.
Just breaks him off the angle. I think he wasn't going to catch the timing anyway. Revive invested on this one as well, as FNATIC want to make sure their bonus round is converted. Sender, a lot to do now on a 1v3, but does have a Phantom. Doma and Mystic down to 44 and 54 HP respectively, and no armor on Magnum, so doable, but Sender may be considering backing away and see if
that rifle.
Yeah, see if he can hold on to this Phantom.
Yeah, and what a way to get some upgrades out for FNATIC as well. That's 3 rifles they can now take away. They only had 1 at the beginning.
That was a 3-man stack on A site as well for Vitality. And they got the first 2 kills, right?
Yep.
So it actually came down to a 3v3 for FNATIC. On site, I mean.
Yeah, there shouldn't... It shouldn't have gone that way, really. As weird as that sounds. But look, you take the wins that are in front of you, and FNATIC pulling a bit of a rabbit out the hat on that, and that's going to send Vitality's economy packing. I mean, yeah, they get to keep over the rifle with Sender, but beyond that, a couple of Sheriffs, Spectres, they're kind of in the position that FNATIC were just in. But look, FNATIC can be their own biggest enemies sometimes, so I'll have to wait and see if they can actually convert this cleanly.
Looking at actually in this round, obviously Sender did hold on to that, nearly actually getting shut down, but has to reinvest onto the armor. Looking at Bram's 2 off the Bladestorm, really not many tools to
Need that back.
make their buy much better in this round, but actually brings out with a Spectre on C long here and doesn't take too much damage. FNATIC will just retrieve the ult orb. The boasters online.
I do like seeing even the mods. You can't out Bucky FC. Unless Vitality are able to bring Sender into this in a impressive manner. This should be clean for FNATIC. They did at least get the first, and you can see quite carefully trying to play as a pack here and make sure they at least trade effectively. Side control has now been gained. Watching towards that C connector. I think Jet slipped on in. Sender, there it is. Okay. So the gun's online, they know where it is. The big boy gun that got taken away into the next round. That's a chunk of damage too. Okay, there's still a bit of threat here. Now it's...
But yeah, deals with that again. They tried to convert that damage down onto Magnum. Behind wooden box, but load of utility popped out. Rams will find the headshot here. So it brings it to a 3v3. Vac perfectly times that swing and Magnum will get shut down. We know he's on 5 HP. Boaster has to show his hand here, but
no.
Loki hops off the defuse and will close this out. A big win for Vitality to tie it up at 8-8 off of, you gotta say, nothing, really.
How do you lose that fight from Vac in middle? Like, Sender was meant to be a dangerous player.
They had the turret for contact as well.
Yes.
On garage doors.
And then they both face...
Yeah.
Well, tell a lie, I guess he caught Doma, but still...
Yeah. It's a full-on wide swing, and at that point, I mean, Doma falls, Magnum's 5 HP. Yeah. I still take the Spectre in that scenario 7 days of the week.
Yeah, I'm terrified when I see this for FNATIC. Those rounds are meant to be the freebies almost, right? They're the ones that you're meant to be able to kind of grind through. But look, it is what it is. 8-8, Vitality, Vac again, just pulling some of these rounds out of nowhere. And the 4-man stack towards mid for now. Looks towards mid. Dirk has just cracked it open. Grams goes down, and now they're just going to hit towards B. Or at least give the idea they're hitting towards B. Utility invested looks extremely similar to the previous round.
It's a fake?
Yeah, exactly that. It is a huge fake. But Jetsman does at least get one, so he might be able to know that this is not going to be that same B hit. Now, the flag's going to be catched, at least for now, in the back lines. This should be it here. There it is. And now a 2v3 begins.
Take flight. Spike
Another
planted.
couple of seconds there and Durka can tuck under window and he almost definitely finds that kill. Loki will spot out Doma. Now you're just going to slow down any advance on his part. Magnum actually going to come all the way back around.
Last player standing.
Primary flank. Mystic will find one. Loki last man standing in his position was already noted. Magnum there to greet him. A really, really nice round from FNATIC. And once again, I mean, the wall cuts off B, but it also cuts off the default plant position on C as well. So it leaves Vitality guessing.
And I loved even the start of that round, the whole like kind of implying that same piece might be coming back through, but obviously limited information and vision as well with the investment from the Astra. Again, the thing that I'll always give to FNATIC is you can tell that they do their homework. They've got a lot of like small set pieces in mind that are very well considered. And whether or not they always work out, we yet to see. But we do see a double stack up on long, and I want to keep my eyes on that. See if Sender gets a little aggy, maybe. He's got the SMG, so might just build off the back of that flash. Just goes in anti-flash, turns around, finds Boaster. Good play there, but he can't convert anymore. Already the ultimate comes out from low key. I don't think he found as much as he wanted. Magnum overwhelms. And now you're going to be down to 3 players alive. Rez comes in as well, so FNATIC back up to full force.
Bram's actually no progress elsewhere, but make that much of a difference. You can see Magnum now has the opportunity to just sit and play off his turret. FNATIC actually anticipating them coming and try and retrieve these weapons, and look at that. Loki will find a trade though. Look at that though, Durka actually just walled off the Vandal. He can't retrieve the weapon. Bram's on the flank now with the Bladestorm. Could do huge damage to FNATIC though.
He's got to get so many though, and he gets none of it. Oh.
And Loki didn't get a weapon. He still just got the sheriff. That wall from Durka is just, it's actually borderline BM.
Nasty.
Report this man.
Nasty. Oh, Loki. He's not having a nice round, is he? It's all feeling a bit rough. Yeah, Poster with the kindness in the end puts him down. Don't worry, mate. On to the next one. Double digits now in the pocket of FNATIC here. Vitality, what more can you bring? We've got to wait for that money to start looking a little bit prettier, which it is this round. We should have the full purchase coming out. It's quite interesting. Brams and Jesmond being the quieter two here. For the squad at least, and this was just...
Yeah. Yeah.
How's it make you feel there, that one?
I mean, it's missing the first one and then dashing into the wall. Like, he didn't even escape away from it. There's an opportunity for him to reset if he does dash into window, but... Looking at this one, this is a big turning point for me. I mean, whether or not we see Vitality get aggro here, they don't really have any playmaker ultimates. They have... See, Jesmond, the Neural Theft Sender with his TP, but on defense, they aren't really ultimates we look towards. But look at the stack right now. It's literally Jesmond on one side of the map, and he's not even playing C-Site, and 4 members, well, Bram's actually now reconsidering it. Looks like we might see a bloodbath over A lobby here.
Okay, Banana Massacre coming out, double flash on either side, and everyone's blind, but it's Sender who dies. FNATIC just gonna keep bullying their way through this if they can. Vac, though, up for the fight, gonna put his flash... They're just trading out utility, man.
Word.
This is brutal. They've seen it all
And he's
as
gonna
well.
get sucked. It's poetic. Vac just absolutely done dirty.
Because, like, vacuum or...
Yep. Thank you.
I like that. Golf clap. That was a bit fast for a golf clap, but, you know. Forgive my lacking performance. Loki, Brams, and Jesmond, though. Oh, Brams, this is brave of you. Do you keep going? Do you keep going? You do. Ooh, it's... When did you get that? When and where did you get that? He does catch Mystic and gets away with his life, which is quite surprising, honestly. And now 4v3. They've made it feasible.
Yeah, there's FNATIC still... Oh, no, they could line up. Loki, fortunately, has shut down before he has the opportunity. Wall going to go down once again.
30 seconds left.
Plenty of time for it to reinforce. Bram's already in heaven, though. Get any damage. It's there. And this is... yeah, I mean, you got to save at this point.
Yep.
You have to just look for exits. This is going to be FNATIC on 11 rounds. I know Vac and Loki were very low financially coming into this, whether or not we're going to be able to muster together an SMG purchase, but... Look at it. I mean, no other big ultimates coming online out of this round for Vitality, which is, you know, that's the contingency plan, right? You lose the round, but you have a good opportunity to come back in the next with, in terms of weaponry or the ultimates. But straight away there, the proactive intent from Vitality just shut down. Shut down by FNATIC.
FNATIC now going through the motions. Their economy's going to start to swell. You're already seeing, you know, post-purchase 6k, 8k. It's 7 on Doma as well. Everyone's starting to look pretty healthy in this, as obviously on the other side, you were asking what sort of buy they could maybe fashion, and it's not a particularly great one.
No charges left.
Clean first blood, actually, from Brams. Unlucky not to get the second. Oh, sorry, the first blood actually came... No, it was Sender that fell first. My mistake.
How dare you? How dare you make a mistake, Hypoc?
You're never allowed to be wrong with a caster.
Casters.
Iron caster.
I don't... Don't be mean to us, all right? We pretend we have big egos, but we're very sensitive. And as might be the players double stack towards Garage right now. They're not feeling so good. Please put them down. Oh, just let them get away. But the flank, Brams, another opportunity. The last time it was always taken on the first.
Just misses him.
Nightmare. The timing. If he just maybe lurked out a little longer, played with a couple more seconds, he could have had something with it. But the timing not on his side, and neither is this round. FNATIC taking strides now.
Match point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised the purchase coming back is that good from Vitality, to be honest. Back actually going to opt for a weapon over the armor. Desmond down the light armor, and the Back has an opportunity to obviously get his Seekers online as well here.
Chat just caught up to your moment.
I was trying not to look.
Map point, not match point, don't worry. And yes, a couple of the ultimates coming around. In fact, not far off his. Jesmond getting a little aggy here.
Here.
So I actually posted up.
Taking that back. Blocking vision.
Ready to greet him. Look at this side, the split comes through, and it's actually going to fall onto Sender. Huge paranoia though, but Lockdown invested in Garage with the wall over window, and that's why Boaster's positioned here. This is a brilliant execution from FNATIC, but as Vitality finds the kills, it's actually Vac to find two. Will get dealt with finally. Sender responds with 2 kills as well. That was actually such a good execution, but Vitality just hold the line by literally fragging out.
The intentions are... It's hard as a caster. You see like really good theory crafted pieces and having the right intention, but then as said, sometimes you're gonna get just a Vac just doubling down on a kill here or there, or then you get Sender finding so much space to just do him dirty. It's rough to see, and I think, you know, for now Boaster's gonna just have to accept fate in this. And will be 9 potentially on the board for Vitality in the next couple of seconds. Now, if their economy is as weak as remaining, maybe taking down another player could be big. At 5 HP to do it. Obviously, keep in mind that FNATIC's money is perfectly fine, so they should be trying to chase down guns and try and keep them humble. Forcing a rebuy on 3 players is quite, you know, costly, and it would have potentially held them up. You can see 3k on 2 of the players there, so that could have been a potential issue if another had been lost and they were all forced back in. But yeah, I mean, Vac. And then, was it Sender on long who just turns around and just like, oh, look at that, the double dip. You kidding me? Inhuman reactions.
You'll see a Hiko spam at some point in the next 3 minutes, I'm sure.
I can't wait to cast Hiko again. Like, I just want to go to Iceland for that. Like, can you guys send me just so, you know, maybe I could cast Hiko? I don't know. I kind of miss casting that guy. It's exciting. But what is exciting is Vac in this game, because he's been trying to find... Oh, no. We don't do that. We don't do these things. We don't go walking around potential choke points with a bit of a flash in our hands, do we? Cost you your life. And now at a 4v4, Mystic getting way further ahead than I thought it might be. This is getting a little weird for FNATIC. Huh?
Durka just got found through the smoke in mid. Boaster actually on a good timing here. I don't think they did.
Oh, Boaster's on for a massive moment here, and he will play this one right. That's going to be 2-spotted. Great discipline from Boaster. Don't whiff it. Nice, Boaster.
Thank God.
Oh, don't. That was scary. That was scary, but it works. 13-9. FNATIC pick up the win. As sketchy as that ending may have felt.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, on Vitality's defense side, they looked as if they weren't really able to get a good grasp on on FNATIC's default. Fantastic utility usage shown in the early round from Asta, which is one of the things I was most excited was to see Boaster step onto this, just to see the mind games. And you know, I said this before this map started. Haven is probably the best opportunity to do that, right? You can literally run rings around the enemy team. But credit where credit's due, Vitality responded excellently every single time, I feel, on their attacking half. They look really well prepared, and they're able to call audibles very comfortably.
Yeah, I've got to say already, Vitality are looking like a scary team. Considering that FNATIC were pushing, you know, quite deep in tournament runs and Vitality weren't sure where they're at, this is a nasty looking little squad. So let's keep our eyes on this game. As said, that was FNATIC's choice, and then coming up will be Vitality's. Now, still quite a close affair. But before we get there, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be heading to a short break, and when we're back, we'll be joined back with Yinsu, and we'll have a lovely time. So guys, stick around. We'll be back in a moment.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome back to Valorant's Challengers EU, where FNATIC just took down Team Liquid on map 1. I am your host, Yinsu, and I am now joined by a special guest analyst on the desk. It is Team Liquid's Eccles. Hi, Eccles. Welcome to the show. It is absolutely great to have you here.
Hey, Yinsu. Pleasure to be on.
We also have Pansy and Hypoc as well, bringing them back into the show. You guys had a great cast there, Hypoc, you know, on the Astra abilities, you love to see it. But more importantly, Echoes, I do want to ask you, you know, right off the bat, FNATIC did have a little bit of a shaky defense side, but it's clear that they prepared a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, I was really liking FNATIC's game plan on Haven. I think you saw in the first 2 rounds, including Pistol, and the second, they were kind of manipulating Vitality in a way. They were leaving like spaces open where Vitality would naturally go, oh, there's an opening here, I can take the space, and then like kind of doing what they want. That's what FNATIC were doing. So on the Pistol, we saw them leave A open, like blocked heavy C and B, and then FNATIC obviously with the plan there to do a full-on retake, which obviously didn't work out exactly how they wanted, but the plan was there, just the execution just wasn't as good.
Well, I know you were particularly impressed with the Astra wall as well in front of the Sage wall on B. They did have quite a lot of great utility usage from particularly the Sage on Durka.
Yeah, Durka was doing some really fantastic walls, like on both attack and defense. On like the second round versus Vitality's Force Fire, like throwaway, they do like the long diagonal wall, and there's a smoke up as well at the same time, so the Vitality players hear the Sage wall thinking, I'm just going to spam it and it'll be fine. But in reality, it's like the long wall, so the Vitality players then have to break 4 pieces instead of 1, so that causes them to get the diffuse out for free with Vitality not even realizing at the time.
But also Vitality players, you know, they had some huge rounds there. Vax Sky was great, and I think FNATIC definitely lost more than they intended to when Sender was also kind of giving them the flank. How important do you think in these games, Echoes, for those players to step up, but also how do you counter that when you're missing your shots but your opponents are hitting all of theirs?
So there's a big saying in CSGO. I remember Shox had a motivational speech one day, and it was in French and it got translated, and it was like, guys, if someone has like a movie clip, it happens, you know? Like, if someone has like an insane round, it happens. You can't counter someone having an insane round all the time. So you just gotta, you know, keep your mind open. It's like, okay, right, that round's gone. Vax popped off. He's won a 1v3, 1v4. We need to think about the next round. You can't draw on like the past mistakes, and you've always got to be like looking forward.
I think that is great advice. When you're in the game though, it does get to you, isn't it? You're like, oh, why is this guy always hitting me in the head? And speaking of that, we saw in that last clip the kind of winning moment with Boaster wrapping around the flank. But it does seem like sometimes players are more prone to maybe whiffing when you have 3 kills in front of you.
Yeah, that's something that I've experienced before. As we were talking in the break, we had this where it happened to us in Liquid, where it was like I would be behind 2 people and I'd be like, oh, the round's won. I've won the round, guys. No one peek. I'm behind 2. I'm going to get 2 kills. Then something like unpredictable happens. And it's like, sometimes you have too much time to think. Like if you just react, you shoot them and kill them. But sometimes you walk up, you overthink it, or like something can happen. Like with Bosa's scenario as well, he got a little bit tense. Like obviously, if you're like nice, relaxed, and chill, you just go for like the clean headshot. Then you can go like spray the other if you want. But immediately going into the spray, it doesn't get the kill straight away. Then I feel like some players like seem to panic and like things get out of control. But thankfully there, Bosa got the kill, got both of them, and they won the round from it.
I think you would haunt him for a long time if he end up whiffing that. You mentioned the pistol earlier, you know, the first pistol when FNATIC didn't win it. I do kind of want to talk about both of the pistol rounds and with Pansy and Hypoc as well, because they obviously had some great plans going into those. But Echoes, why don't you think the first one worked out for FNATIC, given they played that near perfectly?
Well, yeah, they had a very good game plan, obviously blocking C and B and like forcing Vitality to go into A. Then, obviously, with the Astra Stars very, very strong for the retake. We see Boaster, you know, trying to use as many. There's a smoke short, pull under. But the thing is, I think what FNATIC need to change here is it needs to be quite reactional, because Vitality do a deep smoke and spawn there. And as you see, the Sky goes towards Heaven to do a flash out to sight. So if Vitality doing like the normal set smoke, it would be fine, because people looking like towards CT will still get blind by the Sky flash. But however, Vitality do a deeper smoke, and that allows people to get in front of the Sky flash. So then FNATIC run out the smoke into like a crossfire, and they get kind of owned.
But I think just on the back of that as well, that's just such a, you know, great statement for FNATIC across the board. They have like these incredible game plans sometimes, and you can see the perfect theory work to it as well. You know, it's the great dry runs, the great theory crafting that they clearly have. And then sometimes, as said, you just have to kind of take that moment that you're going to have a vac or you're going to have someone just pop off still. I still, my heart breaks a little for FNATIC, because sometimes you'll see, as said, those like brilliant theory crafted pieces, and then someone goes and dumpsters it, and it's just like, oh, fair enough, I guess we have to account for that as well now. But again, like, I'm glad to see FNATIC still being able to kind of pull the same sort of, you know, theory crafted work off here.
Yeah, and I think as well, Eccles makes a really good point, which is actually one of the few examples we can take from that, because I think overall FNATIC, one of the biggest kind of positives to draw was how effective their reactive utility was. I mean, we saw it in a number of rounds. Looking back historically, FNATIC look best when they're able to kind of make these proactive plays on defense. It's all about that early round, right? But calling audibles is where I feel FNATIC have fallen short a few times. But Boaster right there, I mean, I'm glad I saw it. It was the thing I was most excited to see, was this kind of reactive usage of Astra's utilities.
Yeah, I mean, some of those stars, I don't know how he has time to put them down. And then, as you said, Hypoc sucked them in, but we saw some really, really good Astra plays.
Never said
that. Well, Icebox is the next map. Echoes, what are you expecting here from both of these teams?
Well, I'm expecting Vitality to come out strong. Like, Vitality would be like, okay, guys, this is our map. We've lost their pick. Let's win our pick. They're going to be confident. Obviously, seen the results on FNATIC the other day. They weren't as strong versus Ascend. I think it was a 13-1 scoreline or something like that. That's going to give Vitality a lot of confidence. Like, okay, Ascend can do that. We can do that. And they've just beat Ascend the other day as well. So it's like, their Vitality are going to feel confident. And I think with FNATIC, there'll be a standpoint like, okay, guys, it's not our map pick. Let's not get too frustrated if things don't go our way. You know, like, we've won our first map. Like, the pressure's off them now. They've won their map pick, and now they can go into Icebox feeling like quite free and, you know, see what happens.
Yeah, we will see what happens, because we're going to head into Agent Select very shortly. Of course, we saw Durka switching it up on the stage in the last map. Echoes, you were very impressed with him there. But this map, I believe he's probably going to be going back to that Jet AWPer, especially on Icebox. So again, Brams will be sticking with that as well, as we expect. But Doma is probably going to play the stage. We are going to head into Agent Select now. Let's have a look and get those confirmation, because, you know, FNATIC have in the past surprised us here and there, but I'm not expecting anything too crazy here. Hypoc, that Reina Vac always excites me.
Yeah, it does. And to be honest, I mean, it was Keyless that really ran away with the Icebox performance the other day on the side of Ascend, right? So there's definitely a pivotal role that we're going to have our eyes on. But just to come back, I mean, yes, this switch up with Dome onto the Sage, Durka coming onto the Jet. I got to address the elephant in the room, right? Statistically, it wasn't a good performance from them the other day on Icebox. So really looking for them to find a lot of value and ultimately have some impact on this game.
Well, lastly, before we head into game, Echoes, any composition here that you personally prefer?
I think I have my mic muted. Not really. I mean, obviously the Reyna pick is really, really strong for Icebox. Like, so many positions you can get into with Vac on Reyna, obviously very, very effective. And this map in general is just a map that we see a lot of teams move towards the Reyna at the moment, because there's from the amount of angles where, say with a Jet, you might dash away, but then you're not fully in cover, because there's a lot of 90-degree angles, especially around the A bomb site. So the Reyna here makes things like super effective. If you get a pick, you can get away, and it disrupts a lot of set plays, which is something FNATIC may struggle against if you're playing versus a Reyna where he'll peek out, get a kill, you're not able to trade.
Well, Vac has already disrupted a lot of their set plays on Haven, so I can't wait to see what he can do on Icebox, which will be the next map. Pansy and Hypoc, take us away.
With pleasure, and thank you very much, Eccles, for joining us. Good to have, the big brain. The big brains have come out. We like that. As someone who just shouts words loud, it's nice to have the big brains. That's why I cast with you, Hypoc. But, Eccles just kind of did pretty good.
Always nice to have. There's some credible feedback, right? Yeah. We haven't got a clue what we're talking about. So.
None. Say it with confidence, though, and they'll never know. But no.
Volume.
Exactly that. And he brings up some great points also about kind of Reyna's addition on this map and how it's become such a commonplace pick and why it can work so well. We are live into this. The old switcheroos on the camera come around, but it's all good. We are ready to rock and roll. And at this point, my eyes just go towards how disruptive can Vac be to this? Can he truly kind of thwart a couple of ideas coming out? How much of a nuisance can he be in this regard? For now, we do have a double piece towards middle. Now, that's huge work from Sender. The timing was sublime. The adjustment on position 2 couldn't have been better, and now there's problems aplenty starting to appear.
There's FNATIC straight away. You're going to hit this rotate, but look at the minimap here. There's already 3 members of Vitality ready to greet them, just missing the timing. The end of lane, but they have full side control right now, so I was going to say it relies on FNATIC finding entry, and they do just that. Vac will fall early on.
Still a bit of room to work with here. Where's that spike plant?
Oh, Sender.
So far, Sender's found Durka, though. And now a 3v.
Nothing.
None. Okay. It's my bad for looking at the UI. My bad. Should know better by now. But yeah, let's kind of review that then. Let's talk through it, because my brain just kind of skipped and missed some of it clearly. But the retake worked out, but I feel as though that kind of start to mid piece was critical for Vitality, especially with Sender's positioning working out so well.
Yeah, it wasn't. FNATIC kind of hit the brakes here. I mean, at the point at which he finds those 2 kills and there's no further peak coming through, I think Vitality can absolutely do that. They can pretty much gamble at that point and just say, look, let's throw bodies at B site and just wait for FNATIC to make a move, honestly. Now, it's going to be interesting to see another big lean towards B the early rounders. Now Jesmond will back away, but again, this is the worry really with Icebox. You show no presence on A like this, and there's nothing coming through mid. With obviously that wall in tube, there's so few options really for Vitality to come through and clear. You almost know exactly what's coming. 1-for-1 trade will open things up though.
Yeah, positions now pretty much noted. Spike now being heard on the plant. Boaster's going to be getting that down. Vac looking like he wants to try and instigate this kind of play back through. Does catch a glimpse of Boaster as he backs away, but didn't get a shot through on it. So with all these Bulldogs and the ability to find ranged fights, they haven't really had a chance to do it. The invested round here, of course, from FNATIC, so they could really do with this one landing, and a mad dash comes out. But Durka, huge work right back on in. Sender, that low sense, it ain't working today as Durka looks comfortable now.
I love that for Magnum. Just a full-on strafe bait. It just didn't even fire a single bullet, but Durka picking up 4 kills in that round. That's it. It's Mystic that falls first, and really in this kind of lesser buy, that's a big tool to be taken off the table on the side. Sorry, just seeing it again. But yeah, sorry, as Mystic falling first, that's a big tool to take away, right? That's a huge crutch to have in kind of a much lower buy round here. But the fact that Fnatic are able to stabilize and take these gunfights effectively, really good. Sender this time around not going to wall off to you, but again, look at the emphasis from Fnatic onto B lane.
It's not necessarily rinse and repeat, but it seems to be setting a tone, or setting a standard, and probably the right stand to be making after kind of converting the force in that. Working substantially more to your capabilities, but look at the danger now starting to mount. That's a 2-for-2 trade out here, so still not out of the woods just yet. Brams, Loki, and Vac still alive. You can see Brams just playing on the edge of this wall. That's all he wants to do, try and find another angle to play with, and Boaster sitting down on the Sheriff. Getting a little lightly worked around here. Look at them trying to guard these weapons too. Maybe just filter them back for now. Keep them out of potential grasping reach. Magnum going to be tasked with making sure no one crosses from that wall as they slowly might want to start clearing this.
Oh, talk about it after the round, but this wall is actually really... I'm talking about Doma's wall here in particular, but Brams...
Lovely work.
So the counter pick comes through from Magnum. Beautifully timed. Back 40 HP will get tagged out by the recon bolt. Fnatic now will be able to get a clean plant away.
30 seconds left.
Just a matter of... Ooh, okay. Oh, no. Okay, 13 HP now.
Don't.
Does actually slip past and
that's
huge.
It's a
That's
bit of a
huge.
problem. Okay.
Oh, okay, now it's not so huge.
It happens to the best of us, don't worry. Back. How did he just get a second chance at that?
You should run.
There really should be... What is
weird.
going on, Hypoc? I feel weird.
Yeah.
I don't really understand what's going on. What?
Not got time on it, but
No,
that was just
this whole round.
odd. And just to start off there, I talk about the wall because the wall actually was too shallow. It didn't allow them to get the plant on, like, in safety behind that, right? They have the Viper wall up, and then obviously the Sage wall is I'm glad nobody in chat's gonna know who Jonathan Ross is. But the Sage wall's supposed to go down behind that, and I can't remember my point, so we're into the next round now. We forgive and forget.
It's happened. There it goes. Oh, we've been keeping it together so well until this point.
We've done really well, yeah.
Honestly, we should be proud of ourselves. Yeah, some really weird rounds. Honestly, like it just, as said, just kind of catches me, for sure. As it stands, though, this seems, once again, rinse, repeat for Fnatic. It's that slow build, B long control. I want to see if there's any variation to this. What's the next step, maybe in the adaptation? For now, it's just pressure towards Jesmond, who's going to be having to deal with it. Does have a bit of support through mid from the Jet, but obviously, Durka going to be having the knives out for this. Now, Brams could be an interesting kind of piece to this. Because that op, I guess you're kind of working at a unique range. Oh, did the barrel show there, do you think, Hypoc?
I think there's a chance, yeah. It was, let's get spammed off that angle. Loki actually going to hold the line, though, but does get traded out by Doma. Actually, kills coming through on both sides, but now Vitality find themselves in a 2v3. Durka 1 HP behind enemy lines. Mystic down to 17 HP as well, actually, and no possibility of the heal. Sender actually going to send out the res here. Mystic solo challenges onto it. Will get dealt with. Vac catches a headshot, but will not fall just yet. And now it's down to the man with 1 HP. Not much longer. And I gotta say, once again, lots of emphasis shown towards B lane. If this is kind of the early signs of some conditioning on the side of Fnatic, and we're kind of set up to expect a big pace change, whether that be exploring mid or A. Because, I mean, usually defensively, right, when a team plays a Viper, it'll be playing behind yellow. They play off the utility on lane, and there's nobody else on that side of the map, right? They're there as kind of the safety net if they decide to go towards B.
Need a drop. Thanks.
This game has just really kind of spun me around in this. Now...
And here it is. Just that, like we were just talking about.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind they have, what, 1 rifle... to play with Durka, does have armor. Everyone else can on the light to buy. Seemingly aware of the very likely lines for that op to be used, so trying to clear through with the best foot forward. Information being noted. And the flank potential has been somewhat limited. Rams here. Dipping back in on a different angle.
Well, it's a... I wouldn't say a pace change. Actually, just as slow as elsewhere, if not slower.
Pace?
And Vitality actually hold the line, well, with 2 members at least, but look all this information Sender's found in mid. Now, on contact, FNATIC going to try and get this plant away on A side.
Plant coming in, Durka does find back, and here we go. So, this is where it gets a little bit worrying, as Loki is now the only one standing. How? He's got the op at least, so it might just back away. Get that tiny knife up on out of here. All right, just don't.
I am uncomfortable. It's just odd. I mean, a well-executed round on the side of FNATIC. I'm not sure what the thought process there from Vitality was. Again, FNATIC waits so long to kind of explode off that contact that I almost feel like give it up. Just play full retake, because the way that that's played out, Sender finds all this free information in mid. You almost know that stack. It's literally the only possibility. The FNATIC are stacked literally behind pipes on A.
Here we go again. Bram's going walkabouts in mid. It's quick info, but it's obviously at the loss of the site. So FNATIC will take this over. We've got to see what damage can be done here. Again, they've got to be on cloud 9 right now, just feeling themselves. After that last turn of events here, putting Vitality right on the back foot with that money. And they're going to predict the flank, maybe hearing enough steps, but Bram still does deliver at least one. Deeper angle for Magnum now to just hold and work with. Bram's still looking for that next step in, and Magnum's going to bail it out. And there, it may have been a one-and-done spot initially, but nicely bailed out by Mystic. But Sender, the double down on this was filthy. What is going on? How is this now a 2v1? Doma, please, stop letting this madness go down. And now this is a sketchy situation. 10 bullets left, and Sender's low HP, looking to try and back around. 20 HP is all he's got left, and hey, Sheriff and Sender batters him out of there.
I don't think he's got time. I think he's actually missed that by like 0.2 of a second.
But how are these rounds so close? That was a full buy against, like, Sheriffs. We've had 2 rounds now, almost back-to-back, where both teams on the, like, lesser buy have been getting so close.
Yeah, just and again, it's it comes down once. Okay, don't know what we're looking at there, but this early round for FNATIC, it's. I'll be honest, it's playing out just as you wanted to. Vitality just seemed to have such a an inability to read it. Magnum will find Vac there, the creep towards gate.
That first pick's huge. They should explode on this now. Yeah, there it is. Already Dirk is going to start taking space. You can see that lean back a little bit more passive now. They've lost so much control, and that little bit of an angle that Magnum was just playing with there just instantly finds the first. Great work from Dirk. So aware of the angles he's got to play with here. Spike now planted. This is a very controlled round from FNATIC. You couldn't ask for a better start. You get the perfect first pick, and then the explosion on the site, followed with obviously the second pick that came in. Control from Dirk. That's a force save instantaneously.
As well, and we can talk about the early round conditioning here. Is actually here. FNATIC is set up to greet that aggression. From Vitality finally saying, "Yeah, we're going to push out. We're going to contest this early round." Whether or not we will see a switch up here from Vitality to kind of honestly go a bit deeper, try and actually find some value of contesting it, because if FNATIC are able to just sit there and be in control by not really advancing towards either side, that's a big concern for Vitality.
It should be. And another big concern is that Dirk is having a bit of a game series already. 12-5. Sender not far off either, 11-3. Both looking pretty solid in this. Brams and Boaster gonna have to start picking it up, but other than that, a big beginning for Durka, and again, he impressed us when we saw him in the early rounds for FNATIC, when we had our first glimpse of them during the kind of very early rounds of the entire tournament, and he looked fantastic, and I was hoping you'd see him kind of continue forward. Now, I want to see what the change up here is. Once again, Vitality are in a bit of a broken scenario with their money. You do have 2 rifles, 1 SMG, and 2 pistols coming out, but Vac gets played in really well there. Takes down a heavy hitter, forces the investment of the res now. Magnum gonna be trying to work a little bit of a next step forward. Investment of the ult as well. Another ult investment. 2 ults as well. That surely is gonna clear out the site.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get out of it. It leaves no possibility at all. And actually going to deal with the Hunter's Fury. It can't shut down the lockdown. Now everybody's stuck on site. The dismiss. Look at this. Oh, it's perfect. It's so beautiful from FNATIC.
In all of that mayhem, they still managed to maintain, but look at Sender's position. This could still be massive. He's spotted a...
Stand down. Last player standing.
Sender finds one, traded out. And now Jesmond in the 1v2. It seems my feed's a bit choppy there, so Hypoc, I'll leave this to you.
Well, Boaster will close it out. So having a couple of technical difficulties, but we'll try and get that back online. Hope you guys can still keep up with what's going on in-game, but I just love that there. And again, Durka managing to get up and shut down the one thing that's kind of Vitality's ability to solidify, right? It hold on to the site is dealing with that lockdown.
Sorry about that, just making sure to make sure my feed's okay here. It does seem as though it's fixed up for now. Have to keep our eyes on what goes on. Looks like Sender's trying to get a little proactive as well. The double stack being a bit more aggressive this time now. What does Sender get for this? There are 2 players really close by. Mystics there and Magnum's there as well. They seem very aware of the potential of this. Now, we have seen traditionally Jesmond being over towards this side. Not necessarily solo, but quite isolated more often than not. But this is quite interesting that Sender tries to do with this. That's going to force the outdrone out. Does try and get away for now. And the Viper Wall will allow him to back a little bit further. Durka keeping his head down as best he can, tries to not give away the game, and Vitality getting a little proactive in this round, and actually look at the double dip going right back into this. Now, that's huge. Loki with 2 played that so well. Durka does get the trade though, that's important. But Sender now pushing up as well. Vitality doubling down on the aggression. They don't let the fight back in, and Vac is right there. Gorgeous work from Vitality.
And this is the kind of thing, like I said, go a bit deeper on this early round, trying to break down this setup from FNATIC. Actually, just a slight adjustment, the timing of the wall drop in there, beautiful, allowing Loki to find those. Brings it to a 6-3 now. Ultimates-wise, look back over towards Vitality, to be honest with you. You got the Empress, Jesmond with that Viper Spirit, Revive available, Loki, 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, Brams. So great progress on the Blaze Storm. On the side of FNATIC, it's only the Blaze Storm, and it gets popped off the rip.
Clearing at least the close, the amount that's being invested, but that's over towards B, and the initial pick comes in towards Durka. And you can see Vax right on board with this as well. Brams there ready to swing on the left side. That's be he does get the 1-for-1 trade, forcing Vac to fight, but Magnum out of nowhere. Vac, Sender go down, and now you can see the problem beginning to mount for Vitality. Loki trying to just commit to that angle, try and lock one down, but it does mean he's a little vulnerable to Magnum here, and that's a sharp shot from him. As Jesmond now called upon to deliver, trying to play within these 9 seconds that remain. He does catch Boaster during this. Now 1v1 with him and Magnum.
Magnum's actually gonna
chasing.
It's beautiful.
That's so well done by Magnum.
Again, just... I mean, to be honest, it's the unexpected play, right? He knows that Jesmond's going to have to respect the lockdown and back away, and Magnum not even giving him the opportunity. As it ticks down to about 4 seconds left, he knows that he's going to be scrambling to find a position just outside the AoE. Magnum closes that one out. Fatality. Gee, Loki down on the Sheriff, but Bram's going to get the Operator back online.
Standing ahead. 1 enemy remaining.
And it does seem as though Boaster now left in a pretty poor spot, but how much does he have to play with? 55 HP, 8 bullets. in the mag, and Bram's dedicated to anyone who's going to dare to crest that corner. You'd love to find a little bit more info, but you can see Jesmond's position just playing super deep on this. That's the spot. Now Boaster does have his ult. He's actually got a fair amount of his utility now up.
Scanning ahead.
But you can see the caution now being considered with Jesmond just not being seen, not being noted. Brams backs away, now the double peek, and Brams on the drive-by. Lovely work. Both were there just in case any danger did come about from that.
Last round in the switch.
So, last round of the half here, and look to that they just find so much value off that wall. Again, some of these rounds are just so unorthodox, and it's off the back of just like, you know, one reposition in the early round, somebody finding that first blood. Two boys for FNATIC having themselves a blinder so far. Last round, Mystic and Boaster, ultimates available on the side of Vitality, Sender and Brams once again, and FNATIC start things off on A side. The double stack actually.
Yeah, that's
Vitality.
so nice.
Oh, the bait is perfect.
Yeah, Vac just gets played in and he can dismiss away. It's so dirty to try and play with. Vac's gonna keep being a presence, keep being a nuisance. Brams on the back lines, can't find a way in, but Magnum trying to do the best he can to clear out that close sight angle. Brams though gonna dive on in, Ultimate invested on both sides here, why not? You gotta use it or you'll lose it. Sender gonna make Magnum lose life, leaving just 2 now with FNATIC. Mystic and Boaster have to find ways through this, but look at the position they are in. That's massive work. Mystic gonna find Sender off the back of that brilliant play from Boaster. And now a 2v3. This is doable, it's just not easy. But if Loki gives Boaster another chance, you're gonna see this happen. A 2v2 now.
Oh, and Vitality, after that decay, they have to now respect this. They backed away, regenerated their HP. Like slowly makes his way. Boaster gonna clear out that corner as well. And
30 seconds
Bram
left.
still with the Bladestorm in hand, could do damage here. Oh no! He actually made the noise on the rope, so he knows that Jesmond actually finds that through. How?
I have no idea. 13 seconds, Spike needs to go down. You see Jesmond closing in, spams away, and Brams round the back. 7-5 will be the half. And I've got to say, you're right. The thing that stands out to me is that Magnum and Durka were doing incredible work. I want to say that Bota's utility work was great there. You saw a couple of moments that he kind of was able to create space for them to kind of play into, but Durka and Magnum, absolute standouts. But I'm liking Vac on that Reyna. It kind of comes back to the points that I feel that Eccles really highlighted well when it comes to the viability of playing within those angles. I like the double stack with the Jet too. It kind of works very nicely off the bait of the op almost. She wants to try and swing in to potentially punish on that kind of, you know, the cocking animation of the gun, and it worked nicely. So a 7-5 scoreline, I'm pretty happy with. Vitality, though, I want to see how well they look on this. Does this really look like this is their map choice? Is that comfort there? Can they disrupt FNATIC enough?
Really expect Vitality to try and make moves early on in their attacking half. Slow start to the pistol. 3 members going to walk mid. Vac actually going to... a little bit of damage there. Alright, going to reveal some of that information as well. But going to have to rethink this approach.
I have this bite.
Ooh, Doma, you are a fortunate boy. Vulnerable in that position. Going to be warded off from this, so they can't really deny too much. I quite like the usage of Viper in this regard. Very well equipped in utility to be able to kind of clear some of these angles. And look at this triple stack face towards deep CT. This is very unorthodox, and it's actually not worked out so well for Vitality this time. FNATIC trading effectively in, leaving Vac to be called upon. Kind of baited through on the corner, but the damage on the swing. FNATIC just playing as a pack animal here, and look at it, just down to 2 HP on Loki. And I don't mind the intention, but he's done for.
Yep, gonna find a consolation, but
1 HP.
yeah, can't get back onto the defuse. It comes through, and FNATIC will close out the pistol round. A big win here. Gonna have to see actually if Vitality opt to force up. I did see a couple of Spectres pop up there. Whether or not that's gonna be the final decision next round. Like it very well might be, yeah.
Force Wars. mean, who won the pistol round there? Because the buy looks
pretty much identical.
Yeah, pretty similar. Okay. Let's see how it goes down. A little bit of a switch up this time. Looking like A is the destination. Vac going to be leading the way. There's a little going on this. Bram's up on top. And the slow comes in and is a bit of a problem if they wanted to be pacey about this. It could slow it down for sure. Loki tries to find a little info, spots out too, and starts working forward. Sender, happy to be the first man in on this. Gotta be careful with it though. Spike now going to be planted. Safety of the wall comes in. Durka has a little look, but yeah, so far so good for FNATIC. Big shutdown here. Vitality falling in numbers now.
Yeah, and Jesmond's utility actually all invested already. We'll find one headshot, but defuse already coming through. And
Team Ace.
I gotta say, the big thing there is Bram's just having too many things to shoot at. Couldn't select the correct target and then has to readjust to the second. And that's all off the back of FNATIC with a very, very well coordinated retake. They all swing at the same time. With the SMGs, I mean, we know the drive-by factor in Valorant in some of these rounds, and unfortunate there, Jesmond. I think, did they readjust the plant there? There was a snake bite that came through from Mystic, and I'm not sure if that stopped him from planting right behind the wall, right?
That's what it looked like the intention was initially, and then I saw a little bit of damage. I think we switched away, but I think that may have been the case, that he maybe looked for the different position after that. So I'm not 100% sure. We're coming back in. This looks very similar to previous.
A little bit of a fake, actually, with Vitality's wall in mid there, but FNATIC wise to it. They're still going to leave bodies on A site.
Yeah, not really falling for this, but they have fallen for at least the Sheriff. Sender going to connect towards Boaster. FNATIC are substantially better geared, though. Keep that in mind. Even with the Spectres still up, but this is where problems can mount. You don't want to lose to an Eco, oh no. Okay, and now a 2v2. The Spectres left alive, and now this is where the mayhem really does come around it. And Loki's found another good trade for Mystic, but now the 1v1, and timing is everything, and he's done so well. We were saying the new boys stepped up, but Mystic happy to earn his place up here. Get one of those rifles back with you if you can. None around? Am I going crazy?
There was a Vandal in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was just behind default, so...
Last player standing.
But still, I mean, let's talk about deadly some of these kind of... I don't even say they're force buys, really. They're sheriffs, they're kind of, you know, very much not even a half buy. These are just pistol upgrades, bits and pieces, and the amount of rounds that Vitality are getting close on. But it feels like FNATIC have had to elevate a little to handle this, because a team when I feel like FNATIC should be winning out these rounds because they play with so much control and composure. It is hard to do it for sure, but they are one of the teams that should be able to do it. But for now, we have to go back in, and we do see the buy coming out now for Vitality. This is where you've got to pay attention to this, and Mystic a little lower than, you know, than he'd like, I'm sure, sitting on that Spectre. But Durka does have the knives out, so don't worry too much about his buy.
Is now with this again, something I talked about in the first half. No early presence really shown towards A allows FNATIC lean away ever so slightly, and actually just trying to creep closer and closer. Again, playing off the back of that Viper utility time, and you can see Mystic is running low now, so we'll drop and open things up. But Vitality don't act on it immediately. It's keeping FNATIC guessing, but a little bit of utility thrown out early on. That's going to be the green light.
Yeah, got to make it go now. Mystic. Through the utility, and Bram's wanted on that. Doesn't go so well. Boaster just waits patiently on the other side. Durka just delivering knives from afar. Just handing out free haircuts. It's been a long lockdown. Why not? What a kind guy. And this is all falling to pieces. Loki is now in a 1v4. Spike may as well be in Narnia at this point. FNATIC lock it out. That's 11 now on the board.
Fantastic work from Boaster. Just a really cheeky recon doll just behind the wall. Forces Brams to take a very unfavorable peek, and that's it right there. Has to swing through the wall, and Dirk is actually unlucky not to find the second, to be honest with you, onto Sender. Now, I mean, a very worrying buy from Vitality. Yeah, yes, I understand it. FNATIC get to 11 rounds, and the deficit is so big that they need to get themselves back on the board, do some damage to the economy of FNATIC if they want to make a run for this. Oh, I love this. Look at this setup from FNATIC. Durka's going to hop up. He's on top of the wall. Vac will fall early on. That's the geeky FNATIC we love to see.
FNATIC manager here, please delete this. All right, get that out of here. We're not allowing that sort of, you know, nastiness on stream. I absolutely love it. But Vitality aren't out of this by any means. They're still trying to push their way forward. And with Vac doing that, it's very much game on. Boaster with a really good trade, and Magnum's positioning is superb. But now what do? In this moment, do those protocols come into play? Vitality going to try and get that plant down now as we speak. Loki straight through the wall, but there's the trade again.
It's traded again?
Always is there for the trade every single time.
Oh, no. Magnum does get pinged, but he manages to actually escape the damage there. Jasmine will find the first. Magnum will find his third on the round. 30 HP, 1v1 versus Loki. He creeps around the backside. Will shut that down, but what an explosive round there on both sides of the coin.
I swear, man, Magnum's, you know, trading more than Wall Street bets on Reddit right now. This is, like, this guy is wild. It's like you see a kill, like, all right, finally the advantage. No, there's that little killjoy in the kill feed coming right back on in. Super valuable play, but Vitality doing what they need to potentially try and dwindle away some of FNATIC's money that was pretty well, not hugely established, but they had a little left in the kitty. Now, we have to look at what they can afford here.
They got one round in hand, basically, here. Looking at this buy. So this is a good opportunity to Vitality to maybe string a few together, build a little momentum if they want to make this comeback a reality. Once again with this wall, and that's the one I talked about a couple of rounds ago. They use this to just fake this mid push. And FNATIC didn't buy, and once again, they're going to hold strong in formation.
Desmond's got some space to potentially punish this flank. We'll have to see how that works out later down the line. For now, we look towards the site hit itself. Do they hit the brakes here and see if some of that punish can come in? Because honestly, if I'm Jesmond, I'm telling them to hold for a second. Wait, I've got a position. I've got some work to do here. So if they hold just a little longer, if they can wait just a little bit more, they have to keep them entertained though. They can't sit there and let this go. Oh, Jesmond, that's massive. Opportunity was calling. Now he gets one, but they still have to clear this crossfire in Durka. Durka, that's going to be one. No, great work from Jesmond. Instantaneous support comes in. The other two are a mile away. And you've got to say Jesmond's going to know that. He was able to clear through middle.
Yeah, it's really, if Mystic and Magnum do look like they're going to go for it. It's Jesmond really to hold first contact. He's tucked all the way under towards the spawn, and actually immediately going to get cleared. There's no counter peek. Nobody in position to trade that kill, so brings it to a 2v2 here.
Trying to bait on the spike, and no one's taking the bait. There we go. There's the trade again. Comes out down to the 1v1. Mystic against Sender time. It's starting to be ripped away, and Mystic just trying to play this one to the very end and just gives him the fadeaway. But there is life in Vitality yet. Holding on for another. But they are going down to the last wire on this. I want to put that round right into the pocket of Jesmond right there. That was a huge bit of work from him.
Was indeed. As I said, one round in hand. Actually, FNATIC might even just get ahead of the curve and save through this one. You can see Magnum now reconsidering that Vandal purchase, and I guess just playing the financial game here. Maybe not. Maybe gonna look like a fool. Durka can still afford next. Obviously, Magnum can too, and I like this from FNATIC. Again, whether or not they just play time and wait for a couple of ultimates to come on board as well. Vitality's economy is so delicate that they can afford to do this.
It's on a nice edge. It really is. This game's actually quite close economy-wise. And just looking at the board, I can't help but notice that Magnum's on 25 kills. Durka 21, Sender 21. Vac's been, you know, here and there, as is Jesmond. I'd say those two kind of, you know, trying to equal out. Like, can we just take a second to appreciate that FNATIC and boosting? Like, it's always just, it's such a nice combo. But now, let's see what happens in this. We're going to have to see what they can do with some weird weaponry, of course. Mystic, Boaster, and Dome are working with less than ideal, as is Magnum, actually. And there's Vac already, but there's the burst. There's the crunch on it, and they made it work so well. Off the back of that one trade, they explode and try and overwhelm. That's the spike down.
Yeah, it puts Vitality in a really awkward position now. Try and dig. FNATIC players are these positions. Both are going to hold strong for the time being. We Oh, he actually decides to swing through that. Easy kill. Sender. Here's all these steps. Let's take a Magnum 4 and a good recovery actually from Vitality. But again, damage done. 3 rifles saved. I imagine it's not going to be too bad a situation after the purchase comes through, but that was just so cautious from Vitality not to react off these kills too early. Still be well prepared for the aggression on the other side. Now, this is something I just talked about previously. Look at the ultimates now from FNATIC. And it's back on their buy round. Durka does have the Blade Storm, but only the Sheriff in hand.
And Durka on top by the pipes there. And this is, again, look at what they've done. They've once again kind of set this conditioning. And they're looking to punish these rotations potentially, maybe off to the back of the success of Jesmond had, but Boaster's going to have a little bit of peek. He gets a lot of information. The re-peek would be potentially his death, but it was joined in with the Owl Drone and then the peek off the back. And now you can see Sender trying to catch on rotation again. Yes, desperation hits, but actually, FNATIC still find 2 back. Brams finds Durka and Doma, and Vitality again clutching onto the smallest of margins. But I love this switch up, this little pace change. This is a gorgeous throw-in, but it's not over just yet. They're not out of the woods just yet. FNATIC still very much alive and kicking this, and Boaster wants in. He wants the way through. He's going to find it on towards Brams. And now Loki, you've got to get this one. The defuse. Mystic's going to stick this. He's not getting off this spike defuse by any means. And the spray doesn't find him.
Mystic holds the line, the defuse comes through, and FNATIC now put themselves on match point here on Icebox. 12-8 the scoreline. Vitality now backs against the wall. I mean, in terms of the rounds and the economy, once again, we've talked about this as the last 4 rounds. Really, momentum is the key for them, and even the rounds they've won, they haven't been flawless. They haven't been as clean as they would like. And look at it now, Loki and Vac down on a Spectre, and FNATIC very disciplined with the investment there on that round. Look at it again. Boaster 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Durka only investing the Blade Storm. Look at that. Straight away. The Cloud Burst on top of the Recon. It's beautiful from FNATIC.
Everything's well considered here.
Yeah.
You can see Vitality about to burst, though. They're so happy to take these kind of almost arrogant fights, and it works. Brams just breaks down Durka, and now the site's starting to be garnered. The control's starting to build. Aldrone gone. Quick switch up towards the connector side, and Brams again doubles down, but Magnum not ever too far away. But this is Vitality looking round. Magnum and Boaster might need to back from this because nothing else is coming through here. That is a systematic shutdown off the back of some hyper-aggressive plays from Brams.
Really, as well. Lockdown gets invested in. FNATIC aren't in a position to kind of solidify around it. That Recon going to force Boaster away, but it doesn't actually ping him. Vac still swings, and at that range? Okay. Spectre wins all. Now I'm a little worried. I'll be honest.
What's making you worry?
Just because it being 12-9, this purchase now, it would be... I mean, looking at Magnum and Durka, if there was an over-investment to try and secure a round win here from FNATIC and it slips through their fingers, and I'm looking towards their next buy round, really, then actually Vitality have a huge advantage in terms of ultimates. They're going to have 1 full cycle ahead of them.
Yeah, but when you have a Magnum, you know, just some of your problems just go away. Big impact. Not this round, of course. But Doma does find Sender. Now, Vac did get the first there, of course, so keep that in mind. This is still a 1-for-1 trade out. Dirk has found Brams. Why is there 3 of them left?
I don't want to speak early, but this is it right here.
Okay,
if they keep investing, they haven't retrieved the weapons either.
And they've
There's
got
still
3
just
ults.
pistols.
Like, there's still 3 ults on FNATIC. Like, we look, yeah, of course, look at Vitality, but now it gets a little bit dicey to me. But okay, Vac's still here. Okay, they're slowly creeping from mid. Spotted. Okay, Doma's noted that. A bit of a slow towards the connector, in towards A. You still have a player here, which would be Durka. Sees nothing, so can relay that information that no one's here. Just stay as you are. Boaster. Okay, that shoulder peek gets information again. FNATIC just trying to piece together the puzzle here. Vitality are looking for picks. They're trying to find something. There's the ultimate coming out as well. And back, great work. Finds Doma. That's going to remove that information that was kind of relaying throughout this map. Now look at the reaction as well from FNATIC. They're trying to get themselves into a pretty juicy position on this, depending on how this goes. It's almost the switcheroo, right? Look at the positions right now. So, spike can be planted. Let's see where 10 seconds remain. Okay, safe from the playback in from T side.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my
There's Jessamine actually now with the plant going down.
Oh.
The pop his ultimate and give Vitality a really good opportunity to convert this round. Complete site control here. All three members of FNATIC actually coming from the attacker spawn side. Desmond hunting.
Oh, that could still be pretty
just
important.
yet.
That's not going to be the star they wanted. Durka was the one with the rifle. They're down to now 2. Back controls and Vitality. Maintain, I think, is the main thing there, because I want to say as well that kill towards Doma was massive. Doma had been relaying so much information in that round, kind of playing by middle, making sure they kept track of wherever they were leading towards on Vitality, but good ability to kind of slow it down a bit for Vitality there, and then still hit the site.
I'm going to say it though, look at it. If Vitality win this round, it comes to a terrible, terrible financial position for FNATIC. And I got to say it, they overinvested in that. They have the res left on Doma, but everything else thrown to try and secure that. Bram still has the Blade Storm. Yes, Vac and Jesmond threw theirs in. And I think Loki threw the Hunter's Fury. No, it's a previous to shut down the lockdown, actually.
Okay, Vitality going for the piece towards B so far. Of course, Mystic will be holding back site. You've got Magnum towards mid. Bram's kind of his opposite number in that. But Doma's broken through. He's found Jesmond on the flank, and that now opens up a bit of a less than ideal position in the fact that your back is now not being watched. And Mystic just found Brams. They are slowly chipping away at them. This could be it. This could be the nail in the coffin. You've got Sender and Loki left. So they've got to make this count. Mystic feeling a little pinned, but Loki in a worse scenario. Big swing from both players, counting it down on that one. And now Sender forced to get the res. So he gets Jesmond back up. They've got the spike. They just got to get past mid now.
A 2v5, a tall order. Oh, actually the timing there. Doma nearly caught him, but Desmond on point with the activation of the utility. This is giving Vitality a very small window to find this 2v2, and already Durka coming across. This is going to be really difficult for them now. They've got to find kills. They have to find something. Doma will shut down. Sender Durka will peek on. Jesmond will fall. FNATIC close out 13-10 on Icebox.
Ooh, okay. That was a pretty darn good game. I'm not gonna lie, what, 13-10. And let's kind of talk big picture then. Let's kind of, just kind of put it into, I guess, perspective for me. I love the fact that FNATIC still looked calm and collected, and I want to also highlight how valuable these new players coming in are. Durka and Magnum just superseded my expectations in this game, absolutely popped off, fulfilled their role, and then some. I'd say if this was potentially the old FNATIC, we wouldn't have had this result. This would have been, as we expected, then going into maybe a 2-1 series, going into that third map. As it stands, we're all good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both Magnum and Durka basically knocking on the door of 300 ACS there. A fantastic showing from both of them. And like I said, I mean, this is a big tool to kind of put underneath FNATIC is this versatility now on actually they can have these kind of individual performances come out. I'm not saying previously there wasn't that with obviously Chak and Mo stepping out, but in terms of that game in particular, where it's so weird, it started off so odd the way that those rounds played out. Having that as kind of the consistency factor for FNATIC, it kind of elevates their gameplay.
But even on the other side, I'm sure we'll break down this more after the break, which we'll be heading to in a moment. Vitality actually impressed me. I know that sounds kind of weird in a loss, but the fact that if this continues, if this is just the kind of, well, this is our first look at them getting, in a deep run in a tournament, this is a really good idea of what they could potentially have down the line. This is where it gets exciting for the next time you get to see them. However, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be doing player of the match. So you guys at home, if you want to get your thoughts through to us, who you thought was the best player for you, who stood out to you, let us know. There are your options, Magnum, Durka, or Boaster. Have a little selection. Head over to Twitter, onto Val Esports EU, and let us know. Get those votes in. Always good to know who you guys are supporting, and I hope you just click on the word Magnum, as expected. But yeah, I think that kind of sums it up for us. I honestly want to hear Eccles some more, so I'm going to head to a short break. Guys, stick around.
and welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where FNATIC have just secured themselves a spot at the EMEA Challengers playoffs. I am your host Yinsu, and I'm bringing you guys a quick post-match interview with FNATIC's IGL Boaster. Hi Boaster, welcome back to the stream. Congratulations on securing your spot. For a while, I think people didn't expect FNATIC to be one of the teams to qualify, and you probably doubted yourself as well. So what does this mean to you?
Oh my god, I got a headache from that game, but it means a lot. I'm pretty sure it means a lot to all of us, me and the boys. We worked hard coming up to this event, like given the current roster swaps. There's a lot of VOD watching of the enemy teams. There was a lot of grouped kind of VOD review, pracking as much as we can, almost to the point where pracs were like, we were pretty much burning out, and it was like pracs were kind of like tough, but luckily it all works out in the end when the tournaments happen, and like we've made it, but we've not made it to Iceland yet, and that's the goal. Got a lot to fix. Oh my god.
I mean, it wasn't all bad today. It looks like you had a lot of fun on Astra. I know you personally took the Ballista loss a few weeks ago pretty hard. What have you made of your own personal improvements?
Yeah, I mean, Haven, we didn't actually do too much practice for, because we felt the other maps were our weaker maps, and Haven, we just seemed to have it kind of, it's a FNATIC map, you know, those Haven and Binds. So coming into it, I was playing Astra, not too many games on her, but the girl, she just like kind of like, she just works, you know. I'm just there going like sucking them here, sucking them there, stunning them here, smoking them here, like I'm just throwing random stuff and we're getting kills, and that's what we love, really.
Well,
that's it.
Well, Echoes and I were watching the game, and I just wanted to ask you a question, because you guys put the Sage Wall on Haven mid at the entrance, and then the Astra Wall in front of it. Did you time that so that even if they did push through the Astra Wall, there's not enough space there to actually shoot the Sage Wall?
Well, it was always a kind of idea that, oh, imagine if I can pull off an Astro and then you can wall behind it. They can't even break the wall. And it just so happened on this final round, we were retaking. It was hectic as hell. And I got ulti. I banged the ulti. I was like, don't face, just wait. And then Dirk is like, I got wall. And I was like, oh my god, we've won. It's like guaranteed win pretty much. And it was we were laughing because it was like we didn't have to like be stressed or anything, because the whole game's a blooming stressful. I've got an ear problem right now, and I couldn't hear anything half the time. But yeah, the wall combo is kind of nutty.
It's very strong. And very lastly, a quick question for you before I let you go. Which team are you most looking forward to face at the EMEA Challengers playoffs? Which team would you want to face?
Well, you know, like I do like the BDS boys, but I have to go for Liquid, really. Come on, it's Sliggy, Eamon, and all those boys. So, you know, Scream knows me now, so like obviously I'm gonna root for Scream. You know, that guy's one tapping like a mofo. Yeah, let's go with Liquid.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Boaster, and congratulations once again. Please go and chill out now. No more stress.
Yeah, I'm gonna feet up, relax, maybe have a bath. But that's pretty much it. Thank you for having me, and thanks for all the supporters again. See you when we're next playing.
Brilliant. I'm going to bring back Pansy and Hypoc now to just break down some of the things that we heard there. He was making me stressed, Pansy, like describing the way that game was to him. But obviously, like we heard that, they put a lot of work into this, and it really showed on the server today.
Yeah, it did, and I'm glad to see it working out well. I think, again, just... I hate to sour the mood. I mean, they did just have two of their big players pop off as well, though. I mean, if they can do that every time, if that's their average, more power to them. Like, yeah, love that. Absolutely love it. But I'd say, as I said, the old FNATIC probably wouldn't have had the firepower to get through some of those scenarios. So the new additions, pulling more than their worth their weight. Durka and Magnum putting up an incredible performance there, because as you saw, Vax started to feel out the game. You had Sender doing some absolutely dirty work. Loki and these like flanks coming out. Some of this stuff coming out could have been a bigger problem if FNATIC didn't have some of the protocols in place that I feel that they did.
Well, Hypoc, you wanted some geeky stuff today. Are you satisfied with what you saw?
I am. Do you know what? I'm so glad as now to hear that there was no real prep, right? We've seen a taste of what potentially could come, because I was actually really impressed with Boaster's utility usage on Astra and Haven. I know he said he was just throwing him out. Very eloquently worded as well, way more so than me. But
yeah, similar. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's really exciting to hear that actually they haven't drilled too deep on making that kind of the cornerstone, because that's how they first put their names on the map, right? So that's really exciting to hear.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well, of course, FNATIC, they are through. They have secured themselves a spot at the EMEA Challengers Playoffs, and Boaster was backing Team Liquid there, but Team Liquid will have to get through Team BDS, and that is the next semifinals that is coming up here. Now, Pansy, you know, in the pre-show, Wallex also spoke about Team Liquid, and their game plan is kind of not giving Scream too much space. But there's more than just Scream on this team, right?
There's a certain Finn. And I did have the stats earlier. I'll try and find them again, but I don't even need to tell you statistically. Yampi has the ability to just throw himself at a site, crack it open, and his first kill, the first blood sort of ratio is unbelievably good. He will honestly just sacrifice himself up. Sometimes it looks ridiculous, almost out of sorts, but the value he can garner by getting that first pick is massive. Couple that then with the second man in, which may be Scream, it doesn't really matter. Liquid with these two are a different looking side altogether in my mind. I love this combo, and again for me, I don't know if Yampi's going to stick around forever in Valorant. As negative as that may sound, the man's now suddenly had a huge opportunity reopen for him, and if he's already hit this sort of cap, you know, or this sort of high point for him in Valorant, you can tell he is just a gifted young man. So who knows what the future holds for him, but what I do know is he's going to put on a hell of a display right now.
Well, Pansy, he wants to play Yoru, so he's got to stick around for a little bit longer if he wants to make that work. I'm not allowing him to leave until he shows us the Yoru, of course. And on the other side of this, Hypoc, we spoke about them a little bit in the pre-show, Team BDS, but they are one of the best teams we have right now in Europe.
Oh, for sure. And to be honest with you, the fact that they've continued on this upward trajectory, in my eyes at least, and the early discussions around, wow, Logan's insane, right? But every single one of these guys has stepped up now, in my eyes. And I talked about this earlier. Kuma has been a personal highlight for me the last couple of weeks. Just watching these guys, the Astros looked fantastic for them, kind of bringing that in. And like I said, the big thing around BDS or previously Opportunists and Diffuse is kind of thinking about, well, actually, where does the consistency come from? And there are now things that BDS is showing us that make me feel much better about that. The fundamentals, things like that, and how calculated things are becoming for them.
Well, this team, you know, they've been together for a while. They know what they are doing. It's a slight contrast to Team Liquid, but of course, Liquid have only just made that one swap, so they still have a solid roster, which, by the way, Fish 123 days, those boys are still sticking together on this team right now. But onto the map picks here, Pansy, because both of these guys don't like to play Icebox. So I'm having a feeling that we're not going to get Icebox in this best of three.
No, I guess I'm more kind of, attentive towards Liquid storyline of their rebuild with the Yampi. I feel like they're not ready to maybe, as you said, kind of go full-fledged into the wide map pool yet. You know, they're not going to get every single map under their belt. They're looking on stylistic change-ups. You know, you're looking at Scream now on the Phoenix. You're looking at, you know, some more nuanced changes that I think worked really well. I think they're going to play somewhat safe, I would imagine, because BDS are so slippery to play against. They are high-skilled individuals as well. I think this could be a really tough game for Liquid map pool-wise as well.
Just interested, just to build on that, this is something we've always talked about with BDS, but the one big benefit is actually Liquid being able to now kind of send a bit more muscle on their front line. I think that's one of the best counters to BDS, honestly, is almost fight fire with fire. So we know that Liquid can do the kind of measured and reserve play very deep. They like to obviously minimize casualties on the way in, make the enemy team burn up utility, and kind of make a calculated assessment on that retake. But with Scream and Yampi, I mean, we've seen them. They've literally just been like out on an island, and they will find so much value. So I think actually it's going to be really interesting to see if Liquid lean on that in this BDS series.
Well, in terms of map picks as well, let's just have a look at the vetoes now, because one of the teams is pretty much going to get a free ban because they both do not play Icebox. And in this scenario, it's actually Team Liquid that managed to get that because they've taken Split off of the table, which means we are going to go to Haven, Bind, and Ascent, starting on Haven. Pansy, what do you make of this?
my eyes just go straight towards seeing what Scream and Yampy are going to do to create space on here, because I think that's going to set the tone for the rest of the series. That's pretty much it, because I'd say even yes, so we can talk about map pool and such and so on, and kind of, you know, who's going to get favor on which side. I genuinely believe that stylistically, the biggest answer, as you said, Hypoc, is the frontline offense almost coming in for Liquid here. I think that's a hugely impactful piece. And we've seen the moments where Scream, it doesn't quite find the footing on it, but then you'll have Yampy make up for it. And then we had Cryptix being super clutch as well.
Yeah,
Soulcast's utility, you know, we've already seen those, you know, fake flashes he likes to throw out, or kind of peek it in front of the flash almost. You've seen a lot of stylistic plays already for Liquid on this map. So for me, I look at them as this is a good indicator of how the rest of the series goes, but on paper, this should be BDS to win. It's just how much impact has Scream and Yampy now had towards this roster.
Well, of course, Hypoc BDS, they played this map already yesterday. It was a long one, but they ended up losing here to NIP. Of course, Team Liquid are a very, very different team in comparison to NIP. Do you feel like maybe they could have an easier time here?
That's actually a really good question. I think yes, that you've got to read into element of that, but again, I think NIP were kind of a different anomaly altogether. I think there was definitely an uncharacteristic performance from them, and Haven in particular for Liquid. It's actually one of the maps I feel most comfortable about, and that really, yes, we talked about Yampy and Scream, but in terms of defense, and again, Bria proactive, I look towards Soulcast. He's been the moneymaker for them on Haven, so I definitely think that's a dynamic to consider. It's tough to call really, because as this goes further into the series, I then lean a bit closer towards BDS.
I'm with you. This, as much as I like what we're seeing from Liquid, and I see the potential of to what to instigate their win, I don't know if it's safe to put your faith into. Whereas BDS has everything that should work for them. I'd say that they're currently one of top 5, top 3 in Europe. Obviously we haven't had too many huge events for them to win. I don't think they can quite push to tier, the number 1 spot. But they have taken names and been consistent. So BDS get pushed exceedingly high. They should win this series unless Liquid, all of the kind of win conditions line up, and they very much could. When we talk about high skill kind of players coming in and being your win condition, it's risky unless it's someone like Scream or Yampy, who've both proven they are consistent, they can deliver on high pressure levels, they don't necessarily falter. So again, it's a very tough matchup to call in that regard, but the safe choice would be BDS here.
But Hypoc, what about the difference of that AWP then? Because earlier in the first best of 3 we saw, Brams didn't really find any success on it, and I don't even think Durka really picked it up at any point. But obviously here, Yampy, he is going to be leaning towards this quite heavily. Could this be the difference maker?
It definitely could. I think Yampy's very quickly established themselves as one of those operator players that can be, the conditioning factor. And we talk about the operator being present in different spots on defense, but actually, leaning on it so heavily on attack, with kind of like, closing off one lane and allowing Scream to advance up and find really close contact on some sites is something that Liquid haven't really had at their disposal before, and it's looked really good for them. So it's not even all about, how many kills he's found. It's actually just that slight kind of dynamic change for Liquid that's allowed them to find a lot more room in the early round.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select soon, but of course, for people that haven't seen Liquid as of late, Scream has not been playing the Jet or the Reyna, Pansy. He's been playing the Phoenix.
Yeah, and it's super impressed me. But I think me and Hypoc are somewhat the same, that it's a very self-sufficient agent when he's playing it. Yes, it obviously is capable to open up potential towards sites for the team. It kind of creates that initial space, but then imagine this man now being a self-sufficient player who can kind of flash for himself in maybe potential clutch scenarios. You get to see him kind of very much in combination as not necessarily your prime entry fragger, because I put that right next to Yampy, because statistically it was the NIP game I was looking into, and their stats are off the chart with how they played in that. Both of them doing just unbelievable work. So again, it's one of those scenarios where I think that the Phoenix very much suits him as a player, and I hope we get to see it here. It does seem as though that's the case.
Yeah. We will get him on the Phoenix, but we will get Hoppy on the Phoenix as well, Hypoc. A Phoenix into Phoenix.
Is it no real surprises on the side of BDS for me? At least this is the same as what we saw against Ninjas in Pajamas, and I'm pretty sure in the previous series where we saw Haven as well. Whether or not we're going to see, I mean, I doubt there will be a swap up. There we go. Soulcast is going to hover on the sky, but
I hope he locks that. Please don't change. It's really good.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. He's locked it. Don't worry, guys. Like you both said, we kind of know what we're expecting going into this, but that clash of playstyle and how they're both going to be able to deal with each other's aggression is going to be very, very interesting. But that is enough from me, because we are going to get into the second best of three, the second semi-final we have today. The first map is Haven. Once again, Pansy and Hypoc.
Right. I want to set the precedent on this because I think a lot of people, okay, Liquid have a lot of fans, right? They've got some very big names on there. They've started to build back in. This is the deepest run in a while we've seen from them. But BDS on paper are a substantially stronger side. They've had better results in consistent manners recently. They have been delivering individually and as a collective. Now, I don't know whether you agree or not. Well, we can get to that. But keep in perspective, if Liquid do manage to pick up, a couple of maps or a couple of good rounds in this, I'm going to be really paying attention because, as said, I think BDS are very much the real deal here. Hypoc, what do you make of this now, like matchup wise, pound for pound here?
I think BDS making their case, obviously, the previous team names and getting themselves here, they've kind of solidified themselves. So the pressure falls onto Liquid to kind of break that consistency. Yes, Liquid are on the upward trend now with obviously this roster change, but I don't think we can be confident enough that they've kind of realized their full potential. So for me, the pressure's on. And to be honest, I always look to map one to see kind of where they're going to set the pace or the standard of which we're going to see.
Well, here's the tone setter, right? This is it. And it's aggression. Now, normally they make Yampy the raid boss here. I'm curious to see if they do it. It does seem as though Armor, Frenzy, all the goodies come out for Yampy. So keep your eye on him in these sort of rounds. But Hoppy doing somewhat similar things, but less invested into by his teammates. You can have the close walk towards Long. The turn for anti-flash is terribly timed. And Yampy doubles down. That's what we're saying. This man in these pistol rounds. If you watched the previous game, Hypoc, which we both did, you know he is deadly.
Frenzy is his best friend. He's going to go back round and Logan will be there to greet him. Unfortunately not to get that kill, but BDS now need to get something rolling on this retake.
Okay, where's that potential going to come from? Flash again, this is time buying, this is lovely work. Drops down, Screams right there. And now you got Logan and Roden trying to find a way through, and Screams like, hey, Yampy. No, I want in. I want some of these. Calm it down. Calm it down. First one on the board for Liquid. And look, if you invest in Yampy, that makes sense that you expect him to do well, and he does.
Really strange, actually, because I like the decision-making from BDS there. Hoppy and Takas actually fully give up sight, and they opt to actually stay on Long. Now, with Takas behind bricks, I almost want Hoppy to kind of hold that crossfire for as long as possible. They know that Liquid are going to prioritize sewers at this point. And here it's just the timing, right? Hoppy turns.
I don't know if he's turning anti-flash or what. I don't know if he just heard the utility up short.
Maybe, yeah, but it just seems like with both players getting to that spot and making the right decision not to challenge sight and try and stay alive, I would have thought there would have been, a counter peek or something, not allowing Yampy to find that second.
And another element I also want to highlight as well is we get Logan against Cryptics. Two really good Killjoys, so this should be a fun game for you to watch. I know that you love a bit of the Killjoy action. And as I said, these two making a bit of a name for themselves. On this, Yampy did some dirty baiting work as well. Thankfully, our brilliant observer, Mel, previously called that one his bait with, I think it was the Sheriff, but he had the Judge as well, baiting them up long on the defensive side. I can't wait to see if that's a potential to come through. We'll remind you on the side switch. But for now, Ultimate has been garnered, or one of the orbs towards, and they restart their kind of build towards short. They have utility here, but a 4-play stack of BDS against them.
And actually the fifth making his way over as well. That's Kuma hitting this rotate. So Liquid have a lot of people to deal with here as BDS are just going to wait and take contact. Yampy actually going to dash through. Actually gets caught off guard here. The trade is good.
That's what I
Scream
mean
will
with
double
him, man.
dip.
He's so willing to sacrifice even these weird rounds. Like, if you know that you've got the second player in being Scream, you don't mind doing that.
No.
Because, he dives in. This thing, people will be like, why has he done that? I mean, the potential of the fact that you have full faith in Scream coming in to clean up, you've instantly given him a favorable fight, no worries. Like, Don't get me wrong, of course he wants to win it, but instantly Scream is there. There is no baiting, there's no hesitation, it's just straight trades. It's really good spacing.
Well,
now this is where it gets different though, right?
I was just going to say, bigger picture-wise as well, Scream getting his ultimate on this early. Kind of the thing you want as a byproduct of that situation. Yampy creates the space and it's ultimately Scream that kind of benefits off it, right? They have a good opportunity here, whether or not we will see the run it back popped. And actually looking towards a B execute with things like that, create some space through there. You can see Takas already set up on B site if we do see that, but Liquid again, this emphasis on A lobby control. Clear this out. So we see the slow progressive push once again. Link considering the possibility that there's...
You're out.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was going to say, considering the possibility of Roden baiting for somebody, but Roden just gets absolutely slapped.
Yes. Yes, he does.
They have to respect this. They have to respect this. It's Scream.
This is the thing. The whole pre-show, you know, we had that nice little talk about, we can shut him down. Well, which one are you going to shut down? Yampy or Scream? Because they're two very different players in how they approach this. And Scream being very self-sustainable, that ultimate that he runs through quite often gives him basically a free entry kill, or at least the site start, right? So this is why their attacking side gets so sketchy to work against. I want to see what the answers are, and it looks like Takas and Hoppy going to play back in together, cleared through towards Hell, but nothing coming free yet. Soulcast still very much here. Takas does find Link, though. That's important. Takas looking a little lost for the next step here, though. Yampy's still around and did find Hoppy. Akuma isolates Soulcast, and now it's on Cryptix. He did clutch out before, but not today. The better guns prevail. And no bonus round for Liquid.
Some good damage done, though. Logan down on the light armor. Takas going to have to repurchase his, but one away from the Blade Storm. Who potentially could pass this Vandal across if they're struggling to get something going. It's Hoppy, actually, that's going to be the worst off. So, eyes towards BDS in the early round if they want to go for one of these orbs. A nice retake nonetheless, and on the back of Takas and Hoppy, really, with that play out from heaven. The double cloud burst. Takas just runs bait, dashes out.
Who's a real genius is? Get out of my way!
And early investment from Yampy. Scream as well facing into this. How does Takas there?
Confidence.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves, but there's the answer. That's what you want. You need to quell this confidence in the likes of Yampy and Scream, and then you can start actually playing the game, right? That's where you can start building off the back of quelling that aggression that you get off the back of these two players. And they've done that very well this round, at least with the first step of taking down Yampy. Of course, Scream's still there, Soulcast, Cryptix, and Link, so there's still a chance on it. But now for the attacking side, traditionally a 4v4 does still pretty much favor the attacking side because they can overwhelm whichever side they go to. And at this point, we've got to see how the response comes out. We still have the Spectre on Link. Soulcast clearing through by Garage over towards Window. Logan does give away the game, but not much info garnered.
Just looking at this, yes, Takas did drop that weapon across. He went for the ultimate, as I said. It's Yampy that gets traded out. So that's the reason we're seeing this kind of, I guess, stalemate, right? Is both teams trying to feel out how they're going to respond off the back of that, because it's both Blade Storms taken off the table. A little bit of utility trade now. Looking at it on Liquid, one flash left on Scream and Soulcast. Paranoia still available, though, for Link. A good opportunity. Still get something going.
Yeah, but they've got to nail this, and this is where it gets a little dicey. 13 seconds, you gotta go, you gotta clear not just Roden, but Hoppy too. 10 seconds now, Akuma on the swing, does great for 2. Link and Scream now down, Spike is lost, round's done. Lock it up, boys, keep the guns, look towards the next one. Now, again, I don't like to call out chat, but there was one person that said, BDS are not more strong than Liquid, you will see when game start, then you look dumb. Right. So, until this point, Liquid, I think the deepest they've done in this so far was, I think, round of 16. I believe. That has been their most recent runs in these tournaments, whereas we've seen, of course, their opponents, BDS, making substantially deeper runs. You know, yes, they lost out to FPX, but that's pretty fair. I don't blame you for that one. That's quite a tough opponent to try and get past. So, results-wise, sir, in chat, or madam, Let's use some of that brain power, huh? Let's elevate a little bit. 2-2 for now. And this doesn't mean that Liquid can't do it. But it does mean that BDS on paper have had better results recently. There you go. I've got to really go very simple for some people. For now, though, you can see Scream starting to build up here, but there's a long control we haven't seen, not necessarily given for free, but having to be respected this time around. That op now coming out to play, and that's a lot of space now kept safe.
Yampy creeping. It's actually one player on back side of B. It's Hoppy. You can see here. Oh, Solkas didn't actually catch vision there. Might get the info off the flash, but actually it was sent through to A-Link side, and BDS holds strong. With Takas this deep, they can stay in this formation. Logan, dirty little tap onto Yampy to shut that down. And try and find something else. The contact divide goes up. Look at, oh no.
The timing's so good, and the time being bought on the site was perfect. Scream does well to break through, but he's gonna have to clutch this out like a madman if he wants it. 25 seconds, can't do it. Hoppy just plays it too well. And this is what we kind of not expect to see, but I like the patience and the kind of play from BDS. They take space on one side of the map. They push that up. They sit super deep on the other side. They allow them to take a little bit of room. As soon as they break through on long, you get that crunch towards window, and then Scream just gets locked out by Hoppy. This is a very well played out round by, once again, BDS. For Liquid, you know, you gotta get that money rolling back on the board, because right now they're suffering.
Indeed, well, Scream on the run it back, but a Marshall here. I doubt we see it. That guy's actually going to get flashed away. He boosted up, but okay. Scream actually trades it out. It's a 1-for-1, and Seaside pretty much open. You see Akuma inside garage window, but Yampy actually going to retrieve the operator here, and that's a big factor in this round.
Yeah, suddenly that's a little scary. Now they have to respect it. Utilities can be put in place, allow for the cross to come down. Spike should be planted. I don't see a way it gets denied. Yampy does not really want to give away the game too much here. Has to show a little bit of his hand now and forced to hold the angle. Now the pressure starts to mount. Hoppy with a flash to try and isolate. It's going to do just that, but Cryptix finds Akuma in the meantime. Logan's still there. Hoppy, this is the shutdown from BDS, and now it's just Scream in the 1v3, and oh my word, he's got Roden. But the next, surely not. The Spike, he can work on this, but there you go. That's going to be the benefit of the Phoenix on the other side. Have you got anything for a Scream? You're going to do him dirty like this. He did get the tag, but he didn't get the frag yet. The defuse is still coming in, and there's no way to deny it. Logan holds it down. 4 on the board for BDS.
Oh, I mean, really good damage down on a barely anything investment from Liquid. The fact that Yampy actually stays alive for this long, he almost has an opportunity to scope in and find that there, but off screen, Logan shutting him down. When you see the first tap, you just think it's Scream, it's possible. Nonetheless, BDS closed that out, and actually a big round for Liquid to get a couple of these ultimates online. Scream, Soulcast, Cryptix, Link, all with theirs available. A good opportunity here to get themselves a round win back on the board as BDS lead 4-2. Scream.
Must be nice. Takas. Oh, that's... You know that Yampy is desperate to just get into that, but slowly creeps forward with the judge out.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Taking some more space. And here comes Scream. Once again, get used to seeing this. He gets that ultimate a whole lot, so he will take space a whole lot. The site is now theirs. Killjoy investing the ult as well. Yampy going to try and get that spike down. There it is. Seeker's going to come through. But don't reveal too much information, but do keep them away! But into the jaws of Yampy with 2 huge kills. Hoppy instantaneously pounces on the pace now. We're down to a 2v4. This shouldn't be doable.
They're still trying to...
Where is that spike? You can't even find it.
You can't even find it.
And it's well enough planted too, that's a problem, but they've got to be able to face this soon enough. There it is, lovely work from Soulcast, and Hoppy, no way to get around it.
They were looking where you can't plant the spike. I'm not sure whether that was just a miscommunication there or what, but Liquid... I mean, ultimately, Takas and Hoppy both down to really low HP after the lockdown comes out. It's on the back of Yampy. He has a really clean connection there.
The third man, like Hoppy, look dead,
should have had the third, but did enough damage where actually BDS have to play that fast.
The benefit of Yampy and then Scream on ult, right? Like, That's the sketchy part with these two. It's just it's gonna happen more often than not. Now we do see none of the start there. Takas does find Yampi very quickly. That was a pick towards, I believe, Long, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm sure Yampi was probably up trying to peek over with the knives out and got picked out midair, so I'm sure that was a sick shot over towards A-Long. And once again, that does mean that control does get given over to BDS, who will once again maintain that. Now, we have two very much Counter-Strike-based minds in this team who will understand you lose control somewhere on the map, you've got to garner it somewhere else. And right now, it looks like Akuma's got a very good idea as to where Liquid might be, and that is exactly that. The swing on it, though, is going to be a bit precarious. Loses life. Now the pop flash comes out from Soulcast, maybe looking for some information on this one, and it's Logan. Soulcast! Huge work on the site there. Cracking it open, and now Spike Plant can be considered.
Actually, that second shock dart potentially stops that lockdown from ticking away. Takas now. Be careful, he's going to hear the steps of Soulcast. Liquid, they prioritize, they come back, Scream deals with it quickly. There's just Hoppy left standing. Liquid thrown everything, the kitchen sink of this round, to be honest, and going to pay off for them here. Hoppy gets spotted out by the turret. You can see on the minimap the setup, he's got a few more hurdles to pass here, and looking like he might just opt to hold on to his armor and this weapon. Again, this was pretty much everything in the kitty in terms of the economy for BDS, so no surprises here.
Now, see if they keep the guns. It looks as though they will. Yeah. No. All right. So scoreline wise, Scream is delivering today. I mean, he's on it. Gets gifted a freebie over there. It's like, here you go, Yampi. Take this. I've got enough cash. Don't worry about it. So Up now comes out, but you know that's fine. Scream's just been running them ragged. On the other side of things, though, cash is a problem, right, Hypoc? The money now is in the bin. We have 2 rifles. So a little bit of a, what we like to call the Russian buy almost, or if it's, 1 rifle or 2, it does kind of, along with just, a couple of pistols here and there, a little bit of light armor on Logan. It ain't a pretty purchase.
Once again, Taka's going to retrieve that orb on A and leave Roden to deal with that. He has his Hunter's Fury available, but now Taka's getting a Blade Storm online, actually. Gotta look at that as 3 main weapons, to be honest. Gonna leave C completely open though, and Liquid able to isolate.
Oh, this position!
Oh, Scream!
Oh, god damn, Scream! Already 2 massive kills, and he makes it look so simple and easy. Like paranoid about that play coming in through from Garage, but a quick flash through does give him the angle for a second. But Takas is right there, punishing Scream for a second of hesitation. Up above? No, not gonna get away with a good trade for Roden. The double down as well. Keep with this, inject the 3! Leaving it all to Cryptix, but Cryptix, look, in the previous games, we've seen this man clutch out with a double face. He can't get past it. He needs a way to get in this corner. And Logan's backed away. Roden, what a shutdown from him in a round they had no right to.
No, I mean, Scream finds the first 2, and like I said, they left that completely open. They were trying to play retake, and the fact that they're able to re-aggress there in, was it the 3v5? It was the 3v5. Right here off the back of that 1 kill, Takas finds 1, Roden comes down, finds both kills on site, a beautiful tap onto Yampi, and then closing things out for his 4th.
Keep it cool.
5-4 now. Swings and roundabouts, the economy getting a nice boost. Oh, and Hoppy just winding Yampi, trying to, again, Yampi is trying to get that A-long control, and he's been punished a good couple of times for this as well. They are very much aware of some, maybe of the protocols that Liquid like to run, and they're not getting the same sort of capability from it. Yampi is normally very good at taking space, I feel, for Liquid. He'll try and garner them as much as he can, but shut out this round. Akuma has been getting a good feel for times as well. He didn't quite win that previous fight, but now let's see what he can get from this. Logan's going to kind of reveal that there is certainly some presence nearby. Soulcast trying to work out as to where. Spam. Oh, Akuma! Nasty, nasty work. Quickly shutting down the ult from Scream, and Logan's still at the back of sight here.
Fantastic. Whereas Logan actually going to find another kill, but Scream quickly trades that one out. Hoppy now run it back. Roden. Erkin. Could actually find Scream with the spike here if he does check, and actually Scream makes a step. I don't think Roden was going to check that. Once again, Roden holds the line, and closes a round out for BDS, and 6-4. Liquid, I think, back down onto pennies. See Cryptics and Yampy looking all right, but the other three, not so great here. Again, just the awareness there from Akuma. As soon as he hears Soulcast throw the dog out, he knows exactly where to spam through the wall and finds that kill.
Six to 4. And you're right, Yampy and Cryptics can get a small purchase going, but the rest are working with less. Looks like that look towards B, and a nice little switcheroo. Of course, Logan now going to be over towards this side. B, a very common, sort of sight hit, especially for an attacking team on this map, with a weaker purchase. So a good read from BDS for now. Now, whether or not there's a response to this because of seeing the adaptation or maybe some utility out of place, we'll have to wait and see.
Akuma. Love the way he's playing in Garage, actually, and that's a perfect example there. He waits for the sound cue, then tries to pop a gravity well. It's no risk almost the way he's playing. Cryptics will open things up, though. Logan falls on B's site. Yampy all the way through. Actually going to come through the smoke. Akuma will fall.
Wait. Takas? Rodent? What? How is this happening? So many of these rounds today have just been going madly back and forth in weird buys, and Takas, yeah, he can find Soulcast, but that's position now noted. Yeah, Link and Yampy are low, but who cares? They've got rifles, all of them do. And Takas, what are you meant to do in this one now? That just takes your kind of momentum away, that confidence. You're just sitting quiet now.
Timing.
Yeah, Link, unfortunate there, but Takas going to take that all day if he can.
Collab? Question mark?
Niet.
Scream now making his way around. Actually, yeah, Attacker's going to hear him as well, but Scream should be able to close this out. Be big if they can.
Ooh. Nasty.
Little flick there.
Nasty work from Takas.
This is one thing though.
Last round.
I'd be interested to hear if you agree with this. Those are the sorts of rounds that we didn't historically see Liquid win.
100%.
Like with the pop-off, right? Yes, we started seeing it with Soulcast flexing onto the sky originally.
Yeah.
But that just looks so well coordinated amidst the chaos.
Exactly, and it's something that I'm loving seeing with Liquid, and again, it was like, Liquid does seem like a long-term project, and they made the right choices. I feel like with Yampy here, they needed the Oppa, as simple as that is. But as you said, stylistically, they do have a little bit more burst to it now. They have a little bit more gusto to the way they're approaching this, and again, it can look super sketchy at times, though, because it looks almost out of place, almost out of sorts, because it's a little fast and loose almost, but it is well considered. Now, at this point, Scream's 2 away from ult, and Scream can probably get that in, about a second's time, so keep your eyes on that. Soulcast ready to go as well. A lot of them getting very close, so I wonder who's going to maybe push through just towards the end here, but of course on BDS, Roden's locked and loaded, Logan's good to go, Akuma's there as well. They are very much looking good in this, and Yampy, no subtlety to this, no quietness to this. Happy to step in. No fear normally from this man. On the other side, we do have Phoenix waiting in the hands of Hoppy. Not quite playing this as actively as you'd imagine. A little bit deeper towards heaven. Ball goes up, and the sight take comes in.
Yes, really, Logan's got to be careful here because there's nobody to back him up and invest in this lockdown. Rotation coming through. Liquid are going to still commit to the plant, but
job done. Yampy, look at Yampy. Oh, the top. Yampy gets caught. He's still got one for it. And now the play comes back in because look at the defuse. Hoppy sitting on this one. They can't stop it at all.
Cosmic Divide comes up and allows BDS to just stabilize there. Like I said though, Logan, with both players coming up to heaven, there was an opportunity for somebody on Liquid to just swing through, find that kill on Logan and destroy the lockdown. But I don't know if there was a moment's hesitation there, anticipating, somebody popping out of heaven. But the problem being, nobody actually peeled away from sight. Yampy, unfortunately, he nearly gets that kill onto Takas, but then he's kind of caught with his pants down. A really, really weird decision made on the side of Liquid there.
Now, scoreline-wise, though, we look at the half. Now, once again, Yampy does get created as the raid boss here. Gets himself on a frenzy with light armor. So, a little bit of attention should be put towards him in this, because he normally gets quite proactive. We'll see if that's the case. On the other side, ghosts galore. You know, the finesse on the Frenchman. You gotta love that. Roden, did he spot out yet?
No, he didn't.
That worries me slightly. If they keep progressing this way, there is a double stack here. You're going towards the heavy hitters. Now, Hoppy might be able to flash one, yes, but the second can swing. And there it is, the crunch time. Cryptics as well on the back lines, just going to keep them somewhat safe. But BDS just walk through. How did they just find 3 complementary positions and just destroy them?
I gotta feel like Cryptic should have had that kill. He had him banged to rights. Unfortunately, BDS will keep 3 alive, and the numbers advantage. 1 flash available for Soulcast. Logan just holding close contact there as we'll swing onto this and get a little bit aggressive after Liquid shows some presence. Paranoia could be huge for Liquid here and close out a kill quickly.
There's every chance for it. The cross is being held, but it's not the perfect shot.
Oh my!
The play back in, I kind of feel like that push towards CT was a little...
It was dicey.
It was, I mean, a 3v2 post plant is nowhere near safe, and you hadn't done that much damage. Link was sitting absolutely perfect.
Well, just quick, I think maybe BDS read that situation wrong. They feel like they're going to split through Spawn and Garage, but even there, it's overzealous. Like,
it's an overpeak for sure. I just, especially in a pistol round, that opens such a gateway.
Just play distance. Like, just play crossfires and distance on site. It's the safer bet.
Okay. Now, great retake, though, as well, then off the back of that to still clear out so well. And this is the Yampy that you got to be ready for. There he is, supported by Scream, and his Cryptics in the back lines as well. The triple stack, just ready to take the fight. No fear at all. Dangerous again, but there were frenzies on the other side. Ghosts, we've been seeing a great deal of force fires coming through. Cryptics doesn't even see them. Just absolutely spamming away. Fish in a barrel, something of the such.
Words. That's going to tie things up now, and only 1 death of course is it's the judge back in the hands of Yampy.
Spike down.
Have a good opportunity to ride this out, maybe build some momentum here. Well, the one thing again with this round, you really want to get some ult progress if you're BDS. Considering how the previous round went, they won't be looking terrible. Yeah, Logan 2 away from the lockdown, Hoppy 2 off the run it back, but elsewhere maybe a little lacking on the side of Liquid. Actually, it's Scream and Cryptics, the 2 that are closest.
Look at this mad stacking Garage.
It's a 3-man stack as well.
What is this? Okay, but yeah, and then Scream, what? And Cryptics, they've been playing these like really weird C setups. I kind of like it. That's pretty fruity. You had the first and then the swing from Scream, super nice, but now they're going towards this B hit. And Akuma is in. Oh, dearie me. That's not pretty, is it? Down to 3 now to try and continue this one forward. And Scream's had the time now to come around towards B.
Could get... Oh my god.
Oh,
he could get the...
They have no idea. They have no idea. The timing. Wait, did they go past? He may have called it out because he's got Link at the back lines here. So Link should be checking the timing on this. He's just playing safety. I don't mind that at all. Gets a little interested and lovely shot from Link. Takes out Takas and now calling no man's land. Is there anyone who can get them out of it? Roden maybe, but Scream's got Hoppy all day long. There's no one better, but of course Roden's just going to be watching this like, well, what am I meant to do about that? Absolutely nothing. Gorgeous round from Liquid there.
And again, it's the contingency. These are the fundamentals that we've seen kind of Liquid hinting at, right? And you've hit the nail on the head. Link there, playing so deep in Spawn. Actually, Scream doesn't need to show. He doesn't need to peek. He doesn't need to hold that angle on the A-Link cross. He's actually just there as the safety net on B site. The only thing I would say is Yampy optimistic. I don't know if he's... thinking that's a Bucky right click, but playing with the judge up on the box there. I want to see him playing close contact on the doors, man.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yampy just does Yampy things, and Scream just takes an aggressive fight against pistols. Sometimes you gotta take the good with the bad. the bad with the good. I don't know which way it really works. For now, they do get a rifle to recover. Scream is down, but you know the spike is now left over towards long. So I guess good with the bad, right?
Sure.
Now Soulcast is.
Oh, love that combo.
Okay. Yeah.
The gravity well and the Molly trying to flush out Soulcast from that corner. Hoppy actually just able to walk up. Link, I guess, just caught on the timing there with that smoke, and Hoppy once again will come out and finds Link sleeping, to be honest with you. Cryptix and Yampy, the last two left, and it's a judge in the hands of Yampy. Does have the lockdown available, but this is a difficult retake here.
Okay,
they're going to trade out lockdowns.
Cryptix has to be so influential on this. Timing's great to catch one, but the trade didn't happen for
Can he
sure.
get it?
Akuma on towards the side. Oh no! Oh my god, no way! And now the 1v2. Timing is everything. The smoke now. Yampy has to play it perfect! Oh my god, what a round coming back in.
I understand it from Akuma, like I think that obviously they've relayed the information on Cryptix's HP, and they know that he's going to have to try and deal with the lockdown. So it's heartbreaking to watch Akuma die like that, but I understand it. What a round though.
And Hoppy had a pop-off round too. Like he made that even possible. Like, that's like 3 huge kills for him off the rifle that they got off Scream at the very start, like, and Yampy
So
with the
tilted.
flying shotty, like,
So tilting to die like that.
it's just, it's nastiness. Oh, 9-7. Game on, ladies and gents, we were asking. The real level of Liquid coming into this, can the tips and tricks we've been seeing coming out from them before really translate against a extremely high-end team? And it looks like the resounding answer is yes right now.
So Liquid again try and find some control on A long. Roden going to shut down the running back. Taka's positioned. Okay, Akuma's position. How has he slipped through here?
I have no idea.
It doesn't look like Liquid have any idea as well because of the Killjoy utility. They're not able to read that.
Ow. How did
he pass the turret?
I don't know. I'm really confused. But I'm pretty sure Liquid will be as well going.
But I mean, it's got to be an Astra Smoke or a Phoenix.
Something, yeah. Great prep work if they've worked it out, but it is now potential retake time if Liquid still fancy their odds in this. There's going to be full utility left on BDS as well. They've got everything they need in this, but still trade's going to come out, but it is Scream, and it's going to be a Link still left alive. Takas gets the big kill towards Scream here, leaving Link in a very undesirable scenario. Great round from Takas to close, but Akuma finding so much space at the beginning was very surprising.
Again, it did happen off screen. I had my eye on the minimap, but I'm not sure really how he'd crossed that, but I mean, him getting so deep here, he's able to just sit. I don't think really after the utility drops that Liquid have any idea that he's already on backside. I think they've assumed that they've kind of gone for that cheeky plant on B, reset to mid and hold. Oh, nice round from BDS there. Like you said, doing the prep work really, I guess in the early rounds to figure out that Killjoy setup on B, because perfectly countered there.
I wonder how that now affects the rest of the game. I'm going to keep a little bit more of a close watch on this. If they found a way to get around this, or if they've, clearly done their prep work, I have to see. Soulcast tries to find some info, maybe a little bit of a misinformation gathering piece there. See how much they read into this. I guess this time the turret does note them. I'm really curious about that overall. That's leaving me scratching my head unless I'm missing something blatantly obvious, and maybe I am. But they're going to be leaning back in towards A long after showing that kind of presence towards middle.
They're just going to creep their way through sewers. Actually, it's only really Akuma lurking elsewhere. Link going to throw out a paranoia. That's going to slow things down. Actually, BDS going to hit the rotate on the back of that.
Seek them out.
Look at it. I mean, Liquid. They're stacked up on this side again. Akuma will find Soulcast after the Seekers are invested.
Scream You can't let this man go unchecked. That's one. That.
Last player standing.
Scream missed a
C.
shot. Scream missed. What? Like, do you know how weird it is to just by default expect that someone's going to always, always hit their shots? Always. Very confused. But yeah, for now, good work from BDS just to convert this round well. They should try and keep this as clean as they can.
Liquid was so well set up to receive
yeah, they
that,
were.
though, Lauren.
I know, but it's... I just sit there and... I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I can account for a couple of missed shots here and there, and there's always more to it. Like, it takes nothing away from BDS. They were still doing very well, but it wasn't even a 50-50. Like, there was some straight whiffs, which was surprising. Like, I'm looking at the space that's been garnered, so, like, obviously Akuma had that mad round in mid, right? But now that's got to keep them paranoid now, because they're getting pressure so often from the connectors now. The flanks are being kind of exploited a little bit. I feel as though Liquid need to either... You either leave mid completely. Like, look at this point here. Look at the Astra positioning right now. It's super annoying. Akuma is being a real threat, be it through, garage, be it through mid. The point is they can't get towards those retakes, so Scream was very isolated. So to me, I want to just see them either have to fully account for middle, and maybe this is their timeout to discuss that, I don't know, but you have to kind of account for how they're threading the needle. One of those rounds definitely caught me and you off guard, but at some point you've got to address the fact that you've now been worked out 3 rounds or 2 rounds, I actually don't know how many at this point, by that kind of snaky play through mid.
Yeah, and it's weird to see Liquid kind of readjust and be in such a good position to anticipate that.
Yep.
And like you said, it pretty much falls apart on the back of 1 kill. Akuma just fantastically timed peak as soon as the Seekers are thrown out, and ultimately, I mean, Liquid not expecting that. Soulcast the only one there really controlling C-Link, so things fall apart at that point.
9-9 on the board. Soulcast with the fast plate towards getting that control on A-Long. Soulcast has been making a bit of a name for himself with the way he approaches this, very much trying to refine it seems. Oh, Pete. Gonna get himself built up. Now he's got himself the ult to play with.
Grenade out.
Again, BDS happy to,
Scout destroyed.
I'll be honest, adopt this slower pace, which is something you don't often say about BDS. I think Liquid really struggling to come to terms with that.
Here.
In terms of expectations for how a team is going to approach, it's not often we see BDS slow clearing angles like this, but look at this stack up long now.
Oh, but Link. Oh, the timing!
No! Again!
No way!
That's like the 3rd time.
That was so unlucky and lucky, whichever team you more favor. I mean, it happens. No one checked on long. They just played contact on it. The burst on contact was so good. So apparently someone was paying attention to that round. We were questioning in middle. According to them, they used the Phoenix Wall to walk past the turret and no one noted it, which is quite surprising. But this round...
So that's why the smoke wasn't on the minimap then. That's what I was looking for initially, but...
That would make sense. So if that's the case, again, well considered. This round's wrapped up, obviously, but how can you account for timing like that? Like, what are you meant to do, I guess? I guess face every now and then towards long, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it may be just you can't even really say a miscom.
Nah, not really.
You could say I'm smoking, peek it, but it looked like Soulcast was in a position to peek the left side, but there was 3 of them stacked up, just creeping on the right side. So, who was that? And how did they not manage to get that kill?
I don't know. Oh.
It's this moment here, yeah, because Soulcast is holding nothing, I'll be honest, from behind default.
Like, I thought he was jiggle peeking, but he wasn't, because he'd already crept up the ramp part, right? So he was just kind of playing safe behind the box, maybe waiting on a flash or...
The worst thing is, I'm pretty sure it's the 3rd time we've seen Link die like that. Whether or not it is a communication thing, I don't know.
Yeah, a little tricky on that. But we go back in at 9-10. Now the money's going to be pushed down a fair way here for Liquid. And they need to get their footing in this, because I feel that BDS now have got such a grip starting to, really build up here. So They've worked out enough. They've been able to garner A-long control quite well. They've been having very fortunate bursts towards some of the sites. They've got the timing down to perfection. But we once again have this very unique stack. It's somewhat a triple stack towards Garage. Maybe a read, maybe how they like to play on these kind of weird purchase rounds. Kind of just watching how this plays out, maybe expecting this B piece again. Because again, no one's on A, no one's on C, and you've got Scream just going like long rotation.
Joke's over. Yeah, this is a little strange. Again, lockdown available, so whether or not they're going to opt to play retake here, Hoppy going to find all this space, so might even catch Soulcast. He doesn't.
Spike planted.
No damage done there. See whether or not that's been the plan for Liquid. Looks like it very well might be. Takas, an awkward 1v1. The Yampi comes out on top of it. Hunter's Fury immediately going to shut down that lockdown, and now BDS respond. 2 kills, 3 kills. Cryptics answers back.
They're going to need some magic in this one. And there's nothing being pulled from that hat. Just a bit of lint at this point. Now 11 on the board for BDS. They're starting to stretch their legs here. Liquid need to get a grip of this, and fast. Now they can get a buy. It's not going to be ideal. Maybe light armor, maybe some, you know, step backs here and there. But they need a grip on this one because this game is slipping away from them. They've lost that kind of control, should I say.
Yeah. And then, as well, the thing to consider with BDS is when they're able to kind of play this slow, the worrying thing's always going to be, was, okay, well, when do they tempo shift? When do they switch things up and go back to, I know me and you love this word, but being slippery. And these kind of fast and loose rounds that we know BDS is so good at. Screen.
That's a nice adjustment. They've been taking control of A-long so often. This is a really good call to come out. So they've got the pick there initially. Now, the second step was they've been caught in some really weird timings, maybe not some complementary positions. Now, you're going to have the ult coming back around, and Scream's going to take that. Now, he's going to have a good look. That's a lot of info now garnered and kind of relayed back. Link's still patrolling over by the sewer, keeping track on this one. Now, I'd like, and I know it's bold to say, but when you've got that much information, I'd love a little bit of maybe map control to start building so they can't really back from this. Start building up that hold on it. You can see Roden starting to pour that utility towards the site. This is indicating that site here is on the way, and it's going to be Hoppy to lead the charge. But Soulcat's actually okay still. Gets one, but the trade comes out. Scream's still alive, but he's got his own fight. Sick work from Scream. And now it's going to be Ring of Roses, but I don't want to be playing with Scream. But Akuma, are you up to the fight? You got Yampi on the left, Scream on the right. Pick your poison. There is no good fight.
Scream, I'll be honest, absolutely working them with that wall as well. Comes out, finds that kill onto Roden, and be able to play time. You can hear Yampi just dashing in the background, desperately trying to get some reinforcements here. But look, beautiful. Beautiful usage of the Phoenix utility.
And it's nice to see them giving them no good option. And I like that adaptation, though, to post Scream up towards A-long. Now, you've got to expect the switch up here, though. That's something that BDS have been getting away with for free. That has been a freebie. They've been able to garner that long control every single time, putting the ult there with either Takas and then kind of slowly building to wherever they really want to, limiting the potential information that Liquid could get. Now, the clear through towards Garage this time, we have seen those very strange, curious three-play stacks. Now, Scream's getting himself ready. Does he want to go on this? There are a lot of players here, and Cryptics goes on a wonder. It's so well done. The bait and the switch, but Scream gets caught, and now Cryptics has to deliver. He does get one, so it's still a 3v3.
You should run.
The 2 for 2 is Lockdown gets invested as well. Link got to be careful because Logan has slipped up into the window. Link will find that kill, but Roden, the backup plan, trade that one out and see how far this is for Soulcast all the way into defensive spawn here. Give them a clean opportunity to plant.
Spike planted.
No ultimates available, and actually utility-wise, only Roden with one shock dart, really. No flashes left on Soulcast, though, so it's going to be difficult for Liquid to break back in. Takas didn't get spotted with that.
Oh, but he did hit the shot. Gets away with dashing towards the side, and Roden's found Yampi. That's wrapped up. That's 12. BDS just punishing them. And that second peek, I think it was from Link towards mid in Garage, that window. The second dip down just to get a little more information. Could have maybe saved his life here. Takas just watching and playing this so well on the readjust. I'm surprised he didn't get punished on that, but no, he gets away with it. And BDS get to 12.
Look, there's Cryptics and Yampi down to a bucky apiece. Soulcast with the Seekers, Link with his ultimate, but again, you look towards the playmakers, Scream, Yampy, no ultimate online here. 2 away, both of them. And actually that Bucky spotted out early on by the Owl drone. It's definitely going to be some information BDS want to lean away from. This is just a small thing here. It's weird to see Link to be the only one playing A here. You almost think with his ultimate, put him C Link. Have somebody else on A site here and make use of that ultimate. Link does have the Vandal though, so hopefully get something done from heaven. But that's not a factor.
Cover going out. Joke's over. You're
Okay.
dead.
This game on. Hoppy gonna lead the way. See nothing. Feeling safe enough. Utility towards CT. Puts it down. Link gonna have to back away. That's enough of an indicator. And they now know someone's close towards the site in BDS. Just gonna re-aggress towards the nice positions in hell for Hoppy, and Hoppy's been a really integral player as well. Now, investment, utility comes in, ultimate goes down, and Seekers come in. Liquid on the burst through from CT. This is gonna be dicey. Akuma's found Scream. Hoppy on Yampy, but there's the fight back. Cryptix needs the kill and he gets it. But now the 2v2, and look at the guns. You still have the Vandal now switched up with Cryptix. Good sweep from Link. Huge work, but Takas, he just has to play the time, and Link denies.
Beautiful retake there. They're, again, just stacking up and throwing everything they had to come out. Cryptix literally running around for what felt like an eternity on site with a Bucky in hand. Will eventually find a kill. And Liquid live to fight another round on the brink of overtime here on Haven. It's always Haven. It's always overtime here.
And remember the buy as well, Hypoc. They were coming in with like Buckies, bits and pieces. Yeah, Link had a Vandal, but not many others did. And I mean, looking at this now, the Seekers come out and look at this burst. All together, high flash in from nice work from Soulcast on that, and just effective trading. Link, an absolute little pocket MVP in that round.
Guess we'll start off slow once again.
Nowhere to run.
Is actually Hunter's Fury invested preemptively here. Cryptix takes 1 tag but won't get closed out. Wait. Okay. Link's finding kills with a judge on C Long. Scream does actually turn that flash. He's gonna find the first. They line up. He can't find anything else though. Akuma, 2 more.
And now the 3v3. Let's see how they play this one out. We've got Link all the way on the flank. Still going to be a nuisance to this.
Spike planted.
They're a million miles away now. Got to get around. Try and build this back. It all comes down to this on map 1. Is it OT or is it GG? EDS trying to play it
1 flash left.
calm as they can, and that's all that they've got to try and instigate this for Liquid. Logan, the first one there. Flash comes. No quick swing on that. Soulcast. Ooh, careful on that corner. Time's gonna be a factor. That's now Soulcast gone. No trade here. Takas finds Link. It looks like BDS might have just done enough to lock this one down. They have BDS convert. And in the final hour here, 13-11.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good game from BDS. I don't even feel like Liquid made an awful lot of mistakes. It was BDS just doing what they do best, winning that war of attrition, right? Almost unorthodox round wins, you know, finding an opportunist kind of, well, no play on words there, kill or first blood somewhere, and being able to really punish on the back of that.
I mean, a big elevation as well from Liquid, I'd say, overall here. This is a much better display from them. But as said, on paper, BDS just have some of the best fundamentals sometimes, and they really can garner some of these, I guess, snaky rounds. They have players that pop off. Hoppy's been incredible. Akuma's been great, but you can't get past the fact that Scream just dropped to 30 real casual. So, look, I want to head to a quick break here because I don't want to waste time. I want to hear from the desk. I want to bring Eccles back in. So that's going to be what's coming up in a moment's time. So guys, stick around. We'll be back in just a sec.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where Team BDS just edged out Liquid on Haven. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined on the desk once again by our third analyst today, Echoes. Welcome back, Echoes. That was a hell of a match.
Yeah, that was one hell of a match. Honestly, it was super close. I feel bad for Liquid for not closing it out, but sometimes Valorant's like that.
It is indeed. We also have Pansy and Hypoc back on the desk as well. Pansy, that was, it could have gone either way towards the end of that map.
Oh, absolutely. The amount of times it came down to what felt like a bit of unfortunate timing here or there, or even, Akuma and Hoppy having a wonderful series. So a great display from BDS, but I'd say again, Liquid performing very well here. This has been, as much as it is a loss, a good display of what to expect from them.
Yeah, and for me, it's interesting. Really, I mean, we've got to say, Yampy didn't find as much value as we've seen him find in other matches, right? That's fair to say. And there was a few kind of synergy aspects. I mean, maybe Eccles can expand on this a little bit, but we talked about the timing with Link like 2 or 3 different times, and whether or not that's just a slight adjustment on the communication or synergy overall with a new member in this roster. I don't know.
Well, yeah, let's talk about that, Eccles, because when we were watching that match, there was so little that separated between two teams that often those little mistakes and small unforced errors ended up being quite costly.
Yeah, there was a few times in the game where these small, little overpeats cost a lot of, whether it be rounds or even just, guns and money. So the one round in particular it reminds me of is when Logan is playing, a retake B setup to kind of deny the plan. And, so BDS obviously set up that Logan's the only guy towards B. Then he peeks out and Cryptix gets an insane shot, gets an entry, and then the round just snowballs out of control for BDS. They could get the entry, they swarm onto the site, they get more kills, they get the guns, and they turn like a force buy. That should be really difficult into a pretty easy round for them.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see from these clips as well, it's just marginal errors, even second and timings as well, that costed both of these teams actually in a few rounds that we otherwise probably didn't expect them to win. But other than that, what do you feel like BDS did particularly well here, Echoes, to kind of secure them the victory?
I'm especially impressed by Hoppy and Akuma from this matchup.
Yeah.
Hoppy's ult was really, really sick. It created a lot of space on the retakes and he got a lot of big kills with it. And Akuma's lurking ability in taking map control won them 3 or 4 rounds easily on his own.
We have to talk about Scream. As you can see, those stats. That is not the stats of a guy who's on a losing team, but he does this over and over again. The consistency is there. And Echoes, being his teammate and having played with him for a while, what's it like? Because he doesn't look like he ever caves under pressure.
Yeah, that man's born with ice in his veins, honestly. Playing with him for the amount of time I did, whether it be practice or officials, he's like a human highlight reel. He's always hitting these crazy rounds. And to him, it's like as I say, aiming for him is so easy. And it literally is. He always performs and he's always in a good mood, always hyping up the team as well. He's literally one of the best teammates you could ever get because he always performs and he's always trying to help out the team as well.
And also, of course, the kills he gets, we were talking about this during the match, Echoes, they're impactful. They're not just sort of, exit frags.
Oh yeah, incredibly impactful. For this match alone, he got 8 first kills, which is insane. That obviously that some things go wrong and you can't convert all the rounds, but that just shows he's like having an AWP on your team, but it's not an AWP because he just can open up bomb sites, open up areas in the map on his own, and it's just scary to play against.
Well, Hypoc, what did you make of Scream's performance there? It was Team BDS's plan going into this to try and shut him down.
Yeah, I do think Scream, on this Phoenix pick, he is kind of the anomaly, right? He's the aspect for Liquid that can keep things kind of keep BDS, I guess, playing cautiously. And the big thing really is once BDS kind of adopted that, it kind of removes that big factor, which is Yampy in the early round, right? Finding space. And they were so cautious that really, I mean, you look towards Soulcast and Yampy to be the ones to kind of synergize on that Sky and Jet to find these cheeky kills, the first bloods and whatnot. But the fact that it's Scream, I think is a big testament to how well BDS actually played on Haven. The setup was fantastic on the attack. They were able to sit in a default for so long. And then in the rounds where they did switch things up and show a little bit of aggression, that's when we saw Liquid make these tiny errors that we've already said. Just the knock-on effect was huge.
Well, let's quickly talk about the Phoenix plays as well, because we've spoken about Scream, and Echoes, you mentioned that you were impressed with Hoppy's Phoenix too. How impactful do you feel like those ultis were on this map?
The ultis on Haven are especially effective. Like, you watch the NA teams and they base like whole rounds around them. And you can see the same here, like the common one going into the C cubby on attack to go up to the site. We saw Hoppy and Scream both do that. Then here, as you see on screen, Hoppy coming in with like the retake and just like creating so much space. That round could have gotten out of control because that's the round where Takas gets picked off at the back site. Yampy gets an AWP and then everyone's thinking, oh no.
Yeah.
But then Hoppy comes in, saves the day, gets his ult, creates the space, gets a kill, and it's a lot more relaxed for BDS after that.
Yeah, well, Pansy, a lot of those rounds were basically dictated through wherever the Phoenix ults were.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, they're huge instigators, so I think it's credit to the players on them to be able to utilize them so well. It's why, you know, when we talk about Scream, obviously, you put him on a pedestal. We know he's an incredible player, but bear in mind, Hoppy also doesn't have this, like, mad tenured history of, you know, these high-tier, you know, super sick LAN games like Scream does. He has literally, you know, been a tier 1 professional, and even, you know, above that, you know, almost a savant in what he's done in previous games. And Hoppy, I still think, found just as much value, maybe not as many kills, but the value he brought was exceptional. So again, I want to put a little bit of credit on BDS for using him just as well, providing that honestly, it just proves that I'm so happy to see Phoenix being more common now in Europe as well. That's a big key component for me.
Never thought we'd hear those words, Pansy. But of course, Haven is behind us now, and Bind is up next. And Echo's Liquid have traditionally not been too successful on this map.
Yeah, obviously, I think that's more of my iteration of the roster. We kind of did struggle on Bind, but I've seen the hard work the boys have been putting in. Obviously, Sliggy had a little bit of a masterclass lineup yesterday that everyone saw on Twitter with the Molly and the Sage Slow combined with a Brim ult to get the kill. So the boys have been working hard. I feel like with Jampy instead of me on this map, it brings a whole new dynamic. Obviously, you have the AWP Jet that can just like hold angles, like hold space so easily, and also get openings as well, which I think is great for them.
Just quickly as well, though, we did see Liquid put on an absolute show against NIP on Bind.
Yeah.
Now that's I'll be honest, a big change from what we would have said expectations-wise for Liquid looking back on Bind.
But this is BDS's map pick as well, so we do have to take that into consideration. They chose this for a reason, but maybe, you know, after them seeing all of the crazy stuff that, as you said, Echo Sliggy put on this map, I don't think anyone is going to forget that Brimstone ulti with a slow, with a molly. It was just never ending, but we are going to head into Agent Select now for Bind and see what these two teams are going to pick up. Again, unlikely we'll see anything too crazy, but, you know, Yampy did say that he likes the Yoru here. See, I'm just baiting big time. I'm going to be just very, very surprised if they do that. But over here, Hoppy on the breach this time around. Pansy?
Yeah, I mean, look, if he can be as much of an instigating element as he was in the previous map and feels that he can still provide that much space and create opportunities, more than happy to see it. I think Scream is a little bit more of a, not a self-serving Phoenix player, but he's a little bit more self-sufficient, which I think works very well for him. When you have someone like Scream, you should definitely play and tailor it to the player in front of you. So I think that works very well for both sides.
Well, Echoes, what do you feel like Liquid have to look out for looking at the team composition here from BDS?
Well, the immediate thing that stands out to me is obviously Hoppy with the breach and Takas hovering the Raze right now. We're not sure if he's going to lock it in or not. But obviously a breach and a Jet or breach and a Raze combo, you're going to be expecting like these fast players that are going to be, you know, closing the distance and like getting on top of you and in your face. Like Liquid need to be able to react to this and like have, you know, set plans accordingly.
Well, it sounds like we're going to see a lot of aggression from both sides here, Hypoc. Perhaps maybe kind of a replay from last map as well?
It could be. I mean, honestly, that's probably the best I've seen BDS playing slow. Usually they are one to, I mean, as Echo said, be explosive and look to close the distance off this early round utility. But honestly, this could be something we see continuing to Bind.
We will see indeed. Well, for Team BDS, they are very, very close to qualifying for that EMEA Challengers playoffs, but it is not all over yet for Team Liquid. Bind is next. Take it away, Pansy and Hypoc.
And I'm so glad that we got to kind of see that kind of bring in of breach here, Hypoc, because if this now looks like BDS are going to go back to that very explosive style, as kind of Eccles alluded to, that is one of the things that we kind of indicate is a big win condition for them, and a big one that has garnered them a lot of wins. This could be a great matchup in front of us, a very explosive and kind of high-octane game, because we know how aggressive Yampy gets here. We've already seen that in the past. We've seen it with Scream, of course. We've seen how diligent Soulcast can be on map control on this map too. So this is set to be an absolute cracker of a game.
It is, and to be honest, eyes come back towards Yampy. A slower performance on Haven than maybe what we were expecting, but in particular against NIP. I mean, previously, obviously, Liquid played CE calling and NIP. It was 13-1 and 13-3. They did fantastically well in both series, and Yampy really was the difference maker. It was the early round control and those unorthodox kind of just drifting out somewhere and finding that one kill that was able to completely tear apart NIP. Rhyme in particular, look for the fights outside on B long and outside hooker on that.
10 seconds. So BDS will be on the attack. Defensive side team Liquid. Raid boss once again on Yampy. Keep that as an expected factor throughout this. Not too surprising now. And ghosts galore aside from Hoppy. And there's the start. So we already see that kind of battle for shower control. And they're going to post Scream up, it looks like, on the corner here. And see if anyone would dare crest that corner. Link kind of playing with some almost sound cues behind the bait on the steps. Don't block Scream on the way out. That's probably a sketchy plan, but he's alive. And look at the slow progress as well. I say slow. Yampy's pushed long. Like, look at the map control. They've won both sides of the extremities here. Yeah. You've got Scream winning out towards showers. Yampy just showing presence and noting a player playing back in through mid. That's a huge element. But Hoppy as well has found space elsewhere. Now, this gets interesting. The call's got to be made that there's a chance that someone slipped through. This has to have been called. And Scream, great noticing of it, but Hoppy with a sublime shot. And now space has been made.
Yeah, as BDS now going to try and get a clean plant down. Link still lurking inside showers, though. Molly comes through. Damage, though, and not really cutting off any escape from BDS, so they will be able to stabilize after that. But Liquid man advantage coming in. Yampy finally makes his way across and be considering getting aggressive here on the post plant.
Gotta try and find a way around this. You've got your Danger Men still alive. Link's good one, good for two, but now the 1v1. Yampy against Takas. Position noted. Yampy needs this fight and he wins it. Plays it out very well, but you saw BDS making something out of almost nothing. You know, your technical people, your people who will talk about the win conditions in any defensive round as winning map control and positioning, but credit to Hoppy there to find a little bit of space back, playing through lamps, playing through kind of U-haul, whatever you like to call it, and be able to create space at least for a spike plant.
And there was a window of opportunity there. You could see when Hoppy was considering the flash out. Actually, they would have had a clean 3v3 before Yampy had actually caught up in that rotation over from B site, but siding against it and heavy lean over towards B long here. Could be a bloodbath, Lauren.
Yeah, all the faith in the one sage on the other side, but here it is. Welcome to the massacre, and it's actually... Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a massacre, but in all the weirdest ways. Soulcast now has to deal with it. Quick flashes, you can see him trying to deal with this pressure. Swinging ahead of the flash. It's perfect play from Soulcast. Shuts it down before it began and saves the day for Liquid, because that was a second away from tragedy.
Was it? I mean, definitely not expecting another player to swing on top of that. Beautiful. It's a 4-man stack here when BDS find basically a 3-for-1. Soulcast blinds with the first, throws out the fake with the second, and it's beautiful. How many times have we seen Soulcast do that?
It's very well done. I mean, it's exceedingly well done. The deep flash following is just perfect. And now, of course, that's humbled BDS here for this one. They're gonna have to try and work it back in with whatever they can bring in. They do get the better purchase, at least in this round. And of course, the money on the other side will be just fine in the future. But for now, you're going to see Buckies. You're going to see Spectres. You're going to see at least one rifle on screen. But beyond that, pound for pound, you've got to put it in towards BDS's pocket for the economy at least.
Scream actually going to play deep on Heaven here. It's probably a position that BDS would be anticipating, but he is spotted out. And actually, on the back of that contact, BDS now feel as if they have a good read on Liquid setup, but they've already hit the preemptive rotation here.
Oh, Soulcast. Is it good, or is it going to be average? That's a great start. He needs a little bit more, though. Has to keep doing damage. He dared to do it, but Hoppy by name, by nature. He knows exactly what you're going to do. Scream, though, makes it towards the side with the ultimate, but he only gets one so far, so still keeping this one well into check. Yampy's now going to have to try and make his way around. Leads him with the flash. Spike now planted. Now, how does Yampy get into this? He's only got the shotgun to play with, but we've seen what he can do with it. Now, Yampy doesn't quite find it, but Scream does, even if it's just to facilitate the trade. And he's expected it, but he couldn't get the gun out in time. You saw the intuition, just the internal clock began to tick. But BDS get the desperately needed round on the board.
3 deaths on the side of BDS, though, so we're going to quell some of that potential for some early momentum, in terms of the economy at least. Right there, I mean, I'd almost rather Soulcast just sit underneath. Don't double dip into window there. Try and find another cheeky kill after stopping really Takas, the only one that can explode out. That's the one kill you want as Liquid, really, when BDS is stacked up in hooker like that. Yampy on the operator now, so a big talking point. We have to see. I don't know, you can repeat the previous performances.
He's just going to stay posted on this if he wants to. I mean, we've seen versatility from the man. He'll happily be everywhere, but at this point, it's just that killjoy 1v1. Turret might just have to force him off this. It does. Yampy still has enough to operate with. Oh, trying to go for that. Great punish by Logan. Incredible work. And this is all a ruse. And now you can see the utility put out to practice. Soulcast, I don't know if he actually got enough of a glimpse there. Takas flies on in. Cryptic says no. 45 HP to play with. Now you can see the ultimate invested into this one. You can see everything forward down. But Cryptix is still immovable in this. He's still fighting the good fight for Liquid. He's still trying to operate as best he can. But Rodin is having none of what he's trying to sell. And speaking of operators, Link's going to pick up the one that was left from Yampy and do whatever he could, but maybe thinking twice now.
30 seconds
no spike
left.
plant. Where are they off?
He might catch Rodin on the crosshair. Oh my god.
The timing.
He doesn't cross. That big brain from Rodin right there. Knows that it's a possibility. Goes for the default plant instead. Now Liquid. But Link. Position noted.
Oh, that's not
deal
bad.
with the turret. Now they have nothing to really play easy contact.
You see
off.
him? This is so sick. He knows the last one hit the plant. Doesn't Link get the right timing? He's being pushed. This has to be massive work from Link. The pressure beginning to have nothing left to play with, and Rodin puts him down.
Oh, Link thought he still had one left. He actually peeked, and the reload animation started, but Cryptic's able to stay alive this long. Akuma actually gets caught inside Hoppy's Rolling Thunder, yes. But then Rodin just, I mean, swings around back on his own, basically, finding 3 kills.
This is going to be a fun game, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm just looking at this like, yeah. All right, so we've got a 4-play stack for the defensive side towards B, and we have a 5-play up long pretty much at this point. Yampy waiting on the other side. His knives haven't been the most compelling for me. The flash comes in and Scream's going hunting. Where's the trade? No trade.
Unpunished.
He gets away with his life, but Yampy makes a meal of it, gets caught up, loses out to Rodin again. Soulcast. The range on that thing is just sickening, isn't it? The Cryptics might be in trouble here. Has to get out. Yeah, cleared out by Hoppy. Great work from Logan. And yeah, this is great stuff by them, just keeping things methodical.
Also, a lot invested here in terms of the lockdown going down. Oh, the stun's perfect. The fault line's actually going to detain Soulcast, but going to be able to punish that one.
Spike planted.
Soulcast has the Seekers now. Whether or not they can make their way over to long and potentially get a weapon replacement for that Bucky. You can see with Rodin's position, now BDS no. Nobody coming from that side, and they can play very deep on the site.
Hoppy holding flash off contact from potentially the cross.
He's desperate for a gun.
Anything that could work. I'll do it. But it might be time to back. It looks like, right, can't make it out. Link's been found. Hoppy's done well there. Good timing on that. Maybe the audio cue given away. And Soulcast just has to fade away and not get found here.
There was a moment there, and I think it important. Oh, Logan does actually, but again, I don't think it's going to be a massive impact. We'll have to wait and see. Actually, I mean, But they have got 2 drops, so again, we talk about that momentum for the economy. The reason here, Scream throws a perfect molly that blocks off it. It forces one player, I'm not sure who that was, towards the TP, and then Akuma's literally stuck at that point. That's the reason we saw no trade come through there, and unfortunately, Yampi gets caught or blocked by something, or maybe hits the wall with his dash and can't get out with those knives.
Takas. Space being made. Oh, just eating the flash, but clearing through hookah. Cryptic's playing towards elbow. A very deep hold at this point. There's the ultimate invested. That will isolate Akuma for now.
That was actually an attempt to catch Rodin in the L zone there from Cryptics. A
He
little
was
bit
that.
of damage done, but no kill.
Nice attempt. Flash sent in from Soulcast from further afield. Sight is clear here, so Spike Plant can now be toyed with.
You are divided.
Divide actually goes up here, and actually BDS in a really good position here. Liquid stuck behind this wall. Takas finds the first now. Actually 3 kills in quick succession from BDS.
Wrap it up, boys. Cryptics, you're a great player, but this one's done for BDS. That post-plant hold was fantastic then.
Yeah, again, the timing on the Cosmic Divide, it's a Liquid creep up so close, and then there's another obstacle created by BDS. Actually, Akuma's positioning there inside the smoke with the wall as well. Able to just slip through. And actually, I talked about the overinvestment potentially with the lockdown, but now we're seeing a little bit of discipline here. We're going to get these ultimates on rotation, hopping back on the Rolling Thunder, Rodin with the Hunter's Fury, and Logan and Akuma have only just used theirs. So to say they've still got 3 ultimates available is really good management on the side of BDS.
So hard for me to not just call this a grand. Why have you done that?
Yep.
Whichever designer in Riot, I see what you're doing, and it's really cool. For now, Rodin does find Soulcast. And again, keep in mind that Liquid do have the weaker weaponry, and it's going to be hard to make stick, and Takas is just going patrolling.
Planted.
Got a dirty little angle to hold down CT. Timing here. Nice shot from Yampi, but... Nice try.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Oh, that's a flawless round brought to you by Hypoc.
There's a graphic out there somewhere for that. Some dark corner of the internet. BDS again though, and it's really interesting to see. Every time they decide to sit back, and unfortunately Liquid, I mean on the rounds where they're trying to throw a little investment right there, I'm talking about Soulcats with the Guardian and going for a little creep through market. BDS is just so well positioned in their attack and default that...
Okay, Scream. Info play begins. Clears out B. You can see Soulcast instantaneously leaning.
Yep.
So, good information recovered. Let's see if BDS continue this way. They may do. No reason not to for now. Here come every piece of investment possible. Takas just wants to post this one, but after hearing that, everyone's just trying to slink away. Don't want any of it, but forced into the situation, and it's Rodin and it's Hoppy doing the big damage here. Scream can't find a way in. This is so well executed by BDS. They look so well in control here.
Dude, Hoppy gets spotted out. Now, actually, Yampi going to pop the Blade Storm in a 1v2. Takas down to 60 HP, but still going to be 2 tags. And there you go. Yeah. Rodin baited out. Attack has to be tucked behind triple there. Beautiful round from BDS. And again, Liquid, they respect the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper, but not enough. You can see here, Cryptics does actually get caught. Then the Gravity Well pulls him a bit closer. At this point, you see that there, the Aftershock as well. It forces him out of that corner. Just the utility usage in that round alone from BDS. Like, Liquid would have effectively had to have run back to spawn. There was no opportunity to play anywhere on site.
No. And you can see the money is just never stabilized for Liquid now. They are in the absolute bin with this. Rifle for Scream, the rest. Not much to write home about. No armor for Scream either, so glass cannon and a half. At this point, you can see the pedigree that BDS is trying to bring, but you can see Scream with the aim as ever. It's a consistent story I feel we're going to be telling with this man no matter where and when we see him, but Hoppy, once again on the space. Yampy. Did they just throw that over? How did that go over there? Am I crazy?
Oh no, Roden tries to challenge there, but
How are they doing this, dude?
This is the sort of round they're gonna win after the start of this map. Taka still has the spike. Got a 1v5, and Liquid now got, well, 3 weapons. The fourth kind of eluding them.
It's just Takas could just play the gun here if he wants to. He knows that they'll want to try and grab it. And yeah, they're going to at least get the weapons now. And the round, of course, I don't know how on earth they won that. Like, yeah, it helps that Scream just walk down middle and got you a pick. But even then, what on earth?
Yeah, I mean, bigger picture-wise, if in some universe this comes back to 6-6, it's going to be a massive win for Liquid. Considering how this has gone here, I mean, BDS is just looking so well rehearsed. The coordination is, I want to watch that previous round back just 100 times on loop.
Okay, we go again. Bit of a more standard hold towards the rest of the map, but a quick play to try and get the all building up for Akuma. We've seen how much value they get for that when they get to utilize it. Link playing the turret on the side. He does have Yampy by his side towards lamps. There is the ultimate we were discussing that they were working towards at the very start here. And here comes the leap on in. Now, a quick little dash out there for Yampy trying to get a little bit fruity. And now this is a problem. 17 HP. And he's being What? Roden?
Roden was so confident that corner was cleared.
Spike planted.
And Scream's just up for the fight now. Flash straight through the smoke, finds one. There's still one on the side. Keep that in mind. Do not forget that Akuma. You can't forget about him. He's on the side. Unforgettable play from Akuma already to keep this one back in check. Takas by his side up against Yampy and Soulcast. And now the time starts to dwindle, but Yampy finds Akuma. And now Takas left with it all to do in front of him, and Soulcast, the last standing member of Liquid, converts the round against the odds of Akuma, divided for them.
Again, though, it's against all odds that Liquid close that one out. Akuma just popping off. What a beautiful 3-piece on site here. Roden's so confident this corner is cleared, and actually, this plays into what I was talking about. This is the confidence from BDS, and their utility usage is like, yeah, there's no way he can be in that corner.
It's just madness, right? Like, just the absolute aim on this guy too. Like, you can't discredit it. He's sharp as anything. All these shots are mad, but I can't believe it came down to a 1v1 in the end. I mean, we're coming back into this at 6-4, and you discussed, imagine if that mad round where they had the weird buy is actually going to be the big instigator to getting them back into this, and it may just be. For now, though, we're going to see that play towards long again. Last time around, we saw some gorgeous flashes from Soulcast to kind of create that opportunity, but Takas almost had a chance on Cryptics there.
Look at this. BDS now with the pace change. Rolling Thunder going to get invested. Link, yeah, not long for this world at all. Cryptics unable to trade that back on. Yampy stuck in, elbow with an operator. Cryptics actually swings on Akuma. Well, 4 Takas trades though. No idea. Oh, Yampy.
Yeah, that's a shutdown. Scream now. Pretty far from this in a 1v3. And I don't know how Cryptics got away with that kill on the cross, because surely that got noted after those initial shots coming through, but I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point, maybe just nitpicking here, but I mean, let's see what Scream can achieve. And not backing that far from the side. Takas is still towards Hookah. You've got one posted up towards the close portion on long, and one deeper. Takas with a brilliant round, keeping composed and working with the opportunities they've been given.
It feels like BDS are just like cycling like a wombo combo like every 2 rounds. Like it's actually insane. Like, and actually that's a round where Takas didn't invest the showstopper. So now again, I'm coming back to this, like the utility management here. Akuma 2 away from his ultimate again now. Takas back on the showstopper. Logan back on the lockdown. They literally have something for every round. And the thing is, it's valuable. It's always invested in. They're always trying to follow up on it.
All right, we're going to need some of that brilliance, and that's exactly what you need. A good start for Scream. Now, Yampy is still posted here. This is a brave play, and he needs to be able to try and work this one out. Forced to back away
Straight
here.
away, though.
And the adjustment off the back. Now, the wall's there, and keep in mind, there is still a player in towards the TP. It is Cryptic's waiting. He's going to hear all these steps. He does have his ultimate. This could be something quite impressive. Slow comes in. Does he go for it? Already there's Takas going to pop his ult. Out we go towards the site. And still patiently waiting is Cryptic's. Takas just going to post it. Nothing for it.
Right, we'll deny the plant initially, but no kill comes through. Now the lockdown gets invested. I think we've got to move fast here or respect this lockdown, to be honest. And there you go. It's actually Logan, last man standing. Oh, no. Oh, Yampy clutches it out. Okay. I was going to say there's a scenario there where Liquid are like frantically finding that last kill and they get detained, but they do respect it.
Okay, 7-5 half. There's a window for them. If Liquid get the pistol, ideally convert bonus, then you're right back in this. But now, though, of course, BDS do have advantage in this regard, and this has been we've seen some very weird and wonderful rounds. Forced and unforced errors, I think, are something to discuss in this as well at some point. But as it stands, we're having Rodent and Takas both having quite nice games here. Obviously, Scream and Soulcast doing very well for themselves. Yampy a little quieter than I would have liked. We've seen his kind of high end that he can bring, but we haven't quite seen that today.
I was going to say, look to him to make a big impact on Liquid's attacking half here.
Yep.
BDS actually they flashed themselves out a hooker here, so they're going to get this information outside market, and on the back of that, Liquid are going to explode onto A now.
Look at this quick flank as well, though. You've still got two players slowly but surely building around the back. It's going to come down to Cryptics to try and play catch on that. Link with a good work towards Akuma. Logan still going to keep his eyes trained towards Shower. You can see that being his point of call, but now the information should be relayed. It is. Soulcast, lovely work off the back of the communication from Cryptics. Nicely handled. And now Logan and Rodin left. And the positions are perfect from Liquid. Beautiful, beautiful pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, we see a similar situation again. Was noted on Haven on the pistol round where this time was it Akuma and Logan? They're just happy to sit in showers and almost allow Liquid entry onto the site. But again, there's no value gain. There's no crossfire set up, and they don't really dip their toes before. And is it Akuma that gets boosted up on the wall, right? And basically gives away the first blood for free.
Yeah, it was. I guess the risk reward didn't seem to match up for me there, but hey, at this point, a nice little lineup coming in. Logan on the other side. Do you dare? Considering it. And oh yeah, Scream loves it every day of the week. I'll take that. That's a lovely beginning. First kill goes towards Scream. There is still one on towards the site, playing towards Elbow.
Nobody's going to make their way over actually to help Hoppy out, and Scream takes the TP, potentially baiting out Hoppy to explore a little bit, but the other side of the map, I think we're going to find some information. Oh, look at that. The gravity well with the nade is actually going to close out one kill. Scream will fall. Soulcast does escape. Oh, they don't anticipate the second. What?
How did Takas just kill him? Well,
a moment's
we know
silence.
they're coming now. Yeah, Yampy gonna be no subtlety to this man. Straight on in, does not care. Rifle in hand. There it is. Shut out by Cryptics. Good round in the end, but so many weird dicey moments.
I mean, I'm just thinking back to the Icebox game earlier where it was just like, what is going on? But Liquid. Look at this one coming today. Obviously, Soulcast will actually opt for a rifle here because Scream's obviously all tapped out financially.
Now, the one thing I do want to highlight, of course, and, you know, deep analysis here. Now, the correlation I've seen is Jonas has appeared in chat. Yeah, I would love to follow this. Jonas has appeared in chat. So I think that's probably why Liquid have started to pick up the pace a bit. Yampi's in so much danger. Logan gets 2. Oh,
right. Okay, so the molly is basically the opposite of what they have set up for defense, right? Yes. It's for them to take this shower's control and not give the defenders kind of an out without taking some damage.
Yeah, Liquid have lost a lot of what could have been a springboard, and Link gonna maybe try and get that upgrade if he can. So this is gonna be a slower round, maybe see if there's any over-aggression from BDS, and we saw that in the first map. They do get a little pushy, but I don't think you're gonna walk into a 3v5.
Right here.
And the first port of call will probably be Akuma with the swing from Logan, if they do keep progressing this way. Maybe the turret more than anything. And now let's see how this works out. No one drawn in yet. And you can see the intention. They're reading this position from Akuma. But it's Logan who's going unchecked on here. If they... Please check your corners. Do not dare. They're trying to bait. They're trying to bait so well. You can see it. But Logan will lose his life for it. And now Akuma feeling pretty isolated here. Support's on the way, but he needs to buy a little bit of time. Keep them present towards the site. And there's Scream waiting on the other side.
Now, BDS with the man advantage here on this retake, but Takas and Akuma both very low HP. Cryptic's gonna get spammed out now with the recon bolt, and Liquid now find themselves at a 2v4.
Yeah, positions. It was already occupied! What? And now the defuse becomes a problem. They can't just sit this. They were so happy to before, and Hoppy comes through the smoke. And now it's on to Scream, and he gets denied by Hoppy.
Get off my back.
Oh, again though. That was a 2v4, and that got dicey. BDS do win it. Now it's 8-7.
Another great example, though, of just the utility on the side of BDS. The gravity well on short off the turret's contact. Then Logan's able to play deep outside in that corner, outside lamps in that corner. He's got the nano swarm to force them potentially into line of sight of Akuma here. It's honestly fantastic. I mean, I can't wait to get a chance to look back at these and just appreciate some of the small uses of utility on the side of BDS. But the big concern for me now on Liquid, yes, ultimate progress is pretty much the same for both sides. Takas with the showstopper, Green with the run it back, but
Blinded.
I mean, honestly, BDS put on a masterclass in the first half of how to cycle ultimate.
Walk up short so far. Hot flash through. Yeah, this is just straight up run through, try and take the quick fight. They have been double stacking showers, so Scream gonna get that information. Should be a safe spike plant for now, but a 5v5 post plant.
Because yeah, it was
Got one.
Logan. Tap one out on Cryptics, Takas, showstopper invested, Link falls. Now the numbers dwindling for Liquid. Scream, the last man standing, 20 HP.
Get out.
No shot.
Oy, I'm getting a little nervous now because it looks like BDS have kind of got their footing, and apparently I jinxed it. Quiet, Jonas. I jinxed nothing. This is of their own doing. Now, this retake though from BDS.
Chaos.
But the thing is, they look so
calculated chaos.
Exactly. Like, that's the mad part, isn't it? They seem so composed, even in these, like, you know, a 5v5 post plant. A lot of positions, a lot of angles aren't safe, and you can't tell which ones. Obviously, that's just how it is. So it's normally frantic. There's normally a lot of trades, but they kept that so clean. Now, we are into the round. We see quite a standard approach coming out. No massive leans. A little bit, obviously, heavier towards B, but you still have that split through from mid from Yampi. Still have Soulcast as well, keeping track towards shower side, and a 3-play stack towards A here. So the double stack towards elbow for the defending side of BDS.
And that's the reason they're playing so deep with this. You can see the utility set up so that Logan could get his lockdown in elbow and try and prevent as much pressure as possible coming through. He's going to put the turret down to spot contact here, as I'd say a lot of it dealt with early on. Liquid just brute forced their way onto site.
Still, that last retake was horrific. Takas just going to try and post this as best he can. Look at the utility, man. You can't see anything. Looks like a Neapolitan ice cream in there. And now Yampi waiting. This could be massive. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. It's not massive at all. It's a 3v2. Make it a 1, as now just Soulcast left alive, and the retake once again works out. The weapons were weaker, but you saw the opportunity that was given there, but it got ripped away pretty quickly. Double digits now for BDS, as they're starting to take strides over Liquid.
I'm going to say it again. It's off the back of, yes, it's a lesser purchase, off the back of one ultimate. Lockdown invested, and again, just note it, they're so good at cycling.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, just looking at it, Takas on the back of that round, pretty much on the brink of another showstopper. Well, 3 away. Kuma with the Cosmic Divide. Hoppy has his Rolling Thunder. Roden 2 away from the Hunter's Fury, so still lots of options for BDS. It's either Liquid, Seekers, Blade Storm, and the Revive available for Link.
Should be a tactical timeout for Liquid, I'd assume. Let me have a little look just to double check. Yeah, it is. I mean, normally, I don't actually know who calls it for them, but they normally get the right timing on it. I mean, the amount of teams who don't even bother calling timeouts, it makes me espresso depresso. But Liquid need to make a change here. They need to get a grip on this game because it's about to start running away from them. 10 rounds on the board is enough to kind of start you feeling a little nervous. Once you see that double digit, it does start feeling a little heftier. You know you got that uphill run now. Let's see what they can bring out in the last couple of rounds, the last couple of shots at this. Double stacking shower, yet to be fully answered for. Struggling to make the most of it. Hoppy just decides to get a little mad with it. And look at this, what? Akuma tripled down on this one. 3 players all committed to an aggressive pinch towards the backside of shower. And I don't know if it worked or not really, but Akuma gets to keep his life, and they've disrupted Liquid massively in their rifle round.
Reset get a revive here, yet there will be Soulcast. And that's the Yampi able to shut down this creep through mid as well. Seeker's invested immediately, so Liquid on the Roden. Okay, thank you. Fully blinded there, didn't know that there was a truck obscuring his progress, but
Last player standing.
will eventually fall anyway. Link will find him, and Logan, the only man left for BDS, was the one anchor over on B site.
Recalling my bot.
I'm just thinking about it. I'm actually okay with the pinch, with the Rolling Thunder. I think it's off the back of, again, Liquid showing a little bit of utility, which, I mean, Scream throws his Molotov in, and I guess they hear the tick from the Molotov coming over the top, so they know that they're going to try and really get a grip on Shower's control. The thing I'm most disappointed is it hasn't worked for Liquid yet. Why are they still doing it?
Yeah, I mean, this is what timeouts are hopefully for normally, to try and kind of correct a little bit, just kind of try and shift the mentality a touch. Oh, punishment on the rifle there. That's going to be lost, so let's see how much of an effect that has. Logan's still on 6.2, but could have helped to maybe spread the wealth for maybe Akuma or someone like that further down the line, keep that economy nice and stable. Now, at 10-8, once again, at the start of this game, I would still say BDS were the team that should win this game. I'd say Liquid had every opportunity to, if the win conditions were aligned. Now, we saw a little bit of that before, but it was a very close affair. I would say overall, we are seeing a much better game from BDS here, and Scream could still punish Hoppy for sure, gets himself healed on back up. I'll get sloppy, BDS, because, you know, there is still danger on the other side.
Now, Liquid going to try and reset over towards A. And the thing is, BDS again showing this switch up, and it's Akuma and Logan with this setup on A site. Nanoswarm, the double Nanoswarm actually going to completely shut down Scream's ultimate. Yampi hopping up, trying to find something. Finds himself a corner to tuck into, actually.
Oh, not again, dude. Like, last time around, it worked so well for him. If they don't...
I think Link knows.
Yeah, Link looks super... We still got him! He just mad swings through it, finds Link, but Cryptic's really good trading there. Now, Roden and Takas, where are they in this? Kind of... A little bit split apart by 4 players between. They can get a free pick. Okay, game back on. Yampi's gone down, and there's Takas. It all starts to unravel now. It's a 2v2. This is where it gets super dicey. Spike's not down either. And there's Takas. Oh, he didn't get to send it. And now Rodin, the 1-1, he knows where Scream is. Oh, he's caught him in the back. BDS turning around. A round should never have been theirs.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Again, it's the first time really we've seen BDS have to fall back on like the last resort. Okay, pop your showstopper. In that scenario there, yes, he doesn't find a kill, but it distracts just long enough for Rodin to isolate that kill onto Soulcast. Trades it out, and like you said, catches Scream just as he tries to slip away. BDS is looking so good. Better than Haven. Honestly, in terms of synergy and just the micro strategies involved.
For sure. I mean, this is the thing with BDS. They're a team that kind of elevated very quickly to us, but this is what I was saying at the start of the show. These guys are top 5 in EU in my mind, maybe top 3. If you really want to push, I'd like to see a big event under their belt, but they are 100% up there. So if Liquid were to beat them, this would have been an overperformance for Liquid more than anything. So, again, for me, not too surprising seeing BDS be this strong, but for now they're just kind of starting to almost ascend to that next level. You got Hoppy in a nice position here potentially. He has the support on the side from Takas. So this cross might get a little tricky for Scream in a moment's time if he decides to go for it. The timing's everything. Takas has his back. Flash comes in, turns it just fine. Doesn't give away too much. But now here comes the play from the rest of the Liquid side. Already on the side, Yampy finds Takas and he gets dismantled. Great work from Yampy.
Beautiful pinch. Scream actually gets himself inside this smoke on spawn. BDS straight away. Don't want anything to do with this. Try and hold on to these 3 rifles. Maybe actually set up outside the TP and get some exits here. Rodin and Logan drifting all the way into spawn, but that's a big round because this round effectively breaks the economy of Liquid and it puts BDS on match point. So the fact that they're going to win this through clean, actually huge for Liquid. And now actually the first time you see in BDS not really with anything in the form of ultimates to build upon in these next few rounds.
Okay, 3 rifles kept over. You can see that was pretty influential considering the money. If they were down to 2, that would be horrific. But they do manage to keep 3 of those rifles up for BDS. Of course, the purchase is good for Liquid. This is their gateway back in, Hypoc. This is the chance. If there is ever going to be one, it starts now. They have money for everything they need. They have, you know, okay, Cryptix almost has his ult. Yampy's got his. As you highlighted, for once, BDS don't have every ultimate in the world, but a double stack coming out from Hookah potentially. And Yampy, I wonder if he's got an inkling maybe, but no, walks away. Logan is starting to get interested, and he has his almost bodyguard, the willing sacrifice of Hoppy if needed. That's a step heard from Scream. Oh, he still finds Logan though. Now Hoppy, can he get that gun and back away? I don't know if he could. I think that one might be lost. Oh, he wants it. He wants to try and grab it. He's got it. Okay. And now Scream slowly but surely closing the gap. Punishing again the gun of death. As soon as you pick it up, you go down.
2 big wins from Scream there to shut down. And actually, BDS with the perfect response. I was about to say Liquid playing way more cautiously, not looking for this early. Showers control. Really looking for anything else. Where Akuma actually gets stunned out by that. Yampy closes the distance.
Bit of a gamer. All right. So this should be 10 on the board. And this is when you kick yourself for losing 2v4s. This is when you start getting that. Maybe not now, right? Maybe not now. But I bet you. Maybe a coach somewhere might be a little annoyed. This could have been 11. But no. We are where we are. Rodin going to be just trying to tuck himself away. Don't do anything weird, Rodin.
I can't take anymore.
Don't. Okay.
Good.
I was getting scared like there'd be like a weird ninja defuse, like the G2 thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm
Can
saying,
you
they're like, no,
imagine?
it's a buy round. They're not going to do that. It's fine. They're not even going to chase. Well, I mean, he was chasing a classic. I mean, let's be honest. Now, at this point, Liquid have made it to 10. We have 11 to 10 here. Now, the money has been fluctuating for BDS. They've not been able to get a full purchase in a couple of rounds. It's been maybe missing a couple of pieces here and
they
there.
can't again.
Exactly. Now, they have gone for the heavy invest on Takas with that op. So, I want to see where they put him for one. Generally have been doing very well at, you know, for BDS, at least taking over that shower control, keeping that very much in check. Now, it looks like Liquid are going just straight in on B.
And the first time, actually, we've seen them put this much emphasis, and it's looking like they might... Oh, yes. Follow this Molotov. Please. Are we going to see the same thing here? BDS set up for this long control and might actually give Liquid an opportunity to slip through and explode out a hookup.
What's the timing on that?
Time to hunt.
Okay.
Launching smoke.
Been posted. Yampy leading the way. Happy once again to always offer himself up for the potential trade. Ultimate comes in. Hoppy's found one. He needs a second. He's going to get a second. Hoppy denying as they fire.
No way.
He's catching all three. And Takas punishes Yampy, leaving it just down to Link. And they just go into the blender and Link can't leave.
Like I told you, Link actually going to swing and find that. The double dink through the wall. This leaves Akuma and Logan here. See, look at it from the
He's got
discipline.
so much time, Hypoc.
So much time.
Now he wants a pick here. You want to try and bring this down to a 1v1, because a 1v2 they'll always be able to trade effectively on you in these sort of situations. But how do you get a clean 1v1 here? That's exactly what BDS are trying to deny. Logan's there, Turret's there, and Akuma is a little bit further ahead. He's expecting this push. Now the timing. Trying to offset it a little. Create that paranoia in the back of their minds. Maybe a touch on the spike, but that's still not as much time as needed for them to really push around and clear. So does he go for the full plant? I don't know. He's considering the options, right? Does look as though plant is coming in. No slow, no wall, no nothing. Just the gun in his hands. That's one. Oh, Link! Out of nowhere, sensational work from Link. That was never meant to be his, but if this is the Liquid we're going to see, it's game on. It's 11-11, and the money is back in the bin for BDS.
Right, I just want to talk about this. I'm pretty sure Cryptic fires that molly, and it's supposed to cut off their retreat back out of Octagon, right? The orbital strike and the Molotov basically to punish that early kind of push towards B long, or box them off into TP altogether. Send them down long so they have free entry out of hooker, like I said. I mean, no value found off it, and Hoppy on the back of it finds 3 kills.
Oh, Kuma leaning forward.
Not one of these rounds, please.
Hold on. I'm seeing like Guardians. I'm seeing Buckies. Oof. Liquid have been punished several times going towards A. Yampy's leaning back over, trying to fill that gap.
You will not kill my
Rez
ally.
now having to be invested. 1 minute remains. Akuma has been impeccable for his side. This round is a stretch. Okay, Scream gonna go forward. Doesn't get any contact, still got the ult, still gonna run through this, just trying to find info, trying to take space, create a little bit of safety, and Yampy just trying to watch the backside. Akuma still here as well, just spamming away that wall, trying to find a little bit of room to work. No spike plant just yet, 30 seconds. The utility being drawn away, the limited amount the BDS has is now being called into question.
Yeah, they're able to actually wait out the smokes though, and the wall pretty much removed, and Rolling Thunder invested now. That's what they were waiting on. Yampy gonna find a kill onto Akuma though.
Oh my god! Like, welcome to why Yampy is picked up by the side. I do not care. 12 rounds on the board. Liquid have somehow turned this back around to their favor. I do not know how they've done that.
What a recovery in this half. The Rolling Thunder is perfect. Yampy's literally the only member of Liquid in this scenario to bail them out of this situation. The only one. All 4 other members of Liquid got stunned up in that Rolling Thunder. That potentially was another round where BDS are able to just like snake, rat, however you want to talk about it, just edge out a round win. But Yampy comes up huge for Liquid.
And he needed a little momentum shifter like that. Now, is it OT or is it map 3? Takas forced off the angle for now. Anyone from Liquid taking it? No. Next piece of utility. Oh, that timing from Scream gives him the drive-by. Centaurus, Ferrari, it's a Scream peak right here. But he's in trouble now. Tries to get out, does. Ooh, he's sticking so close by, he wants back in. Brazen aggression from Scream, but Rodin's got him.
I gotta say it again though, what's the value in the 1-for-1 there? Because they achieved nothing in terms of map control. Logan, all the way over on B site, utility set up once again for this lockdown. Nothing to counter it. Cryptix doesn't have the orbital strike. And just a lot of utility burned up in the early round from Liquid. Bigger picture, that's a big win for BDS.
Oh, the timing on this ult is going to be nasty. Right, that's 10 seconds now ripped off the board potentially. Cryptix has found Hoppy though, and now Logan, he's got 6 seconds to play with here. He's found Soulcast while it's happening. Plant comes in, it's gone down. Link's punished him already. Does he get away? No, 2 players have now been detained. Where's that final man?
Again.
Oh, and Yampy! He finds Rodin! And Akuma just going on the mad chaser, trying to get rid of them all he can. That's a mad spray down. He knows where the last player is. But timing, it's everything!
Akuma goes absolutely huge. Again, it falls on Yampy. It's insane.
Hey people, come on now.
I can't take anymore. This map is absolute madness, Lauren.
Switching sides.
We're going OT. How do they deep doing this? We've had like this sick clutches from Link. We've had Akuma just save BDS out of nowhere. Like, the ultimate, great. He just man mode pushes to long. He just knows that if there is a chance I win this, I've got to get past him. He bullishly runs down, catches 2 of them, they could not respond, and then just swings on Yampy.
Keep up.
This is madness. This is actually madness.
We go again.
And actually, the economy reset plays more into with the way that half closed out. It's actually better for BDS overall that both teams are reset here. Early showers control. The orb retrieved on the side of Logan, so he's 2 away from the lockdown. BDS happy to sit in this default once again. We've seen it do a number of times. First blood actually going to be Soulcast drifting back towards site. Yeah, it leaves a big gap in the Liquid defense.
Okay. We've got Scream starting to probably get a little nervous now. He knows that he's going to be under pressure, but backs away from it, and Cryptix comes around in good timing. Now, not too many options being given off to the back of that first pick here. You're going to see the split of a 2-2. Yampy's aggression is going to be you live by the sword, you die by the sword. He should have seen the spike drop as well on that. Great pick from him. The response from Takas is dirty. They're on the way. They are running. And you're going to see the lurk as well coming in from the likes of Logan. That's going to be dangerous as well. But instantly Yampy just dives over. He doesn't know what to do with this. He's just going to have to sit himself down here. They're re-aggressing back towards A.
They know that it's just one.
Word. It's so smart. Link is now all alone, Hypoc.
Falls to him, he's bailed them out before with that 1v2 clutch. 10 seconds left, Spike going down. Actually swings on, he's going to find both kills. Akuma will trade it out. Yampy now, it's a 1v1. Takas 23 HP.
Run!
No time.
Just get out of there.
Oh my God, Link.
Link, what on earth? And even just that split-second decision-making. Ignore the guy planting because he can't take a fight quickly. Hits the guy who's going to be standing there, gun out, takes him down, instantly comes back. And you know what? He's probably even noted the third, tries to adjust on it. Man, he was close. And Yampy, great timing on the swing, getting rid of that, you know, whatever he needs, he's right on there. This is sick stuff from both teams. Keep in mind, earlier in that round, Takass cracked open so much space. Liquid had no right to win that.
Blocking sight. Spike drop. I got the spike.
Cannot take anymore. I really can't. This is a war of attrition. The only way to describe this map. Been so back and forth. You're gonna spy out some of the Logan's utility here, and they will be able to pass up short. Now Cryptic's in a really important position.
Going up.
No, it's a matter of containment and post-plant positioning for Liquid, as we still know that there's plenty of members of BDS close enough by. There's Cryptic, so excellent timing towards Logan to try and clear back through from Shower. You noted that earlier on, and BDS was certainly aware. And there's the second now found. This is now getting dicey. Takass having to be called upon here. He needs a big performance again, and he did it before. Now, how do you clear them from this, though? I guess like that. I guess exactly like that. Exactly how Takass is showing us.
No
Link can't do it
way.
again.
No way. Liquid, I mean, just trying to switch things up and stack 3 towards Shower. Soulcast desperately trying to bait some contact. But it's literally a 1-by-1, and I understand it, because it's like you throw one out and then maybe you're thinking BDS won't expect another. Yeah, and actually, after the second, surely they won't expect the third, but look at this, just constantly flicking back and forth. Takass goes huge.
Okay. Yampy and Scream having a series now, both in the 20s. Takass, 28 kills. The man's on for a 30. Beastly performance from him. Link now noted. Gonna have to dip himself back in towards those showers and leave Yampy to try and control towards Lamps. Takass, huge space score here. Surely Yampy has no idea. He is clueless that someone could even be there. Takass is having a performance now. Scream wants in. Take down the Danger Man, and he does. Looks for more, but his Cryptics to find Hoppy. Lovely double from Scream. How is he finding this as Akuma now? Just having to deal with a 1v3. Was a 1v4. Oh my
God.
Oh.
They just don't know when to give up. It's actually crazy. Liquid again put themselves on map point to draw out the third map. This double was so huge from Scream. Attackers, unfortunately, I mean, he can't get the nade off quick enough to stop that push coming through. Oh my god.
Deep breaths. Liquid on the verge of creating that next map. BDS, though, I mean, these rounds are feeling so inseparable. Is it a Takass round we're going to have? Is it a Scream or a Link or a Yampy round? Or it doesn't even matter. You got Logan in this roster. I mean, so many of these players can just pop off, and that is just OT, right? That's OT to the T. I mean, it just goes beyond the normal aspect of this game in a weird way. It just shakes it up completely. Now play back around towards A again.
This time around, I was going to say, Cryptic's not outside showers here, so Akuma and Logan once again have an opportunity to play their life out on A. Wait for this rotation to come through.
And now post-plant 5v5. Link gonna sit towards Lamps. Rodin trying to clear. Has utility to do so. Link trying to get a little Aggie on this, but Yampy's got his back. Lovely bait and switch from that to even be able to create that sort of damage from there. Now, where's the next hit going to come in from BDS? They're still looking for that first springboard into this.
Oh no, Takass stomping through. He's actually drawn Cryptics offshore. Hoppy now on the back of that's able to slip through.
BDS need to get a move on, and they got to get moving now. Hoppy's found Scream. He needs more. He gets more. BDS still trying to do the best they can. What they have! And now the 1v1, but time, the molly. It's just enough on this to force the fight. And Cryptics, all he's got to do is live, and he's done more than enough. We're going to map 3.
Attackers win.
Thank God that is over. What a map that was. It was so back and forth. I mean, you got to question what is left in the tank there for either team, but Liquid in the double overtime, pull that out, force the map 3. I gotta shout him out. Link, just huge asset for Liquid in that game. And I'll be honest, it's somebody that we don't often talk about. He's somebody that can slip under the radar, but right there, I mean, a perfect example of just clutch performance coming out from him. Absolutely huge.
Blown away. And I mean, Takas, that late pop-off from him, 30 kills. He outfragged Scream, he outfragged Yampi, Akuma as well. That mad work he was doing on the site. There's so much in this. Like, this was an incredible matchup from both teams. BDS looked so in control of so much of that element. Liquid on that late build back after some weird rounds going who knows which way. I'm sure there's a lot to be said about this one, and I need some fresh air after that, because that was an insane matchup. So we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, we'll be running through everything we just saw and getting you ready for map 3.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where Team Liquid have just taken down Team BDS in overtime on Bind. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined once again on the desk by Echoes. Hi, Echoes. Welcome back. That's got to be one of the best games we've seen in this entire tournament.
Yeah, that game was insane. Honestly, towards the end, the clutch overtime rounds, everyone's popping off, everyone's having insane rounds. So good to watch.
Yeah, that was indeed. And of course, Pansy and Hypoc are back on the desk as well. And Pansy, both of these teams absolutely played out of their minds.
Yeah, I mean, my voice is going, so I think that says enough. I'm honestly going to not say much more because, you know, if that was how the second map's going to go, I can only imagine map 3 is going to be somewhat similar. I mean, everyone elevated individually. Link, I can't get over that clip. Even the play he pulled off, it's just incredible. It was like a 1v4. You don't get that very often, especially at this level of play. People don't make errors. So credit to them for pulling that off. And BDS, I'm sure they're a little baffled how that got ripped away from them because they were large and in charge for a long portion of that.
Hypoc, how about you? How's your voice?
Well, I mean, it's not usually a good indicator if Lawrence is going first, but I mean, it's a real testament. Like I made a comment towards the end of that, just wondering what either team really had left in the tank. I mean, both of them digging so deep now. It's honestly, it plays more into Liquid's favor to be the one to force the third map. It's got to be heartbreaking that BDS weren't able to close that out. To be quite frank.
Well, Pansy, you mentioned a link there, and Echoes, in the break, you said to us that you had full faith in him once he was in that 1v2 that he was going to win it. Yeah, I just want to ask you why. What's the reasoning behind that?
I know Trav's always got he's always got a big round at him. And I can see the position of the BDS guys that are quite scared. I just knew it was just one of those feelings. I've played with the guy for so long, like, you just know when he's got a big round coming, and he delivered on the day.
What about the rest of the team? Because that was a huge turnaround from them. Why do you think that Liquid were the ones that were able to secure this in the end?
Honestly, they just didn't give up. There was a saying we used to have in the UK scene. One of our previous coaches called Ash would always say, like, you could have 0 kills and 20 deaths, but if you have this one big round, you can make up for it and you can win your team the game. Link wasn't having the best of games, and then he pulls up with some massive rounds and literally completely turns the game on its head, and he helps his team to get a win.
Well, of course, BDS as well. They seem to go online, not just towards the end, but throughout the game. They had a few big rounds as well. I know you were particularly impressed with some of their utility usage, so talk me through some of that.
Yeah, BDS had some really, really nice combos, using their ults together, ults and abilities, whatever it be. On the start of the attack side in the first half, they were doing some really good work, like Breach ult combo in with Raze ult, with Aftershocks, like forcing Cryptics to peek the Raze ult, which is like guarantees a kill. Really nice work stuff by them.
I know, Link clutched out there with that 1v4, but Team Liquid losing 4v2s, like you said, it's kind of a curse, but what can you do in that situation,
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but trust me, when I spent my time on Liquid, we lost our fair share of 4v2s, and it's heartbreaking every single time. Even when I'm not playing, it's heartbreaking to see the boys. But I guess it's just something that needs to work on. Maybe it's experience, maybe it's just like sometimes get unlucky, and sometimes in Valorant, like, as we've seen before, rounds can snowball out of control, and I guess that's what happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, I feel like. Once one player was picked out and everything would just snowball. And in the end, you can never guess which team was going to win the round. Because there was a few times I was like, oh, Liquid have got this. And they would lose a 4v2 and vice versa to BDS as well. And I guess I'm throwing this over to you now, Hypoc, because as Echoes said, a lot of players have that potential to just step up and win big rounds, right? Even when they're not necessarily fragging out for the rest of the game. How important do you think that is, Hypoc, especially in a high pressure situation like this?
I mean, we look back on BDS historically, right, through whatever name or brand they've been under. It's always been that clutch factor, right? It's if there's one player left standing for it, historically Logan, but now more and more it's becoming prominent. There are other players that are able to step up. Akuma, in a number of scenarios on Bind, just finding frags out of nowhere seemingly. And it's the thing is, Elko's made a really good point there. The back and forth between when both of these teams were deciding to switch up, play scared. I won't even say passively or cautiously, play scared in the early round. And the other team actually choosing that round to become more aggressive was actually insane to watch. Like some big brain chessboard going for basically 25 rounds. It was crazy.
Honestly, every single round we were like, oh, this is the best round. And the next round would happen, we're like, no, this is the best round. And it just kept happening for like 5 rounds in a row. But we are moving on to Ascent next. Now, Echoes, how much does mentality play into this? What kind of mindset do you need to be in right now after what just happened on the last map?
Well, honestly, coming in from both sides, Liquid's point of view would be like, okay, we've just won. Everyone's just stepped up, had insane rounds. They're going to be feeling confident. And then with the BDS point of view, you just have to be like, look, guys, they had some insane rounds. What can you do? It happens sometimes. We just got to go now. It's Ascent. Both teams really like on Ascent. Even when I was in Liquid, we used to practice versus the Opportunists. Now BDS line up a lot, and it was also always interesting games. So it's going to be a really good matchup.
Well, what do you think Liquid need to do here? Because they are sort of the ones with the momentum on their side. How difficult, or I guess easy, do you think it would be for them to secure this one and I guess the reverse sweep as well?
I think it's going to be difficult for them to do it. Obviously, BDS won't go down without a fight. But I feel like if Liquid can win the first pistol, the throwaway round, and all of a sudden get the really momentum going, I think they could run away with the series.
What do you think about this, Pansy, as well, and when it comes to mentality and momentum as well?
It's a thing, right? I mean, momentum is a big factor, and you think about who's on the highs and the lows, right? Obviously, BDS are going to have to pick themselves back up, put themselves back together. For Liquid, I'm sure this is a high point. And as said on paper, you'd say this was a BDS game at the start, just because of their previous results, their deeper runs. We said the win conditions for Liquid, and they're hard to hit, but they have hit them, and they've done exceedingly well. I do want to look at this, though, especially on the attack, is how well Yampi deals with the likes of Logan as well, because Logan is exceedingly good on this map. It's probably one of the ones that stood out to us. So I want to see if Yampi's able to find as much space as we saw him try and create in the previous games, especially on this map.
Well, Echoes, there was a couple times on Bind where it felt like BDS had an answer to this aggression, right, for Yampi, and they kind of dealt with that push quite well.
Yeah, even on Haven as well, BDS has seemed to find a way to, stop Yampi from getting these opening picks, whether he's going like trying to dash in somewhere with like a judge and get close, or updraft on Haven with knives. BDS seems to be really ready and prepared for everything that he's thrown at him at the moment.
Well, I think this is going to come down to a degree of preparation, but you can't prepare for a situation like this specific one. We are going to head into Agent Select now for Ascent. Of course, Scream back on that Phoenix again. Hypoc, very impactful on the last map as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Scream actually, you could argue, heating up, which is a terrifying prospect the longer the series gets drawn out. It's going to be interesting. Actually, for me, it does kind of swing back on. Logan coming onto the kills right here. No real surprises on the side of BDS, but Akuma on Ascent here, I think as well, it's going to be important really for Liquid to remain kind of very, very diligent on their attacking side. BDS, again, we know how cheeky they are. They know how often they like to just basically on the back of nothing flip something up and go for this weird funky play in the early round. And that's what I don't want to see. I mean, this relies on Liquid having a strong attacking half for me.
Well, we shall see, because this is it. This is the decider map. The winner will be going through to the EMEA Challengers playoffs, and the loser will be eliminated from Masters to contention. For the last time today, over to you, Pansy and Hypoc.
Okay, so let's kind of talk real talk here, Hypoc. You know, we can lead into this, and you know, you do your prep. You'll sit there. You'll say that BDS walks away with the win, maybe 2-1, maybe 2-0. They looked pretty solid on map 1 as well. We saw those kind of glimmers of hope for Liquid. We saw, you know, some of the, you know, good win conditions that could have come out. Map 2 just flipped the script, right? This now kind of gets pushed into a realm of, now you might see Liquid playing with a lot of confidence. This might change a lot of dynamics and a lot of aspects here, and that's where our attention's going to be drawn. Hypoc, what are your big win conditions for both sides here? What are you specifically looking for now in map 3?
For me, it's Liquid having a strong attacking half. Obviously, they're starting on the defense, so really, I mean, they've got to pivot straight back on the opposite side of that. Is really setting a precedent in the first half of this game, regardless of what side they start on. I know the BDS are going to try and, like I said, be slippery, get inside their heads, and really kind of play into that pressure aspect for Liquid.
A couple of seconds now remain to get this started. Third map between Team Liquid and BDS. Of course, we have Yampy once again being created as the raid boss. Light armor, frenzy, all the goodies. Oh, Scream being just tussled with at the start. Having to invest in this now. Himself sitting pretty, a little toasty, a little warm. Get that health right back on up.
Now, after retrieving the orb, we'll drift away slightly. You can see Roden's reset all the way back towards spawn there, trying to jump spot. Looks like Liquid want to end up towards A, but ultimately that's what BDS want as well with this setup. You see Hoppy poised with a flash here. That's going to be off the turret's contact. You can see Logan ready to swing off that, and Liquid might just play into it.
Logan, time to go. Oh, the flash was so close to being bang on. Yampy! How does he always get 2? Every single time. I swear this guy just bails him out of the weirdest scenarios, but he's got him 2. He's got the sight. And Roden's waiting. Roden's gone in. Roden just madly jumps in, untradeable, just tries to maybe do some quick damage. And now Takas and Akuma, no way. Shut down, 5 alive. The momentum continues to roll for Liquid.
That's how you want to start out, right? A clean pistol round, and really, Yampy, the flash is perfect. Like I said, it was supposed to be off the turret's contact, but it's ultimately the owl drone that baits out BDS to act upon it. Even so, Yampy in 3Ks, man. I want a stat for how many times Yampy has pulled off a 3K in Liquid's pistol rounds.
It's just filth, man. The guy every time will just pry him out of like the weirdest spots with that. Now, coming to this one, it should be a clean round. You can't really go on to too much here. Got 2 ghosts. That's about your lot. So protocols on this, just a kind of simple list of keeping it clean. You want to keep your 5 players alive. Keep going.
Careful now.
Let's see if BDS have gone for any stacks. They're quite aggressive towards mid. I quite like that. Maybe trying to get, you know, a little swing off of maybe a sound cue or 2. Not necessarily a bad idea to try and find something in a round that you shouldn't technically win.
It's gonna be a cautious start here, and Takas will actually get picked off first. Roden gonna try and trade off some damage there. Actually, Liquid again just finding trades across the board now, but it comes down to a 3v2. Slow down once again.
Yampy's got this. Oh, not even a clear.
30 seconds left.
Good positioning in mid. Roden trying to kind of late play around, see if he can maybe catch someone in the back. Very unlikely to do so. It seems as though this one's run by the wayside. Gets himself a little Spectre to play with. They don't seem too aware of the possibility yet. You can see Yampy just on the minimap there, clearing still towards CT. And the rest will be called into that somewhat standard crossfire on the site.
Another 3K. From Yampy. Got his Bladestorm online now. Up to 6-0. Really, I mean, it's... yeah. A cheeky hop up as well.
Now, this is where I want to start. I guess this is the bonus round. It's I just want to see what happens with Yampy if he goes aggressive towards A, and we do see the lean over from maybe Logan. Right now he's not playing towards that side, but because I feel as though he's so good at catching, you know how those Jets go for those mad dashes, but he's really diligent at shutting it down. For now though, he's left to deal with B on his lonesome. There's the knives coming out. It's going to be Takas on the other side. The double stack on short. And the progress begins.
Again, a 3-man lean over towards A here, so this playing perfectly into BDS's setup.
You're dead. Careful now.
Scream gonna find all this space through, and actually Hoppy eventually shuts it down, but the door gets closed. Takas unnoted initially, but can't find a kill from that spot.
Oh, lovely work from Takas. Good punish on Yampy now. Spike left loose. Needs to be dealt with soon. There we go. Spike now being planted. Link in charge of that. Now they've got to get ready for this retake. There are 5 players against them, so they are outnumbered on this. But where do they start this from? Scream going to be posted up towards watching short. You've got Cryptics towards Hell with Link. So Scream going to have a lot to handle here, potentially, if 3 of these players continue. He tries to take the active fight. He gets 1, 2 sprays on the 3rd. He might need some help soon, but there's a trade. Good positioning for Link, and the punish on the bonus, man. BDS are down to just Logan here. They couldn't make it past Scream, and Link put himself on the line there, pushed forward to support. As 3 players committed through from short, Logan needs to keep that gun up and get out of there. It's time to make up your minds, BDS. You gotta find a way now.
Again, it's another round. We talk about early momentum. Liquid survived with 3. It's the 3rd round in a row, if I'm not mistaken. This one on the bonus, so all the more worthwhile. And again, I mean, every time we've seen Liquid with Scream on Phoenix, it's the same thing once again, and you have to respect this run it back. And it's so simple. This execution is so simple. The smoke goes down over the door. It's actually leaning out towards side so that Scream can close the door, run through tree, find all this space, and actually the door's completely undamaged until that smoke falls. It's those minor things that give you an extra like 3 to 5 second window.
And just like the bank's starting to build. They've got, what, 4 to 5k in the bank mostly, apart from Scream. On the other side, there are pistols and a stack here, so... Oh no. Check your corners, boys. How many times do we have to tell you? Logan was waiting. So patient and outdone by just some nut shots from Takas. So another rifle recovered, now up to 2. This is why I always like those little stacks, Hypoc. I love seeing it. Might just get you a gun, it may not, but, you know, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. And now what do Liquid do? Finally getting an abrupt halt to some of their progress. Good sound cues being relayed to Yampy here. He'll get some information building. But it's not complete. It's not a complete image. Now, they did reset to having 3 players still towards B. And they've left 2 slightly deeper holding towards A.
Turret out.
Is Yampy making moves here? Yeah, he is. Nice work from Yampy to find Hoppy. Did he need to swing on the second? Not sure, but he's going to do it anyway. And now 2 towards Heaven and a 3rd joining soon, Hypoc.
Takas tries to dip in a little bit, get some more damage, but really worth the risk. I mean, ultimately, 2 pistols on the side of BDS still. I'm going to try and stack up for this. Akuma. Oh my god, the smoke drops at the worst time, and that's actually spiked down. No plant comes through for Liquid. It falls to Link and Cryptics to try and recover this round.
Okay, 1. That's Takas gone, but look at the problems coming in through short. 3 players, and they've already made it on the site. There's no support there. Cryptics can't do it. And BDS, considering they had 1 rifle at the start, keep 2 alive, get rifles, and they get the round, more importantly, after the back of a lovely stack at the very start of things. And I've got to say, Liquid looking a couple of here and there mistakes. I think maybe an overcommitment coming in from Yampy towards middle, just, you know, maybe a little too aggressive there. It's a hard balance, right? It's the hardest balance to strike, but he gets punished for it and opens up so many more chances then for BDS to continue to be able to overwhelm, swarm, and work their way through. So now dipping into the bank account a little here for Liquid. They do get the op out, and they get themselves back on the full buy, but of course BDS do the same.
And actually, ultimate progress. That was a big talking point on Bind. Hoppy with a Rolling Thunder, Takas with a Blade Storm, Roden 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, so really good progress on the side of BDS here. Liquid, nothing available, at least at the start of the round. Cryptics and Link potentially get theirs online, but see how this plays out. I'll be honest. This is the. Go on.
My God, I see Takas, I see middle, I see someone walking up the stairs. I get nervous. Carry on.
It's not often we see BDS kind of in these stalemate rounds.
Yeah.
And that's been really prominent throughout this series. I think that's. You talk about uncharacteristic kind of tendencies. That's a big one for me on the side of BDS.
Well, they haven't had many teams kind of quell their aggression and be able to kind of put them in that position, but already utility going to be shown towards this A site. Poppy trying to stop this before it starts, buy a little bit of time, see if anyone can maybe capitalize on this. Akuma's made his way in, that's going to be one. Scream now found. 18 seconds left, and Takas looking, spots them. He knows where they're at now. Would you dare go through that smoke? 13 seconds doesn't need to. Akuma's still got this. Cross being held, though. Look how flashed they are. Great utility work. Cryptic's doing the best he can, but it's a 1v2, and it's too far away from his reach. And again, the stall work from BDS is sublime.
And, I mean, Rolling Thunder invested, Bladestorm invested, but they're straight back onto 2 ultimates. Have to wait and see what impact that... What is that voice line? Have to wait and see what impact that's going to have on the side of Liquid, because I know Cryptix was on a double purchase in the previous round, so he was pretty much tapped out. Could be that BDS can actually... Yeah, look at it. It's a weird buy. Spectre and a Judge and rifles elsewhere. Scream on the light armor. Lockdown from the shadows available. Scream probably going to make a play for this orb outside B. And we'll probably see the run it back invested here. Does have a Phantom. He is one of the rifles.
Flash. Go. Scream's already in there. One on the site, though, and it is Logan. We talk him up a big deal, but we have to see what he can do this time around. Tries to filter them through on one side, but Scream just straight through him. Like a hot knife through butter, it doesn't matter. And now they've got site control. Spike can be planted, and they've even got a nice little push-up position for Yampy here. Do they check on it? Doesn't matter if they do. Yampy's still patrolling with the Judge, and he's going to swing on. Getting away. Nice work there. Now new angle, new target.
No way.
More damage, but he will lose life. Tag onto 2, but there's still problems.
Is that it? They're going to be able to solidify here. Lockdown invested pretty early on. Spike's still ticking around on his first cycle. The BDS, I mean, they've got to be quick if they still want to make a push for this, but potentially just going to opt for exits here.
Yeah, that might be the best plan. At this point, they're committing. Wait, they are fully committing. Soulcast just found Akuma. Hoppy's got the trade for time. All they've got to do is build time for Liquid, and yeah, great play from Cryptix. A wonderful upgrade too. BDS trying to pull off a play back in on that. I'm very surprised they went for. I thought they were going to bow out and try and keep those quite expensive weapons, but I mean, yeah, look at their money now. I guess they can fashion something, but they did cost Liquid a lot. I don't know. That was a interesting commitment there.
Was it? I think it's really difficult to gauge because, like I said, Cryptix puts that lockdown early in terms of when the spike is planted.
Yeah.
Usually, you know, you'd expect to get a little bit of contact and then have it as kind of, yeah, actually put the pressure right back onto BDS to either force the issue on that retake or to peel all the way back into spawn and mid. Has Cryptix even got a weapon? He's got a ghost.
Yeah, as I said, the economy did get shattered for both sides, but a little more, and obviously at the cost of the round for BDS. Look who's waiting. It will be Takas. Our drone right there just swings it. Not gonna happen. Yampy just gifting out shots like that. Removes the first threat. The next big threat would be Akuma. Keep in mind, he is the one who will be working with probably the biggest rifle out of all of them. Hoppy decently equipped too. Logan not so much so, and neither is Roden, which unfortunately for them will be the 2 towards his sight. Logan tucked away. And somehow Roden got through as well. He does have his ult here if he decides it's the right choice, but Nopsot not 2, and okay, here comes the cavalry. 2 of the bigger guns making their appearance, but well handled by Liquid.
Spike planted.
Zooming out. It's going to do a little bit of damage. Actually finds the first, nearly readjusts actually to find Yampy, but again, Liquid, majority of bodies survive. With 3 weapons carried across, and that will give them a little bit of a buffer in terms of the economy. Side of BDS, I mean, In total, 1,400 credits available. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, Logan 2 away from the lockdown, so pretty even actually when we compare progress on either side. 5-2 the scoreline here, Liquid. They want to continue the pace.
Yampy just offers himself up, but no trade comes in. Now Takas re-aggresses. They're not going to expect it. They flash it, but do they actually clear? I don't think he's been noted. Takas can get away with murder here. Logan's been punished elsewhere by Link. That's a good catch towards middle. And now they're just maybe expecting some more pressure, but... but look at this play coming back in. More aggression coming out from Takas as well. He's still creeping behind them. That could have been huge, but Scream... Oh, but Akuma! These rounds are absolute bedlam. As Link and Akuma now left in the 1v1, and he walks to smoke, and Link just knows better at this point.
Akuma's actually really close to getting off that start.
He almost.
And slipping away. Scream though, just swinging back and forth. I'll tell you what, how many times have we seen Akuma just like readjusting these weird 1v2s and picking up 3 pieces?
Oh yeah.
He is on point today.
Akuma's having a stand-up performance. I think Takas maybe out-fragged him in the previous one, but you look at the value of what he gets with some of these kills as well, is incredible, Akuma. He's been mad impact. 6-2 though, and Yampy's already punished Takas. You could hear it from the very go. You could see that Takas was looking to try and get aggressive down middle, but Cryptix again just finds Akuma. This is just walking through him, keeping it clean. Again, this is a bit of an eco round. Yeah, nice confidence builder again. This could be 7-2. Like, is this what Liquid looks like when they're confident?
This is a byproduct of being the one to force the third map. Liquid, like I said, they need to start strong their first half, and ultimately win condition being having a good attacking half.
Spike planted.
Looking like it's going to be 7-2 here. Logan.
Yoink.
Big upgrade there. I want to see BDS really stop and maybe even call attack timeout and reassess things, because their buy rounds just aren't looking comfortable at all.
I mean, this is the scary thing though, because you don't often get to see a confident Liquid who kind of start flexing, not even massively, but you can see the full confidence in how they're approaching these rounds, full faith in every swing, every fight. They are just kind of running through it a little bit, and you don't often see that. Now, for BDS, they probably aren't as expecting of that too. BDS's economy has been shattered from the very rip of this game. They've been in a tough position for that. So I can't really fault them for the harsher start. And I mean, we know that Liquid win pistols by now when you've got Yampy being the raid boss who, gets the armor, gets the frenzy. But it's now, I want to see a pause, and maybe this is it. This is probably the perfect time for BDS to call one, because they need to find a way to stop the ROP for them. Now, we know that they can play aggressive, but that did get caught off. Maybe that was the previous attempt from Takas to try and get a little aggressive down middle, but he instantly got found by Yampy. It's like, well, look, dude, I do the same, so you don't get to do that against me. So, for this, I look at what options do BDS have. I'm not seeing so many here.
They have an opportunity here with the lockdown to lean away from A, but actually, I mean, typically that's what we'd see BDS do on the back of the lockdown being available, but Takas goes creeping. Cryptix is there with the turret though. That's going to give it away. It has to back off. Takas looks to punish, but not able to find any damage at all there. I swear, Liquid just happy to sit back. Takas creeping again. Scream might have just spotted that barrel. I think he did. He just spotted the barrel.
Does he go for the swing on it? It's Scream. Yeah. He gave it a go. A little bit of a peek out there, but Takas is going to take that. Link now gets a little bit more freedom to play in, under the assumption that they've fallen away after the back of that pick, and it's a good start. Maybe this op is how they get back into this. Maybe that's their answer. It looks like going back towards B for now is what they're going to be heading towards, at least Spike to hand. Yampy leading the way. He's going to have Rodent towards CT, spots him, but as did the other player. And Yampy,
30 seconds left.
He's going to walk this every day of the week. Gets on through. Now there's one backside. Yampy is using an op like it's a shotgun. And what? With stars in his eyes, he turns around and finds Hoppy. How? He was so blind. I do not understand, and my heart breaks for Hoppy, but Roden is on the case, desperately trying to make up for this one now. Defender's Killjoy is going to invest the ultimate in towards this one, do whatever they can, but look at this fight coming out. Link, the timing could not have been better.
Ocas will get the tainted. No, he won't actually escape it. It's down to a 3v2 for Liquid.
But it's Akuma, he's still alive, and this guy's worth his weight in gold. Finds Soulcast. No, Yampi, what a deny in the trade. Now Link last noted towards Connector. They know he was the lurk. Makes a little bit of noise. 8 bullets left, but it's not enough for Logan. Link comes around, and Liquid keep powering forward.
8-2 now. And again, the things that I was accrediting BDS for and Bind here, they throw everything at this round. Hunter's Fury and the Lockdown and the Cosmic Divide just to try and get themselves back in this game. There's nothing left for BDS.
Money's
and
broken.
Look at it as well. Last round, they're not even going to get anything else online. They're not even close to any ultimates for the last round. So regardless of what happens here, this could be a 10-2 half.
I'm blown away. Akuma is still fighting with everything he can. He is putting every piece of work he can do into this, but it may not be enough. Another kill gets garnered as well. So 2 kills to the good somehow. Yes, they lost Akuma for it, but you'll take those. Unable to recover the weaponry, it feels like. As already here comes Scream. Investing straight on in, goes on in, checks left as a player towards the right. He still gets one though, and now Cryptix knows where the others are. So now Danger being eliminated, but Roden's still there. It's still a 2v2.
And actually, none of the weapons can be recovered, so Roden and Logan are going to be stuck on these sheriffs. Roden actually peeling away. Gotta respect the weaponry on the side of Liquid. No utility left for Screen. One more smoke left. Roden might try and walk this one. He actually does. Yampi wise to it though.
And now Logan, the man who first caught our attention when we were watching BDS in the past. And now others have joined that accolade. Can't make it work now. Liquid stabilized enough, and I can't fathom this scoreline. Incredible work from Team Liquid to get here, to push this hard, and confidence, momentum, and honestly, a phenomenal game plan from them. As much as, yes, we love talking about confidence, and it's an exciting prospect, isn't it? That if you believe hard enough and you believe in yourself, you're going to win. It's not just that. Liquid have been working, and they've absolutely dominated the economy throughout this game as well.
I mean, this is just textbook snowball. Honestly, they've had an absolute stranglehold on BDS. Packers actually going to get the operator online in this last round, and straight away, Yampi in map 3. I gotta say it, just stepping up. Had a quiet series up until now, but
you should run.
Looking so good. Cryptix throws down the lockdown. Liquid now, a man advantage, going to try and get their way onto A site.
Waiting with bated breath at this point. Roden, good work towards Link. He needs more, he gets more. That's 2 big kills. Now there's a chance. It's a slim one and... Oh.
Tommy turret.
Oh. And now the 2v3.
The 6th man for Liquid.
Yeah. Oh, and it kind of hurts a little. Logan and Hoppy looking for ways and means at this point. You can see the work coming back in through from short. Logan forced to now push in. One player towards Hell. Cryptix gonna find Hoppy, and now it's on Logan. Stunner of a shot, but Cryptix is better. 10-2 Hypoc. What is going on? Are we really seeing Liquid go through this now? Is this what's happening? BDS, who's been pushing, getting into finals against FPX, having good series, looking like, you know, the up-and-coming team, gets put down by Team Liquid.
I mean, Liquid always know how to make a qualification game interesting, but this is just something else. This is something else. And again, rinse and repeat. I can't believe that. I mean, it goes without saying, BDS, I mean, they need to not just the pistol round, but like the first 3 rounds comfortably. They need to literally mimic Liquid's attack there and just have them in financial turmoil.
all in piece towards A. Double stack towards Heaven. Soulcast up there, Link up there, and already you can see the contacts made. They're bursting straight through that smoke. They want to get towards the site, get control. Spike is on Roden in the back line, so don't stress it just yet. Wait till you see that cross. They have site control, and they're going to get this one started now.
Liquid, back away. I respect this from BDS initially. And a full 5v5. Health advantage in favor of Liquid, though. Let's see what they can get done.
Turn out.
There it goes in, gets dealt with quick. Flash goes through by Scream, and they burst on in, trying to just support each other, but Roden's done very well to find Scream there. Good trade from Logan as well. Yampy around the back. Here comes that raid boss making his dastardly appearance as Roden now backed in with Logan, leaving it just between them and Yampy. And now time begins to dwindle. He finds one. The turret's still chipping away at him. He doesn't care, but Logan gives BDS the chance to do something.
It's unfortunate here, Yampy. If he just had one more cloud burst, he could have covered that turret and taken a clean entry onto Hell.
One enemy remaining.
But wow, yeah, Logan, again, the man for this team. A 4-piece here in the pistol round to keep the dream alive. 10-3 now, but still, mountains to climb for Team BDS.
And you can see the bike going back out. Bucky's galore for Liquid. A Sheriff for Scream. And they hear it again, some of those Spectres rattling off the bullets. Roden trying to clear through, use that utility. Scream looking for that pixel out of place, trying to catch it on the cross. The flash going to come through. Link turns it once, sees the jet dash in. Liquid going to be called to attention here, but great work from BDS, continuing to push on through. None of these Buckies finding placement.
Spike planted.
I mean, really, the big one. Well, if BDS can keep these rounds clean. Soulcast will find the first. Hoppy trades it out. The Liquid have to ride out that decision from the previous. Cryptic's actually going to throw another Bucky into this. Soulcast as well, actually. And again, you know, bigger picture-wise, just this chip damage round by round of taking, you know, one, potentially two weapons away from BDS, it weakens it overall. Like I said, the big thing for BDS is, yes, win these rounds, but win them clean. They have to build early momentum.
Knocking them.
Okay. Fast pace coming out from BDS, going to take over as much control, and there's going to be 3 players, 4 players, a stack towards A. This could be a problem. They're going to get the first. Yampy's gone down, but there's Cryptics. A terrible surprise awaits. There's more. It ain't just one. It's going to be more. There's Scream still in the corner. He needs the shot. He can't find it. And now the 1v2 for Soulcast. Gets himself a little bit of a better secondary, potentially. As I look around, what can he get? Okay, Spectre. Back to business.
Logan's got himself tucked in.
Oh, he's going to hear all of that, isn't he? Oh, dear Soulcast. The elephant steps come out to play, and BDS, they've made it to 5. They're, you know, they're on the verge of this. Now, the bike comes out for Liquid. This is the next big hurdle, right?
This indeed is. Again, they make this one costly, but a lot of that was
Player standing.
weapons from the previous round, so BDS actually on a pretty big cushion. Logan actually, for the hell of it, and Roden actually making the long play, which is ride the Spectre for as long as possible. Again, you look at this round, Flick would lose it. And again, BDS is the 5-man stack outside A. Try and force the issue once again.
Right
there.
Okay, Killjoy investing the ult here. There is still going to be that backside position, kind of either, you know, top towards Heaven. You can see it being potentially considered already. Lovely work from Link, but going to be kept slowed down here. Not detained, still alive, but only for so long. Takas sees maybe just a pixel before the smoke plumes. And now you're already going to see a 5v4 post-plant probably at this point, yes. Now, is there any other way back in for Liquid? I'm looking across the board. I'm looking at the Scream and Yampy combo working back in through from T side. Soulcas and Cryptic's trying to keep that attention drawn. Look here, do not look towards them. Keep your attention drawn towards me. The 5 players from BDS wait patiently.
Is Liquid actually going to back away from this? They want to hold on to what they've got. Yampy, the dirtiest spot on Ascent for a Jet to be playing with an operator, but BDS actually go hunting elsewhere, so that's going to potentially be an option for them to, I guess, damage control on the way out here. Only going to lose 1. 2 armor repurchases required, but again, the other thing is that's off the back of 1 ultimate. And again, the discipline to not invest anything else here is BDS just thinking bigger picture. Now, potentially, you know, Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder, they can now recycle that off Logan's ultimate. And Akuma's, to be fair. He's 308. Logan obviously reset. 4 rounds now. I don't want to look at the top of the screen, man.
I know. It looked so impossible, improbable. And now... Oh, Yampy, you are... How do you get away with that peek? Yampy finds Takas, and he's willing to go back for this. You know he's dying to, but... Patience is a virtue. Soulcas is on the way. Just delivers the owl drone up and over. 100 feet how much he gets for this. All 3 noted. Oh, wait! Yampy pushed with it! He actually pushed through the smoke with it. He's found 2 big frags to start with. But now the 3 that remain for BDS potentially have an option to lean in towards A. It looks like Short's the next port of call, but Scream isn't far from this.
Whoop.
Right here.
Hope Jonas wasn't watching that one. Scream, gonna pop the running back. Actually gonna try and force BDS back off short here. Again, look at it. They have to respect it. They have to back up. They will eventually shut the ult down, but Liquid still with the man advantage here, and BDS forced back over to the other side of the map.
Now, Rodin's got space. What does he want to do with this one? Trying to help the team on the cross here. Nice work there. It should at least facilitate that spike coming across. Soulcas Scream, they're trying to find it. Rodin puts his body on the line for a bit now. Hoppy left in the 1v2 and already been noted. Desperately trying to do the dance here. Soulcas on the other side. He can't do much to dissuade that, but he can try and get this spike down. How does he isolate this into 2 1v1s? No utility, up for 8 seconds. 5, and they're closing in. Does he gamble it on one side? Full commit. And of course, Liquid have bits and pieces to work with. Hoppy forced into potentially readable position off the back of the arrow. And now, Hoppy has to commit. Sees the barrel, sees the player, sees the other. Oh, he spins around! Oh, Link! Just
yeah,
got
Hoppy was
it.
expecting to get pinched there. That's why he's gone to flick back the other way. 33 HP. Link again for Liquid. Last man
Was it
standing.
Clutch Minister or something? Oh, Hoppy. It was a valiant attempt. You can see it. Oh, the intention was just straight away to spin, but 11-6 now.
Stay safe.
Hypoc, I'm getting weirdly nervous for Liquid. I don't know why. Like, I feel like BDS is still on the verge of doing some mad stuff. That round was off the back of Yampy finding, I'd say, 2 really big picks in middle and then a really nice kind of like late game play. But overall, BDS is still having a very competent attacking side.
As BDS gonna creep up mid actually, and a big gap. Once again, Yampy actually now gonna reposition back towards this market door. Link does TP for info. I'm gonna pick up a little at least in mid. Logan could get caught off guard here. Let's see. It's perfectly timed. Look at that.
Yeah, Cryptix, though, knows that there's now problems. The call should be made. Takas could be trying to deal with Yampy, but then there's 3 different angles to try and worry about for this attacking side. BDS has their attention split here, but great work from Takas to at least get them towards the site. But you can see that Soulcast was so close by. Yampy's still patrolling, and they can see the spike, but Roden now does him. But there's the trade. Takas straight through the wall. Just wall banging out of this. Needs to get some more, though. Where's Akuma in all of this? Slowly coming around. That spike is a problem, though, Hypoc. It's not to hand right now. Scream walks in? I am beyond baffled. Again!
Get your place.
Put some on match point here.
Match point.
Oh my word, Link. What a day this boy's had.
30 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
He just spots it there on the drop down, the readjustment, perfect. And do you know what as well? It's Akuma on the other side of that. A man who has been landing today.
Yeah.
Here.
I just can't believe we're here. I feel like I've been waiting for Liquid to fumble it, to just let something slip, but they haven't. And BDS unable to find some of the key components to double face. Scream finds Akuma. And now Takas called upon to try and find some difference, but there's no way he can quickly respond. Ultimate now comes out. You got Scream again. The headline superstar comes out, finds some more, and they're shutting it all down. I can't believe it. Roden now in a 1v5 and Liquid. They've only gone and done it. 13-6. They close out map 3.
What a performance. What a performance. And you're right. The expectation's got to be, you know, it's Liquid. It's always heartbreak. It's always heartbreak. And they always make these qualification series so interesting. But finally, we see them. Honestly, hit a new level right there in map 3. The back end of Bind and then coming into map 3. Who the hell were those guys?
I think this is the thing. We've been discussing the potential of Liquid for so long that we kind of forget that one day we are going to hopefully see it. And I think we're starting to see glimmers of that now. I think, again, Scream on Phoenix is a wonderful choice. Yampy, the ability to take space, the confidence, he came alive in this game. And then the clutches from Link. He is just playing beyond his station, beyond what we've seen so far. And let alone the utility work from Soulcast coming through, Cryptix being the safe pair of hands as ever. This is perfect stuff from them. Again, this is where I'm going to ask you guys the hard questions. Player of the match, Yampy, Scream, Link. Go get your picks out, head over to the socials, get onto Twitter if it's up, and get your predictions through to us as to who you thought was the best player in your eyes in this game. Because, I mean, it's hard to pick from them. I don't know who I'd go for. Because how do you vote against Scream? You know, like, yeah, Link clutched out some mad rounds. Yampy was good, but, like, it's still Scream. You know, you can't just treat him different because he's, you know, a bit of a god. Hypoc, who'd you go for?
I mean, for me, over the entire series, it's got to be Scream. I think he had an absolute blinding performance. Yes, Link came up huge, but again, him finding his feet here on Phoenix has been just absolutely magical to watch the last few weeks. I think this series is another fantastic example of that.
And let's step back from this as well and put this into context for either those not in the know or simply unsure of it. BDS don't sound like a big name. They don't, you know, have the same sort of accolades as, you know, the team name of like FNATIC or FPX or whatever. It doesn't matter, NIP even to that account. But their results alone were something to be extremely respected. These guys were one of the biggest upcoming prospects who are probably going to push through in towards these final spots. But I don't think many of us expected this to go down the way, and that's, you know, no disrespect to Liquid at all, but I can't talk about this anymore. I need to know Yinsu's thoughts. I need to know Eccles' thoughts. Guys, what did you make of that series? Because that was just mad, right? Like, that third map, surely that was just a surprise to everyone.
I mean, the way that it ended as well, the fashion that it ended, very un-Liquid. It is definitely a little bit heartbreaking here for Team BDS. But circling back to the MVP vote, Pansy and Hypoc, it's Link. I cannot believe I'm going to go against my boy Adil. I never do. I love Scream. He's number one. He's a god. But it just has to be Link. Eccles, what do you think?
Yeah, Trav came up big today. Obviously, the 1v4 on Bind. And even on Ascent, he's the boy is born with ice in his veins, and it's showing today. Like, he's done so well. He's won so many important rounds for him, and he's got to give it to him.
I'm with you there completely. I don't think that they would have won that bind without Link. And maybe someone else could have clutched it out there, but I feel like that nearly was a 2-0 there for BDS if Link wasn't in the equation. I mean, the likelihood of Link winning this vote over Scream is it's like when anyone is in a vote with CNED, but I believe in Twitch chat's brains. I believe in the Twitter brains, guys. You know what to do. But, moving on to some analysis for this map, because after Bind, it was quite hard to predict what was going to happen on this one, but Echoes, it did feel like perhaps BDS ran out of gas a little bit.
Yeah, you could say that. And also, Liquid just ran with the momentum. Again, they won the first round. They won 5 out of 6 on the series, and the last one, they only lost to a 1v1. That is impressive. The pistol rounds in this game are so crazy and so random, but also so important. It's a big work from them there to score 5 out of the 6 pistols. And then they go on to win the throwaway round, where they get a massive economy boost. They might have got ecoed in the next, but they shrug it off and just keep the momentum going. Good call win by them, and yeah, really impressive.
Well, when it comes to those pistols, actually, do you feel like maybe it was almost too close to call, given that they won both pistols on Haven, but they actually lost the map, and they won both pistols on Bind, and it took it to OT for them to secure it?
Yeah, maybe if the pistols go to BDS, the maps go a different way. You never know. But on the day they won the pistols, they secured the rounds, and they won because of it.
Well, or just talking about BDS here, they quite nearly got back into it as well. Of course, they built up a small bit of momentum, but after Liquid shut them down, they weren't able to get back into the game again. What did you make of their performance today?
BDS have played really solid today, honestly. Really impressive on Haven and on Bind. And Ascent, I think, like I said, maybe they ran out a bit of juice. The momentum just kept on going, so I think they struggled towards the end here.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to talk about BDS Hypoc as well, because it's heartbreaking for them, because they always get to this point. They always get to a point where they so nearly make it to the next stage, but they still fall here. And, what can they do? What do you feel like they need to do?
I mean, I don't know. That for me on the side of Liquid is one of the biggest swings I've seen in like a best of 3 series. So really on the side of BDS, I'm with Eccles. They played a fantastic game today. I just think they ran out of steam. They had to dig so deep on Bind to even keep that alive for as long as it did, but Liquid just able to punish them. And I think the mental come map 3, Liquid had a fantastic opportunity to come out swinging, set a precedent in the first half, as I said, and they did just that.
It's definitely really, really going to be tough for them. I hope they don't take it too hard, because they were fantastic, not just today, but this entire tournament. But looking ahead to tomorrow, Echoes, because sadly we won't have you with us, so I do want to kind of get your opinions on this. But Team Liquid versus FNATIC in a final. I don't think many people would have predicted this. And also all of the UK boys in there as well.
Yeah, UKCS back on top apparently. How things change quickly in this game.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that I think I would have expected to see, and this is kind of hard for me to ask you, but who do you think is going to come out on top tomorrow between FNATIC and Liquid?
Of course, I got to support my boys. I might have been benched, but they're still my friends, so of course Liquid.
I like that. But what about even further on? Because now we have the 4 teams, so Liquid, FNATIC, FPX, and Guild as well at the EMEA finals. I can also say that judging from everything that happened in Turkey and CIS, Forza have been knocked out. So Forza will not be at the EMEA. Wow. Yeah, that's a huge upset. And of course, BBL and Anatolia Esports, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, they will duke it out tomorrow as well, and one of those teams will join Footballist and Oxygen. And Echoes, looking at these 4 teams that we're going to be sending there, how do you fancy their chances?
Well, I think the European chances are really good. I think Fun Plus Phoenix are probably like one of the strongest, like well-structured teams in the region, so I think they're like the favourites going in. As well with FNATIC and Liquid, I think they've obviously got a chance. I think if Liquid don't have to match up versus Fun Plus Phoenix, they'll make it as well, because that's kind of like our bogey team that we always struggled with, and they always like lost crazy rounds versus. So I feel like if I have to do predictions, I feel like FunPlus Phoenix and Liquid will go through.
Ooh, I mean, it does feel like FPX is a team that no one wants to face right now. They're kind of still a little bit ahead of everybody else. But just before I let you go, Echoes, what have you made of the competition? I guess the level of competition we have seen over the last few weeks and how deep the depth we have in Europe right now.
Yeah, the competition's gone up loads, obviously, with the roster changes as well. People have been grinding. I know Liquid, they've been at boot camp, so they've been, changed everything with Jampy, like changed up all their style and everything to incorporate him. Same with FNATIC, and it's shown. It's like people have put in the hard work and they've got the rewards. So the level's just going to keep on increasing, and especially when we get to lands where different regions get to mix, I think that's when we get to see the best Valorant there is.
Oh yeah, that is definitely going to be very, very interesting. Thank you so much, Echoes, for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I do hope we get to see you back on the show at a later date.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully to get back on the server as well.
Oh yeah, we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to that for sure. Thank you, Echoes. Well, Pansy and Hypoc, we've had a day.
Yeah.
If I could just describe the day we've had today. It's actually great to have Echoes, being here, giving us that insight, giving us not just the insight into Team Liquid, but sort of the knowledge behind what players do in these situations and how they should be handling this. I can hear myself in my ear right now. There's an echo with a little bit of a technical issue. Sorry, guys. But what I was going to say is, like he said, it's getting really competitive right now.
Yep.
It's almost like it's competitive, but the gap is not that big because we have Echoes here being able to tell us, like, he can read into what these teams are doing when he's watching these games. And he can have that level of understanding, which I assume most players at this level is also having that sort of understanding. So Pansy, what do you think is separating these teams right now? The difference between, for example, Liquid and BDS today?
I mean, look, the Liquid victory here is something that's exceedingly hard to pinpoint and kind of, break down in a very nuanced manner. They've been at LAN for starters, which helps, a boot camp can do wonders. And honestly, the Liquid facility is phenomenal. So shout out to those guys. Not Spawn, but it is actually sick. It's very, very good for a team. They have great staff around them, great coaching around them. They have everything they need to succeed, right? And they made the right changes, bringing in an Oppa for them, which they needed. It took time. But could they replicate this every day of the week? I don't know, honestly, because it was a quiet day for Logan, which is a bit of a rarity. Again, the margins towards the top here are very fine. They are very, thin. And again, Liquid have had a little bit of time away from the spotlight. They'd been mostly going out in, I think it was like round of 16. So they'd been away from, the heat a little bit. They've been able to kind of work on themselves, and clearly that worked for them. And other teams are having to reinvent themselves under the spotlight still. So it's certainly not easy for any of the teams at the top.
And, Hypoc, we asked Echo this a little bit earlier, but again, just want to say that we have the 4 teams that have gone through, of course, FPX, Guild, here, FNATIC today, and Team Liquid. How do you feel about our chances? I say our chances, Europe chances at EMEA playoffs and potentially sending 2 European teams to Iceland.
I think off the back of today, if that's the standard set by Liquid now, I feel very, very good overall. I'll be honest, out of the 4, it's probably the one I was most concerned about because there's been consistency in the past, right? We've seen the glimmers of hope, right? Coming to the Red Bull home ground finals versus G2 when Liquid first, I guess, started to trend upwards once again. But that today is a big statement sent out. We still have FPX, so, we got the safe bet, right?
Can I just say very briefly as well, like, as much as this is a little EU biased, we've got some really good LAN players potentially going to LAN.
Yes.
If they make it through. And now this is something that hasn't been discussed, and I know it's going to absolutely shake up the scene, is once we get to LAN and how different everything becomes, we're like, oh, but there's no crowd, so it'll be fine. Half these people have never even played at like an Epic LAN or an I-Series or a local event. Like, some of these new players are brand new. So whoever makes it through, some of them could be way better prepared than others. You are going to see some results that may really surprise, especially in the environment that they're going to be in. So, again, out of the teams we have here, you've got some LAN experience, which some regions and some teams have none of that bringing into this. So this, I think, if you're going to field some teams, you've got a good shout with a couple of these players.
Well, speaking of LAN experience, we have one man who's had his fair share, and it is Scream. So I'm going to bring you guys a quick post-match interview with Team Liquid's Scream.
Okay.
Hi, Scream. Welcome to the show. Congratulations, first of all, for qualifying. You know, it's been a while since we've seen you guys at the top level of Europe competing. How does it feel for you to finally be able to get over that hurdle?
Well, thank you first of all, and it feels amazing. Like I knew we had the potential to qualify for this, and I mean it's still not finished, but it's still not finished. Hello, Jonas. It's still not finished, but I think we have we have a lot of potential. I'm super happy we showed it today. We played as we usually do in practice, and yeah, everybody was feeling it individually, and I'm really happy. Like everybody popped off in the team. The atmosphere was good. Like even though we lost the first map, we never gave up, and the mentality was always there. And yeah, I'm super excited for the next stage.
Well, yeah, all of you guys did pop off today. I mean, you're always popping off, but of course, your teammate Link came in clutch a few times and won some massive rounds. What did you think of his performance today?
Oh yeah, Link, clutch master today. We can give that title to him for sure. He saved a lot of rounds for us, and that was a lot of key rounds as well. So yeah, props to him. And as I said, everybody popped off, and everybody had like a big impact on the game. So yeah, man, big credit to everybody.
Well, you've had a recent role change as well. You know, we are used to seeing you on the Jet and the Reyna in the past, but you've been playing a lot of Phoenix lately. What do you make of this agent?
Yeah, since Jumpy joined, it's logic that I give him Jet because he's a beast of upper. Yeah, he's behind me. Doing some. He's happy. I'm happy as well. Like I mean, Phoenix is one of the agents that like it can help a lot on the attacker side for the team. You know when you have the run it back, the ultimate. So yeah, that's why I decided to take it. Sliggy told me it was a good choice, and yeah, I'm getting better at it. It was not my favorite agent in the start, but I'm getting slowly better at it, and yeah, it's gonna be good. So yeah, I don't know what the future is gonna bring.
I mean, Sliggy is never wrong, and also you are very, very good on the Phoenix. Of course, tomorrow you're going to be playing in the Grand Finals versus FNATIC. I saw you tweet before that you think FNATIC are very, very good on bind. You guys obviously are still trying to sort of brush up on your bind a little bit from the past. You're getting there, and because it's a best of 5, there's a really big chance that you are going to have to play them on bind tomorrow. What do you think of that matchup, and why do you think this team is looking so scary on this map?
Yeah, first of all, they are playing Viper, so Viper, no one plays Viper beside them. I think like just a few teams, and they're, I don't know, they're so annoying to play against on bind, and I definitely wanna play bind and beat them on this. So it's gonna be a fun game. It's gonna be a really fun game, and also we're gonna play Icebox since it's a best of 5. So tomorrow is gonna be a lot of fun, and obviously we're gonna try hard, because it's there's something to win. But we're feeling good as we qualified. That's the most important, and the next stage is the most important. Like, is the priority right now. Tomorrow is just gonna be like some bonus.
Yeah, well, you've hit the nail on the head there. The next stage is going to be very, very important. And I also wanted to ask you, when it comes to the teams in Turkey and CIS, what do you make of them? And are there any teams that you really want to face at the playoffs?
They're really strong. Like. At this event, it's gonna be a really tough one. Like Turkish teams are insane at this game. Like honestly, like I don't know what to expect. We've been practicing against Turkish teams. Like we are always getting destroyed. So I don't know. It's like we're gonna take every match one by one and see, like we're gonna prepare every match, but like it's gonna be really difficult. The more we advance, the more it's gonna be difficult. So we still gotta keep our heads up and like focus on the tournaments. Like it's not finished. We're not qualified yet. So every team is dangerous right now.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Scream, for your time. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See ya.
Hypoc, I know you were very confident when it came to Team Liquid today. You know, after their performance, you're like, I'm not worried about them going into the EMEA Challengers playoffs anymore. But Scream just told us that they've been getting destroyed by Turkish teams in Prague. Does your confidence level come down a little bit now?
I mean, if anything, you know, it's reassuring. Again, no surprises there that they're kind of ahead of the game and kind of expecting that. And obviously, it's a big clash. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to seeing these matchups that I'm dying to see with Turkey and CIS leaning a little more on like an unorthodox play style, I guess, in terms of our EU brains. And it's going to be tough considering, I guess, our perception is around this thinking man's game, right? And we've kind of solidified that as part of our identity. So it's no surprise really to hear that first impressions are, they're going to smack us about a bit, because I think that's a very real possibility.
Well, Pansy, also over to Scream's personal changes lately, you know, moving on to that Phoenix. He's like, I'm just getting used to it. I'm going to get better as time goes on. I cannot imagine a world where he gets even better than he is right now.
I mean, it's nice when your average is excellence, right? For Scream, like life is easy. But no, maybe just being more comfortable on the agent itself. No one's ever going to doubt Yampy or Scream's aim, for example, right? Mechanically, they are some of the most gifted players. Maybe their comfort on the agent could maybe excel. You know, that's probably the only area. Maybe feel a little bit more comfortable how to work around it. You know, different pieces he can utilize personally. So, again, he's. I don't think I need to tell you guys that Scream is a good player. I don't know. You know, like.
Really?
You know what, Hypoc? Yes, he's quite a good player.
I would actually love to know his kind of line of satisfaction when he feels like he's popping off. Like, I wonder if he ever just gets an ace and he's like, I'm sick. Or does he do that and he's like, that's just another day at the office. So it'd be good to know that his bar of like what is considered as good is. But of course, they're going to be playing FNATIC tomorrow. From what Scream said there, he kind of already has some of the maps figured out in his head. He's seeing some of the weaknesses from FNATIC. But, you know, the confidence in wanting to beat them on Bind, Hypoc, arguably one of the best teams in this region right now on Bind. Do you see that happening?
I mean, if we forget that today ever happened, it's definitely a possibility for Liquid, because that was not comfortable. I mean, if we made the comparison to the previous games, it wasn't even close, right? So I would still say FNATIC, odds on, would take that, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, maybe, you know, Cryptics will step up once again and go 20-0, right?
I mean, that's always a possibility and a scary possibility. Of course, you guys are not going to be here with me tomorrow. And Pansy, I wanted to know from you that what you would like to see from tomorrow's final. It is a best of 5. Of course, it's not like a big trophy, but it's still a final.
I don't know, honestly. I don't think we've seen this matchup in a really long time, so I'm happy just to sit back and watch it. I'm mostly looking up some really good copy pastas coming out. I'm looking for some nice pepes to be created. I'd like, just some creativity more than anything. So that's mostly what I'm going to be eyeing up here.
I'm assuming you're in the same boat as well, High Pepe Poc.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Hypoc's just going to come in with some ultra analytical thing now. But yeah, what would you like to see tomorrow, Hypoc, in the final?
But honestly, I mean, it's obviously we're not playing for an awful lot. This really is just about pride, right? And it's two teams that you couldn't ask for a better matchup. It's FNATIC and Liquid. They both have a very coloured journey to get to this point. If we're looking at the last 6 months as a whole, so just looking for a good show. Honestly, it's rare we get to sit back and watch a best of 5.
And it's rare that we're going to get that many British boys in one best of 5.
Almost unheard of in esports.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Quite
you have to go back a long way to see this many Brits around. Like a long way back.
Yeah. This is going to be great for tomorrow for sure. But thank you so much, Pansy and Hypoc, for joining me. It's been a journey. Of course, thank you to Echoes as well for being on the desk and putting up with us, I guess. But tomorrow, pretty much, yeah. But tomorrow we're going to have another guest. He is going to be here on the pre-show. So you guys are going to want to tune in for this. I think I can reveal who it is because as you guys can see in the lower third,
who is it?
It's going to be Guild Esports Yassine. Yassine is going to be joining us on the desk to talk about his race, to talk about everything that's been going on in this competition so far. So I'm very much looking forward to this pre-show. And of course, once again, congratulations to Team Liquid and FNATIC for making it through to the playoffs and of course to the finals tomorrow as well. We'll be back at 4:30 p.m. with Team Liquid versus FNATIC in that best of 5. We'll see you then.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs.